right when I walk, boy. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another beautiful day, another beautiful week of StarCraft 2 action. I am Wardy, and we've got games for you today, tomorrow, and the next few days in general, as we are back and ready to grind out some StarCraft 2 action. Players are pretty much set here to begin their tournament today in the WardiTV Mondays number 8. 8th edition of this. Someone has just at the very last second signed up. Hang on. I need to fix the, Give me one sec, let me fix the final seating. In the last moment. The last second sign-ups. Alright. Let's process. Not checked in now. You're never gonna be. Tournament started. And we'll figure out what our first round matchup is going to be here in a couple moments. It is stacked today. We've got 33 players here for the WardiTV Mondays event. First round matchups including CLEM on a bye. Battle B against Rex. Nightmare is playing today. Gumiho taking on Baby Marine. Q is in here. ByuN against Fjand is kind of a fun first round matchup. Trap will potentially play Harsum if Harsum can beat Nicorakt. Max Pax against Trigger or Young Yakov. Estrella versus Skillis, a round 2 matchup that's likely to happen. Shin against Geralt if Geralt can overcome Lemon. And ByuN against Zaun or Iba is what today is looking like. So there's a bunch of pretty fun games there. I'm kind of tempted to go Zaun Iba. And kind of follow into the ByuN matchup, maybe. There's so many good matchups. I mean, we are going to be hard-pressed to be disappointed in what we pick, but I think we're going to go for the Zaun Iba matchup to start us off. Some ZVP. I was at Epic Land this weekend where Iba was playing and reached himself a little bit of result. Cool to see, cool to see. As we'll get going in just a few moments, guys. So give us a couple moments. We'll kick this off, get into some action. Perfect. Yeah, we'll get our first matchup started in just a few. So we'll get that ready to go. How many of the 33 players will we see here? Well, we will cast as much as we can, but we can only do one matchup at a time. And every matchup does obviously play at the same time. So we're going to miss a lot of players, but there are a lot of other streams. If you go to tl.net, that's probably the easiest place to check. On the right-hand side, there's a live events section, and under the WardiTV Weekly, you will see that there's a French stream, there's a Taiwanese stream in Rex, there is the Cranky Ducklings covering in English, Inu covering in Korean, and Beowulf covering in English as well. I think maybe even a couple of other guys who aren't on that sidebar. If you just want to check the StarCraft 2 directory on Twitch, you might find a couple of extra people covering. And TLDR, there's probably a whole bunch of different series going on, taking place, and all the rest of it. So, yeah, you can check all of those streams out as well. We let them stream so we can cover as many matchups as possible. What's up, Meow Downtown? Starting the day off with the 55-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 55-month resub. Over on the YouTube chat, Terranzoid, bro, you are a donating machine. Thank you so much for the €10 donation. At the top of my list this week is to fix the freaking YouTube interactions with my stream. I thought I had it working, and it just isn't. So, yeah, I'm going to get this set up. Obviously, this is WardiTV Mondays number 8. We've had these events guaranteed throughout September and now October. This is our final WardiTV Monday that has been guaranteed so far. So yeah, we'll have a little bit more info on that for you guys a little bit later on. We'll discuss it a little bit. But yeah. Cool, cool, cool. Let me just do some admin stuff here as well, guys. All right. Yo, Piazza 1987, how you doing? Thank you so much as well for the 19-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. As we are just going to give it a couple of moments. Obviously, just a couple of viewers coming in. We'll get that underway. So yeah, thank you, Terranzoid. Thank you, Mihao Downtown. Thank you, Piazza, starting the stream off in all the fun and correct ways. Appreciated, big time. Why is my StarCraft sounds on? There we go. Get some StarCraft music in the background. Mr. Chat in the YouTube chat, let's go. Give us SC2. Thanks, Wardy, for everything. No worries. Thank you for being here. If you are there early on the YouTube stream, you can help today's YouTube stream out massively by just scrolling down a little bit and hitting that like button. It's super easy. I'm going to do it myself right now because it really does help. I'm going to do that, and yeah, where is my stream? Why does YouTube never suggest my own stream to me? Like, YouTube, do you not realize that I have one thing I want to watch right now, and it's WardiTV Mondays? Unbelievable. Like, just like that, boom, 13 likes. Let's get that number up, guys, if you're over on the YouTube channel. Hello if you're on Twitch as well. Again, so good to see you all. We've got a great lineup today. Great week planned in general, actually, as this week we're also going to be having the WardiTV PTR tournament. So, the WardiTV PTR tournament will be starting off tomorrow with an open qualifier. Now, I'm kind of expecting the PTR to receive some changes, guys. So, I'm kind of hoping that maybe the start of the week they'll announce some changes and stuff will be freshened up a little bit, because I'm not sure this PTR is necessarily the changes everyone wants to see. But I can't not run a tournament and hold it off forever waiting to see if they do a round of updates first. So, PTR Open Qualifier will be tomorrow, and then we'll have group stages on Wednesday, we'll have a group stage on Friday, and we'll have playoffs on Sunday. So, basically 4 days this week, you can watch PTR action. And, yeah, you can enjoy that. So, yeah, look forward to that. We'll be live on YouTube and Twitch with all of those. Appreciate you guys being excited for that. I know a bunch of you are. Like I say, kind of hoping the PTR gets a couple of changes, because I think we know that the current changes are not going to be the final ones. So I'm kind of hoping we see some changes. Maybe we can test those out even. But I have no way to communicate with whoever is in charge of that stuff. So I'm just rolling the dice to see if it'll work out on my event time. And maybe some of the groups will be kind of on the current version, and some other groups on a different version as well. Alright, countdown is good. Heap is ready. Zound is set. We get ready to go into some ZVP. As we jump into our first matchup of the day on Golden Aura, let's jump into some Zerg versus Protoss. Let's get some games going, as we have in the top left-hand corner one of our most recent returnees from the military, the red Protoss player. In the top left corner of the map, I'm just going to quickly fix the health bars before I finish this sentence and the introduction of Zound. In the bottom right, the UK Zergy, Yiba. Met him this weekend, little cool little kid. Here playing some awesome games of StarCraft 2. And yeah, I believe it was a third place finish for him at Epic Land. Found Paddy Mac, who, this Epic Land, by the way, I haven't been to an Epic Land for 4 years, which is basically just the UK's biggest StarCraft 2 event. It's pretty cool, you know, the UK competition is pretty decent and stuff, and so on. Yeah, pretty decent fun event, but this time it was stacked. I mean, we had Paddy Mac there, Geralt was there as well. Very cool to see a couple of people actually traveling over to the UK. Geralt took the whole thing down across the weekend, and looked pretty darn convincing. Hey, maybe it's the start of even more people showing up to some Epic Lands. Eber impressed by Zan's MMR, look at that. From 5-8 to 6-3 to 6-4. Yeah, Zan has been just on that steady improvement. It was amazing seeing him come back from the military and already looking good. When he comes back and he wins a couple of series, you're already like, oh, he's going to be really good, isn't he? And you can see that improvement's happening. Like, no one comes back and continues to just be amazing from the very start, right? And that's the thing. If they're great at the start, you know they're only going to get better. No one comes back at their peak, and so ByuN definitely has the potential to bring some Protoss success to the scene, I think, over the coming weeks, months. This next season of StarCraft 2 should be very exciting. So yeah, I am, again, just doing admin stuff at the start here today, guys. In about 5 minutes, it's walkover time. So in about 5 minutes, 7 minutes into this game, I might go just a little quiet if I have to type out to a couple of people. It's just a little heads up that is probably the case. I probably have to put a couple walkovers in. It's just letting you guys know that that is kind of happening as well. Just a little update there. I mean, nothing unusual. We don't hire an admin for these events because there's just money we don't really need to spend. You know, for the sake of the 2 minutes, 15 minutes into the tournament where a few people have walkovers, that's usually the only issue we ever have. So, yeah. Alright, Overlord chilling out. Adept is going to start shading out onto the map as well. We will get moving along. Stalker, Warp Gate, and a Stargate as the choices from ByuN. Early, Link Speed coming up about halfway done. The Hatchery building on the natural. And Eba looking to, well, get the Queen there to push the probe away over to the side. We're just kind of chilling early game, aren't we? Yes, we are. I had a great comment on YouTube the last couple of days. I sometimes, actually, this is going to sound ridiculous, but I actually have, for some reason, I have emails enabled for YouTube comments because I actually don't get a lot of YouTube comments. And it doesn't email you for every single one, but like, every few YouTube comments sometimes comes through in an email, and sometimes I read it because it like inspires me to go on the YouTube and interact with the YouTube community in the comments section, or it just gives me a good chuckle. Someone was very passionately annoyed that I casted in the first person, because apparently a lot of the time I say, oh, you know, for example, I'd be like, oh, we're getting our, you know, warp gate started here, and I'm like, he was like, this really bothers me. It's bad casting and bad commentary. It makes every game feel the same. And I was just like, man, this guy is so passionate. This person is so passionate about me having this turn of phrase. I mean, I can only imagine this is something that I just say kind of out of habit. It's just a way that I say things. Instead of saying, he is getting his... I mean, is that such a crazy thing to say? To be like, oh, we're going to, you know, we're going to be getting our Stalker and the Adept out here and picking off this Overlord. Is that crazy to say where instead of like, ByuN is? ByuN is getting the Stalker out here to kill this Overlord. We're going, like, you know, we're getting the Stalker here to... I don't know why. I mean, maybe this is just like a local kind of way of speech or something, but I feel like that's such a super normal thing to say. Like, I appreciate it's maybe not fully accurate because yeah, it's not me and you guys, but I mean, I think I say it as like we are experiencing this game, right? And so in this game that we're experiencing, we're going to be seeing some oracles going down. We're going to get some damage done. I don't know. This really, and this is just on my mind because I read it this weekend, and now I'm like, every time when I'm casting, I say where, I'm going to be like, oh my god, I'm going to think of that guy. So there's the Wardy self-reflection on the YouTube comments for the day. I just thought he was very, I mean, this commenter was extremely passionate. So I like I say, it was worth reading. I'm not going to change because that's I don't think it's really bothering that many people, but I just thought it was very interesting. Same as sports fans who says we won the game. Yeah, like, I mean, I just think that we're all a big StarCraft community, right? And so we're involved in the game, right? You know, we are part of the experience of watching this. So, yeah. Hero pulled out. Yeah, Hero never checked in today. I think a little bit of confusion for the Korean players because we did actually have a change in time zone in Europe. Our clocks went back over the weekend in Europe. I know America's in a couple of weeks. Asia doesn't have daylight savings, so for the Asian players, this is 1 hour later than usual. So I don't know if that's necessarily... Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily a big deal or what, but... Yeah. Just thought it was maybe an impact on some of the players that initially signed up and then decided not to. Let's kick this off. Yo, Mr. Chatch over in the YouTube stream with the $5 as your casting's perfect. I think they were having a bad day and taking it out. I appreciate it. I'm not really bothered. Everyone likes and dislikes different things, right? But I just thought it was very interesting. I thought of all the things to discuss. Man, YouTube, I'm being baited by YouTube chat right now. It's like, celebrate their first super chat. And every time I click on the thing, every time I click on the thing that I think's meant to celebrate, it's just like, time out this user. I'm like, no, do not time out the user. I don't know how to do the thing. All right. We do have a couple of Oracles and Archons here together, and so Eva is going to be in a little bit of trouble as Zam bringing the pressure in. This Hatcher on the low ground in trouble, and if we lose a fourth base, that is troubling, of course. Now there's a replacement base on the right-hand side coming up. Means we'll get rid of an Oracle, a second one as well, perhaps. We will get the shots for that. The base goes down. You know, I don't hate this for Eva because it's not like he overcommitted to defending the base and still lost it. There's a big difference between letting the base go down and letting the base go down because you tried to fight the you tried to fight the army, you lost units in the process. Eva lost very little in this process, right? A queen, a few lings across the way, a couple of drones obviously went down in the game, but he got the oracles. He didn't like fight in, lose the base, and lose a bunch of units too. And as a new base comes up here, I would say this game is still very playable for Eba, who heads into the Hive and the Lurker Den to look to put a little bit of a different stamp on this game right now. Let's have a Ling Vein Hydra continue to come up. A couple of queens coming over, the Archons and the Prism come and drop on by as well. Shots go through. Hydras and the Queen's going to be getting there. The Prism getting pushed back and out. So far, so good. Let me just double check the any walkover issues, guys. Let's just see, Zealots and Archons coming. Oh, yeah, give me 1 second. Just gonna. I guess this fight's gonna happen. So let's talk this fight first as the Archons come through. There's a couple of Lurkers available. That's huge. I feel like we're just moments away from the extra few Lurkers that might have stabilized this. Lurkers not being able to get shots in as this entire army approached. The Archon's able to close the gap very quickly, and Zaun is able to come out with a 1-0 lead with a very well executed initial attack there. I honestly felt like Eba was very close to having what he needed kind of on the board right there. Not quite able to happen in the end. Alright, let me report this walkover while game number 2 gets hosted up between Zaun and Eba, guys. Give me a secundo. Perfecto. Shanati report for himself. Wonder if they swapped servers. I'm getting into game number 2. I'm just trying to. Someone messaged me for a walkover and they've then disappeared. Perfect. We're in the lobby. So they are going to get started. Perfect. Alright guys, we are going to kick off into Oceanborn then for our second map here between Eba and Zaun. As the EVP to start the day. This does lead into most likely ByuN in the next round, so obviously some potential fun PvT there if Zaun keeps on winning. Let's hoping to see if Eba can bring something out of the park. Like I said, I feel like that last game was in a fairly playable position. Yeah, maybe things hadn't gone brilliantly for Eba, but a scenario where you probably could have played it out. There was definitely situations there where this was, you know, very manageable and something you could turn into a benefit or a positive for you. On the top left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the red Protoss player Zaun. And in the bottom right, our blue Zerg player is Eba. As we kick off into game number 2 of this best of 3 hatchery coming up. Gateway on the natural. I'm going to get this ready to roll. How's everyone doing in the chats then? Let me know how you all feeling today. Thanks so much for joining us early and throwing some love in. It's been a very active start of the day, to be honest. Appreciate you guys jumping in early and yeah, excited to have a pretty full week of StarCraft 2. I'm not here Thursday or Saturday this week, but 5 days of the week is not bad at all. And then next week we're going to be having, I think, even more kind of a bigger tournament coming up. I kind of want to see where the PTR is at the end of this week to decide if we want to go and activate a bigger tournament straight away or what the plan kind of is there. So kind of just figuring that out, trying to get some things sorted. But yeah, super excited to keep back onto that StarCraft 2 player grind. player grind, caster grind. I was a StarCraft 2 player this weekend, guys. I did, in fact, compete at Epic LAN. I know what you're thinking. Wardy, you've not played this game of StarCraft 2 in years. Well, actually, I checked my match history. I played 10 games 6 months ago, so I'll have you know I was pretty in shape. I took some maps. I 3-wrecked a couple Protoss players. I 3-wrecked some Protoss players in 2-on-1 some Zergs. I actually had a really sick game. It was on Oceanborn, and I played like a 2-on-1. And the initial 2-on-1 didn't do too good. I think I lost a medevac like here on the map or something. It was like whatever, but man, I don't know why, but I really felt like I was just playing good StarCraft 2. I was like, consistently I was attacking, but I was also macroing. This is like a completely newfound process for me. I was doing things on the map and actually spending my money. I was like going home and adding barracks and stuff. I was like, oh my god, like I could be really good at StarCraft again if I actually figured out how to do this every game. I just felt like I played such a good game. And when you look back, obviously it's messy and there's mistakes and all sorts, but it's just like usually my games are like, if I'm attacking, I'm usually losing the game actually because my macro is horrific behind it. The concept of multitasking goes out of my mind. Man, I just felt like I was just doing everything in that game. Felt very good. Felt very satisfying. So yeah, won a couple matches. You know, was not a bad little weekend for Wardy. Considering I hadn't really played any games in the last couple of... It's honestly been a while. I mean, I used to at least try and keep up for kind of like a, 40, 50 games a season, but as time goes by, I do honestly sometimes struggle to find the enjoyment in playing StarCraft 2, especially because so much of my lack of skill is mechanical, and that really is just like a grind to get back. Hey, it was fun to play a couple of games over the weekend and get back in it. Get cheesed a couple of times as well. Had great stories. So Paddy Mac was at Epic LAN. No idea why. Anyways, he was in my group, and basically, like, Epic LAN's a pretty laid-back event where as long as you play your group stage games across the course of the day at some point, it doesn't really matter when you play them. So I hadn't played against Paddy Mac. He comes over to me, it's like probably like 10, 11 p.m. or something. He's like, hey, what do you want to play our games? I was like, oh, you can just have the win. You know, I'd already played everyone else. I'd actually turned my StarCraft 2 off for the day. And SE2 was connecting a bit weirdly, so I had to like turn my VPN and stuff to log in. So I was just like, oh no, it's fine, you can have them. And he's like, and he looked really disappointed. He was like, oh no, come on man, we should play, it'll be fun. I was like, okay, sure, like you genuinely seem to want to play. I have no idea why. Maybe you just feel like having a fun game. So I reconnect my VPN, I log back into StarCraft 2. For Paddy Mac to 4-gate all in me in game number 1, win at 4 minutes, and to proxy gate kill me in 2 minutes in game 2. And I was just like, bro, you could have just taken the win. You didn't need to come and kill me with like 3 units in both games back to back. I really thought this was a very amusing experience. But I feel like what really makes this is like the look on his face when I said he could just have the win. He was like genuinely looked disappointed that we weren't going to play. And I just like to think that it's just because he knew he was going to cheese the ever-living shit out of me. Alright, well this game opened up with the Void Ray, and the Void Ray has led into the Resonating Glaives. So into the Fast Glaives, the Void Ray obviously denies information. Now you've not seen an Oracle here, Azeba. Is that enough info to figure out what's going on? He's getting a lair up. Roach Roaring about to be done. Roaches are going to be extremely important in the next few moments, as we do see our few devs continue to shade through the middle of the map. So, heading down to the bottom right, we've got ourselves, what, about 8 adepts here at the moment. Glaives completed already. The first 7 roaches are on the way in. And, yeah, we'll get these roaches popping in a few and see if we can get a defense. Good wall off here with the Evo Chamber is going to make life a lot easier. The adept will not commit initially. That's already a very good start. Yeah, re-wall, absolutely. But need to make sure that these roaches end up in the right place, as we are going to actually knock down the Evo Chamber. Well, now maybe those roaches can stay on the high ground. Do we have enough of them? The dev's starting to take some damage. A couple of pretty low HP. We're going to get into this mineral line. Those drones should be pulling away ASAP. Of course, the sooner you pull those away, the better. But the target fire isn't really ideal. We hit the roaches a lot, and that doesn't really do too much here. We're still going to kill about 11 workers. I actually think if we just pull the drones away from this base, we don't lose we probably only lose 5 workers or so if we just pull the drones from this base immediately, and I actually think that would go a long way to making this very good for eBay. You know, say he has plus 10 drones right now, a little bit less mining, but he lost mining anyway. Like, I actually think this would be okay for him. Now, the Void Ray did cancel the 4th base. That's going to be a little bit painful as well. That kind of sucks a little bit. As do have the Void Ray continue to move about, just going to be having the Robo Bay and the Immortal continue to come up and online. So you bring that into play. Charge and +1 continuing through the Sentries and the Immortal. Robo Bay as well. I like the transition on the way from Zaun at the moment as we get ourselves into that next stage. Very comfortable and just collected transition, right? He's not going to get carried away with the depths. He's kind of happy with the first round of them. Transitioning smoothly. Extra gates coming down. And we really do ready ourselves for a mid-game that's going to be a little tough for Eva because of those workers lost. That economy is not quite as good as it should have been. And that means that I think he once again just wants to get up towards the lurkers. And I feel the same thing's going to happen as last game, where he's probably just about going to kind of be hit by a timing as the first lurkers are popping. And if he gets hit at that time, it's very difficult to hold because the lurkers, like some of them are still morphing in. They need to go run into position and stuff like that. So, yeah, a couple of things to think on in that regard as that Queen still gather up. Some Q spread pushing around. Charge +1's on the way. Disruptor on the way out. Templar Archive is building in the main base as well, so we continue to bring that through as the Overseer sits and the edge of the main. It's just going to be hanging out right there. There's a couple of additional gateways that will go down. Again, Cannon's Battery. There's also some High Templars and the Disruptor coming about. The single Void Ray in the middle of the map continues to move backwards and forwards, and is going to start zapping out a couple of Zerglings as we go as well. So a little bit more damage on those. Mortal Zealots Archons will push the Lings back to the left-hand side. Hallucination back around on the right side. Nexus and the Prism coming up and online. Two more High Templars are coming through as well. And of course, these Lings are trying to keep active, but very difficult to obviously stay super active when this army's already looking pretty powerful. Extra Hydras are coming about. The Hive is going to be done soon. Lurker Den finishing shortly. Continue to bring this into play as our Zealot Stalker sits onto the edge of creep. These Zerglings want to step up. We will fire some shots back the other direction. This is, I mean, Lurker Den halfway done, so not even on the verge of getting Lurkers here. We're actually a significant portion away from having our Lurkers available. Going to try and Corrosive Bile to split this army up in 5 at a time. Good force field's going to catch a few of the roaches. I mean, we did get one Archon in this process. The Biles now will clean the force fields out. Roach Hydra wants to go and take a step forward again, and we just have ourselves a couple of these Zealots already stepping through. The Archons obviously really trying to keep leading this charge forward as well, as the Roach Hydra hits a Disruptor shot also. Supplies are very even. Problem is, Lurker Den's done, but how do you afford the time to start building these Lurkers as well? That's the beautiful part about the timing here from Zaun, is that you just come before the Zerg can really settle into what they were aiming to get to, and that obviously depowers them in a big way. And the Zealots obviously very good as well against these Hydralisks as they consistently just get on top of them, which means that Eber is not going to be able to do too well. The Hydra Roach going to take down one more Archon. That Patry super low, going to fall soon. Another decent Disruptor shot. I think Zaun just showing he is very good right now, because Eber is absolutely no slouch, and Eber puts up a good contest against a lot of the European players, but I imagine when Zaun came back, Eber played probably some pretty scrappy games with Zaun, probably was able to push him a little bit and probably take maps. In these games, Zaun looks like a confident favorite in the series, right? And unfortunately to say, I do think a couple of differences could have made things very different. Like I say, maybe pulling the drones in that main base in that last game. We were very close to maybe being in a playable spot too. Zaun just a little bit too good right now, apparently, as he advances 2-0 in our first matchup of the day over Eber. He will take that first win, and he will move on to the round of 16, where he will likely play against ByuN. Do we have that updated already? Yes, we do. So it's going to be Zaun against ByuN in the round of 16. A bunch of players advancing through already. Shin, Skillers, Maxpax, Trap, Kua, Gumiho, and Nightmare actually going to play each other in the round of 16 as well. Those two keep on playing each other in these events, and they always kind of put out great series, so excited for that. As we will get going into ByuN versus Zaun. We'll hop on over to the Korean server for ByuN versus Zaun in a couple of moments, guys, so we'll get that ready to go. I'll kick that off. Where's Eber from? He's a UK Zerg. Like I say, met him at Epic Land this weekend. Cool little kid. Passionate about StarCraft. On the up and up. Pretty young as well, so definitely has that kind of potential to kind of break through to kind of higher level still, I think, with a little bit more practice. God, please give us some new blood Zerg life in the scene, you know. Someone that wants to play tournaments as well, it would be so nice. Some Zergs that will play tournaments, I will pay them. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, let's get into it. Let's I'm going to kick off into another match here shortly, guys. Like I say, we're going to set up for ByuN versus ZYAON. Should be a very fun best of 3. Like I say, a very competitive one. Skill has just advanced with Australia as well, by the way. So Skills and Australia will play in the round of 16. Also coming about. I want to say that ZYAON did beat ByuN when he first returned from the military, but I don't know how their matches have gone since then. Let's see if I can jog my memory. As, whoa, no, they have not played since ZYAON returned from the military. Wow. I really felt like ZYAON had played some matches against ByuN, but apparently not the case. So, ZYAON ByuN, first time since 2022. It's been about 2 years since they played on the ESL Pro Tour, DreamHack SC2 Masters, Atlanta. Round of 24. ZYAON 3-0'd ByuN there after losing 4 series previously to him. These two were kings of online events. They played a lot of online events. ByuN is 26-14 in series against ZYAON. And that is over the span of 2 years. So they played 40 times over the course of 2 years. That's obviously, you know, because ZYAON was a very late riser in StarCraft 2, was not around for a long time. Then really kind of became prevalent, became very good for a couple of years, and then went to do his military service. And like I say, they have not played since. YouTube just timed out. Refresh. Alright, we're in the party chat here for ByuN and ZYAON. Get this ready to go. Alright guys, so a couple of videos coming through. We'll get going here in a couple of moments. Thank you for a little bit of patience. You guys know how it is. It takes a few moments to get things on the way. Any other casters? Yeah, on Twitch, there's a whole bunch of casters. The ByuN is live on Twitch, Cranky Ducklings. I would advise you go to tl.net. On the right-hand side under the live events, you'll see the WardiTV Weekly Monday Cup section, and all the streams that are live are there. Now, it's not all of them. There's a couple others in the Twitch directory, but that's the majority of them, especially the English streams if you want to find them. So I do recommend. The Cranky Ducklings were covering Young Yakov against Trigger, I believe. And they still are in a 26-minute game number 1. Trigger looks as though he's on the way to winning that one, but yeah, Young Yakov Trigger. Likely if you head on over there now, you'll catch game number 2 on the Cranky Ducklings channel. That's twitch.tv/cranky_ducklings. Twitch.tv/ByuN. You can catch Gumiho versus Nightmare, which is starting up as we speak in the round of 16 as well. So you guys can catch a whole bunch of different players and different matches across the board. We are going to be going into ByuN versus ZYAON here in just a couple of moments, guys. We are not far from heading into that. We are, honestly, a couple of moments away. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget, if you're on the YouTube channel, to hit that like button. I'm going to do a like check. Look, I know it gets boring me saying this all the time, but until I see 100 likes, 133. Until I see 100 likes on the YouTube, we're going to keep mentioning it because it's actually... I actually have looked at the stats on YouTube quite extensively recently to try and understand what's making the live streams pop so much lately. And there is a direct correlation of, like, when people like the stream more earlier in the stream, the viewership ends up at a higher point. You know, like this is just some, like, I mean, I guess that makes sense, right? But, like, that means that it's genuinely worth me kind of telling you guys, hey, look, this is a thing, and then getting you guys to go and, you know, go and do it. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Can you see Skills versus Australia? I don't know who's casting that, if anyone is. I'm not 100% sure, but, yeah, I can't keep track of everyone casting everything. My best recommendation would be just try and hop around the streams and hope someone is casting it. Cool matchup. I mean, that's the only problem with doing these open cups. That's why I always a little bit kind of shy away from doing open cups, because man, it's like, if we just had all these players and we ran like a freaking like group stage over a few, like you could make this tournament and player list like last a week. But the cool part about the Open Cups, of course, is it's nice for the players to be able to show up, play their games in a day. If they lose, they're done. If they win, then they're getting closer and closer to winning money. So, you know, there's no problems there. So yeah, it's just sad we obviously can't catch all of them. In the bottom left, our blue Terran player is going to be ByuN. And in the top right, our red Protoss is going to be ZyuN. YouTube's been showing me you these streams as #1 recently. Every time you've been given it all the like is possibly given. Hell yeah! Thank you so much, Andrew. Booked on me +1 like as well. Yeah, honestly, it's crazy. Like it's just so worth saying. You know, you mention it, some extra likes come through. Extra likes means more viewers, and that turns into straight up ad revenue. You know, and we can turn ad revenue into more tournaments. So amazing to see that that's going well. So yeah, we have ourselves a probe moving about here, gateway and a simulator coming up as well. Barracks and the gas coming through from ByuN. Just getting ourselves moving about here. Probe heading down to the bottom. Racks and the gateway coming through. The assimilator's about to finish. And we will have ourselves a little bit of setting up here. It's the early stages of post-youth. Nothing too crazy to talk about just yet. Look at the beautiful Inu in this game, so I can sit back on the observing and let someone better at it do the observing than me. Always a big bonus as the SCP nibbles at our probe. Fires up a couple of shots, goes down. I'm very curious how this goes, man. Just feel as though it's such a fun playstyle kind of matchup as well, because ZyuN is definitely not the kind of player that needs to sit back and do nothing. Like, he can play scrappy games. He can be very active. So, when you talk about him playing against ByuN is somebody who is obviously a very active, proactive, aggressive player, very quick player. I feel like ZyuN has that good amount of like defensive capability to not fall apart to ByuN, but also that good amount of offensive capability to kind of make the game very interesting and out there. Have a sentry in the warp gate continue to come through. A couple of command centers building from ByuN. The barracks coming up as well. Reactor continuing to come out. Just have our Twilight Council building on the side of ZyuN, and our sentry and our warp gate continue into play. It's going to be chilling out on the high ground still as a couple of CCs continue by. Then you're going to nibble. Reaper will take a few shots right there. Again, warp gate coming through, the blink coming about, gate coming through, racks and engineering bay continuing by. Command center and orbital both about to complete as SCV's Marines and the +1 attack upgrade will continue into play. The tech lab building on the side of ByuN. But this triple command center is a big macro play from him. Just looking to set up into a big economy early and just try and out macro ZyuN. If ZyuN gets very aggressive here, this is obviously a little troubling for ByuN. ZyuN currently on 1 gateway, heading to 2. Looks like he'll just take a 3rd base, which is probably one of the best case scenarios for ByuN here, because it means that ZyuN is not looking to apply pressure, which means ByuN gets away with his build order. ZyuN's playing the greedier version of this build, but it's not like all-out greed, it's very standard. Right? It's a very standard 3-base expansion of 2 gates from ZyuN. ByuN's build is greedy. So this is that kind of triangle of greed beats standard. Standard kind of beats a little bit of aggression sometimes, and then aggression obviously beats greed. In that triangle, that's obviously a very basic triangle. It's a lot more complex than that, but on a baseline level, the build orders here look good for ByuN in the early moments. As that Stalker took a step too far forward, it goes down. That's a great start. ByuN pushing forward. He's so far away from Stim +1. Any upgrades that would actually make these Marines genuinely decent, he will be saved because this map has ramps, and the ramps obviously give him the high ground enough that he would be able to close the distance on the Stalkers and get a kill or two if they keep on poking. The moment Blink is done, he really does not want to be on the map anymore, and that's just ByuN understanding the timing of his opponent's build order He gets forward, he gets a Stalker, he loses a Marine or two, but he's back home before it becomes disastrous. If he was still on the map right now and there was a couple more Stalkers around, he would be losing so many units. So, very important there to, again, understand your timings, understand when your opponent's going to have, different things ready to go. As the two Stalkers gather up on the low ground, ByuN still gathering together. Third orbital is waiting for its opportunity. At some point, will float on down to a low ground position. Especially as Stim is finishing, we probably do get this ByuN army being chunky enough to go and defend the low ground. Like I say, this is not a super fast, set of aggression from Zaun. This was a third base from him as well. So, yes, he's got some Stalkers, but he doesn't have 4 gateways or even 3 gateways of Stalkers. So, yeah, ByuN's going to start moving down this ramp right now. Would not mind seeing a couple of Marauders stimming just to put a little bit of damage out a little more quickly. I understand you don't want to stim the whole army, especially because your medevacs are still on the way. In the end, it doesn't really matter because he does manage to push that back and keep that being pushed on out of there. The Robo Bay about to finish on the side of Zaun. The extra gates coming online. Pylon's building up also. Again, combat shield and +1 armor. Going to be the next step from ByuN. And Zaun heading into Colossus as his first round of splash damage in these early stages as well. Hey, what's up, Linus? First ever live event you managed to catch. Hell yeah, love that. Welcome to the stream. As our army here from ByuN is continuing to gather. Like I say, he's on that +1 already. The ByuN coming through. A couple Stalkers forced to blink back. Actually going to stim up this ramp right now. We're going to move ourselves in toward that mineral line. Stalker's going down. Sentry gets picked off. A couple of Zealots taking damage as well. Adept also continuing to wander over here. Stalker's blinking over to the side. One Marine goes down. Make that a second Marine. And that is a good defense from Zaun. To be fair, like I say, ByuN is never meant to be the most aggressive player in this game, but there are timings for Terran, right? And when they hit those upgrades for the first time, there's always a power spike there on the ByuN units. That can be a challenge for Protoss players at times if they're not properly set up, if they're not dealing with things in the correct way, and so on and so forth. That just gets shut down immediately here. That gets turned around, no problem at all. Zaun says, no, you're playing way too greedily for me to be in trouble to this. And you can kind of see the greed coming through. ByuN's army supply is good, but that's obviously an army which is kind of designed around building a lot of stuff rather than quality of stuff. And just now he's starting to add on the Ghost Academy. The first Vikings are coming into play. Now is the time ByuN's army will start to get a little bit more quality inside of it. And so what I'm saying is that army supply differential shouldn't matter too much. It's a little scary for the Protoss when you're only on 1, maybe 2 tech units, because that's where your power is while being in low numbers, and 1 or 2 sometimes just isn't quite enough. But with a defensive position, a battery in place, I don't think it should be that problematic at all, in fact, for Zaun. I think he should just be fine here, and I think he's realizing it as well. He is going to get a Disruptor out. It was a fun additional way to kind of deal damage, and especially good because the Disruptors are so good at zoning. Disruptors just able to zone units here, there, and absolutely everywhere. As a little bit of ByuN will step forward, as Elton Stalker going down. The +2 attack comes about. Disruptor still building. High Templar about to finish as well next few moments. A couple of pylons in the back of that low ground. On the way up as well. The armory is still halfway done. A few additional ghosts coming by. The Vikings are coming up. We got one more Stalker. The Observer presses up also. Initial attempt at this gold base will likely be cancelled. There's obviously a forward position you're trying to take here, so you kind of have to step forward yourself to be able to defend it, and that's something Zaun not comfortable in doing there just straight away, but probably isn't something you should be kind of shying away from too heavily. Few minerals mining the gold. The Nexus drops down again. The Colossus firing. Vikings coming through. The Colossus taking shots. Disruptor just firing up on some Marines. We're going to get down to that low ground. Nexus goes down. A couple more EMPs. Archon's getting lathered in those EMPs as well, so that's also going to be hurting right there. Stepping up, and a pylon will go down as well. Super battery active. ByuN coming over. Vikings medevacs keeping on the move here. Back to that left side. Nexus on the way. Disrupting the armor upgrade continuing by as well. The pylon coming through. ByuN going to take a big step forward. It's a big stim, big commitment. It's a lot of HP off these units, and we have to step back from the Disruptor initially. Vikings working their way through the Colossus. Will finish it off, although every Viking goes down. That makes it justifiable to rebuild Colossus in this army, but this might not really matter. There's another disruptor shot fires through. The medevac's going to load up once again. Disruptors and the armor upgrade going back around the other direction. Jumps into the main base now as well. The benefit of winning that fight is then that you can start to cause chaos with the drop play. And that's exactly what we're going to be starting to try and do here. So going straight through with that, as we just have another disruptor shot flying, but it's a distraction as well more than anything. And Zound, unable to get a fourth base up, is going to be in a lot of trouble here. He's realizing it. He's going to tap out of this. And ByuN is going to open with a one-game victory in this best of three. So ByuN is going to be able to get the first. We'll be heading into our second game in just a couple moments. Get this game 2 started here in just a second or so. Alright, again invited to Site Delta for game number 2. Awesome. Alright guys, we're pretty much ready to rumble. Alright, heading to Site Delta, guys. A couple of moments here, get off into game number 2. Thank you for the patience. Just sorting an admin thing out quickly. As we have got in the bottom right corner of the map, the Red Protoss player who is going to be down 1 game in this best of 3 series. The Red Protoss player is Zound. Top left, the Blue Terran. Obviously representing the Shopify Rebellion, we have ourselves ByuN. Just a good first game from ByuN. Well, I think the build order was good for him. He did not get punished for going 3CC. And that does give you a little bit of an edge. And Zound never really managed to do anything to undo that edge, right? Like, he never really got a good amount of splash units up, I would say. He was never in a position where his army was good enough to really contest and to take fights. And a lot of that was just sheer kind of number of units of ByuN, so Zound was sitting back and, like I say, just does not really find a way to punish that triple CC early. Kind of put him into an interesting position there very early on. And you already know it's unrelated, but do you know if there are any plans for SC2 and IEM Katowice this year? Nope. I know nothing about any plans for StarCraft 2 at all next year. I have assumptions and predictions, but I have absolutely no actual information of value. I wish I did. Yeah, this is complete, I'm just going to preface this, it's complete speculation. I'd be surprised if we didn't have something at StarCraft at Katowice. I think it's very likely they just need to get it figured out with eSports World Cup still. I would not be surprised if Katowice ended up being the first stop of the year in the StarCraft 2 circuit. But, like I say, that is complete pure speculation. There's nothing to base that on outside of just me, what I think is happening. A probe coming down. We do have our Nexus coming through. Cybercore is about to finish. Is tomorrow's tourney the first content on PTR? It will be on my stream. There's a bunch of other people that have already done PTR events and stuff like that, though, and at least streamed their own games. I know Harsum streamed a bunch of games on PTR and so on. I think the KLR Steadfast Roddy Cup later today is played on the PTR as well, though I'm not 100% sure. I feel like I heard that somewhere at some point, but I might just be... Yeah, I'm not sure if that's something I thought of last week and then, or... You know what I mean? I'm not 100% sure, but... It will be the first on our channel tomorrow. Starport coming up, Cyclone on the way. Twilight Council building from Zound as we get that started up as well. Take a moment or two. Obviously, again, pretty nice passive start. Nothing super crazy in the first few moments. able to take our time about the early game setup so far. It would seem as our Cyclone coming through. The couple of Marines will continue up as well. Orbital lifts off. It's going to be seeing the Cyclone, a couple extra Marines coming through, the medevac as well. Orbital will be landing. As you just see again, the Link and the Warp Gate continue to come through as well. Medevac boost down. Cyclone just going to be chilling up the high ground. The medevac continues to get in toward the main base. I'm just going to be seeing the Blink and the Obs continue to come up. The Marines will continue to unload in the main. So ByuN already going for a little bit of multi-prong. Blink not done yet. So this opens the door to, and again, in here and actually dealing some damage. You could pick up on the first Marine. We will not lose anything there as we go for the liftoffs. And Stalker's in position against the Cyclones on the low ground. That's going to be a good defense there as well. Those Cyclones get pushed away very easily and very comfortably. No problem at all. According to Wikipedia, tonight's cast stars on the PTR. Yeah, I thought it was. I'm really holding out hope they make a PTR update. It's been like a week. How long has it been since they announced it? Like a week or so? I really feel like they have a good chance of updating it at some point. Fingers crossed they can do that, because there's no way they're just going to keep on going with the current list of changes. The whole point of the PTR is they usually change stuff, and then they change stuff based on how people react. So I kind of am hoping that my tournament gets to run on like what I would call like round 2 of the PTR. That's kind of why I wasn't rushing to do anything last week straight away. But like I say, it's all just guesswork on my side. So. Probes going about, Raven moving to the side, the Immortal Chrono boosting on that Robo facility. That's going to drop another Order Turret in, and the probes will get chased. Stalkers come over as well. Again, Stimpack and +1 continue to produce on through. The Order Turret getting cleaned out. Next is going to finish over on that right side again. Stim and +1 still on the way through. Yeah, Adepts, Stalkers, Sentry's just going to be pressing forward. Sentry goes down. So that's the Adepts is going to be taking some damage as well. The Immortal's still trying to whack away, and actually going to be able to get rid of the second Siege Tank. It takes a lot of the power out of this push, but it comes. I mean, this only costs you one Immortal in the Sentry, really, in terms of tech units. I mean, you get rid of the entire push here. I'd say Zhao's pretty happy about this. Yeah, the Immortal's something nice to have later on as well, but pushing that attack back easily. Big deal. Now ByuN can hit Stimpack. The only concern I maybe have is Zhaon is still yet to really show us another wave of tech, right? He's got Templar Archives, but yeah, time to put that Storm onto the production tab. Couple extra Rex coming through. +1 combat shield, the Stim coming about as well. Next Marauder still on the way. Marines coming through as well. More probes pop out. A couple of High Templars get warped in as well. Storm coming through, the charge going to be finishing. The Immortal next to Zealots still building by. ByuN's going to step up. Stalkers can push back. High Templars as well. We actually are going to be able to drop the first Storm very nicely. There's no combat shield on those Marines, so they are sinking to HPs really quickly. We have one Storm remaining. We kind of blinked into chase there that was not really necessary, first of all, and actually ends up costing you as we now run into Widow Mines. The Zealots all going to go down to these. Sentry as well, good pullback on the High Templars, but we got to be careful that we just don't get chased down. Have to be very cautious over there. A couple of auto turrets drop in. The Stalker is going to be shooting at the Raven. We will see Stalker in trouble, though. The auto turret's absolutely blasting. They got a couple of probes as well. A lot of these little bits of harass are going in ByuN's favor. Just little things now. 2.4 to 3.2k resources lost. He has taken a good couple of fights over the last few moments and definitely kind of shaping this game into his advantage. So ByuN kind of back onto the forward foot here in game 2 of this series. Obviously up 1, the map win here would send ByuN into the quarterfinals today. Paul of 2020, thank you so much for the 50-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. You guys are enjoying the stream on Twitch and you've got a Prime sub available. Check if you've got it available. Yeah, you can support the channel here today for free. Greatly appreciate it if you do. As the storm goes down, a little bit of Bio is going to be firing up, and Archon taking some shots as well. A couple of Widow Mines going to be firing away. Prism taking a few more hits. Medevacs load up. We pull back slightly. Widow Mines trying to aim around, as we are going to be seeing the Marines and the Ghost going to be there. Continue to push that back as well as we continue to have ByuN being chased backwards here. This army is going to keep on shoving in. A couple of extra Zealots come through. Honestly, pretty darn good fight on the side of Zaun, doing a pretty decent job of this, as we do have a continued push up coming through here. The Immortals able to do a lot of damage to the Marauders specifically. So honestly, pretty good pushback from Zaun. He's got no upgrades to the 1-1 right now. So there's a lot of reasons why this is not really going in Zaun's favor. But he did get a good pushback there. I think his army comm's very good against what was kind of Marauder heavy. Now there's EMPs available. I do not think there should be a push we continue with at all. But we do cancel the 4th base. Cancel the 4th, run away, kind of improve your army again. I'm very down for that, as long as we get out of here with these units, with, you know, which with the Prism Micro going there, we can. Yeah, hard to hate on that, although that's an Immortal that's going to get donated into the army. Unfortunately, that will just go down. Yeah, obviously we're talking about a situation where every unit counts, right? So losing a chunk of units like that is hardly ideal. These couple of auto turrets still getting to work. The Zealots trying to charge up. Ghost and ByuN is going to be there as well. We're going to re-engage forwards here. A couple of Archons will start getting blasted. Medevac getting taken out as well. And thank you for the flurry of Prime subs, by the way, guys. From Strutinov, the 7-month resub on the Prime. Dark Saber, 23 on the 11-month resub. And General Butt Naked on the 8-month resub. Everyone using their Primes. Thank you so very much for supporting the stream today. And the WardiTV Mondays number 8. Zaun had to retreat back then, like I say, get back to the building blocks of this game for him, try and get this army back on track to a point where it can compete. I'm just terrified about the EMPs. They seem very good. We're going to fight in an open field here, which typically should be good for the Zaun army because, you know, Zealots want to charge in, get a good wrap on the forces. The Archons will have space to kind of close the guess distance and kind of get onto those units as well, but just not enough units, plain and simple. Not enough Zealots, I think, specifically. Especially with the EMPs coming down and no armor upgrade on the Zealots either. So the few Zealots that were there melt a little bit too soon. And ByuN is just able to chew through the forces that came through there. Maintaining about a 20 to 30 supply lead, a little bit on the higher side of that now. So yeah, ByuN getting into a little bit of a better position. As again, we still have 2-2 upgrades coming about. Vikings, Marines, and the Ghost continuing up as well. +2 attack on the Immortal continuing into play. Another Zealot getting picked off by units continuing down to the bottom, and we have got another group of Protoss forces trying to step forward already. Kind of going to get jumped on. A few other Zealots coming in from the right-hand side. Stalkers and the Immortal coming through too. A couple of Zealots getting picked off. High Templars. First one going down. Now we jump forward. EMP still dropping. Units taking a lot of hits. Fire will keep on fighting. A couple of Zealots going down. And we'll stop and slow again just as ByuN is unable to kind of put the finishing touches on the attack through. And 2-2 on the way from ByuN. Ghost Academy, Medevacs, Widow Mines, Marines, extra barracks all coming into play currently. And Zaun continues to set up and just, yeah, again, a defense that so far has absolutely been good enough to keep him in this. And to keep Zaun alive, competitive. Definitely still think that ByuN's on the kind of the forward leaning foot in this matchup, but yeah, hard to disagree that this has been a very good effort out of Zaun to keep on drawing the game out for as long as possible, which sometimes is the most you can ask for in these games. With Disruptors coming by, the Zealot getting chased over. ByuN pushing down 2-2 to just +2 right now. This 5th base gets cancelled as well, so that gets taken out. More zealots warp in, the disruptors come up. So we'll have our army maybe ready to come down this ramp also, ready to play on through. Another nice storm getting into the center there. Marines having to back it up. A couple of Vikings stepping up as well. A few probes now in some trouble. 3 workers going down immediately. Zealot, Stalker, Disruptor coming back over the other side. The +1 armor upgrade coming through as well. Jump into the main base, EMPing towards that prism as we try and stop the storm from coming down. Storm comes down, but it's not that effective. Was that enough zealots on the recall? I do not think so. They melt. And the other few units here are Archons, and there is a Ghost EMP available, so I'm not sure if that is necessarily a fight you can easily take. I mean, if ByuN just stands and fights us, I think this is good enough for him, honestly. He's going to be pushing to the front. He did not see the Disruptor shots coming, though. He will eat them to the face. However, I think he's just too far ahead. And as another Disruptor comes about, it's going to force the Bio to step back a second. Medevac chased away over to the other side. CC just going to come over the left and just going to go dropping into a 5th base in the next couple of moments. Disruptors and Stalkers stepping forward again. Vikings and ByuNs coming about also. +1 armor is on its way from Zan, man. He could really do with that as these Disruptors are dying before they get to connect. He blows up his own Zealot with this Disruptor shot. Obviously, the supply difference has grown over the last few minutes and now very heavily in favor of ByuN, who's up, what, 50 supply in this game at the moment. Vikings trying to step forward again. Another Disruptor shot fires, but will not land. And try and get this Disruptor. A couple of Marauders going down. Oof. Now the Vikings knock down that Prism as well. Again, additional medevacs on the way out. Marine Marauder, Ghost, all producing. Units continue to come around into the center here. Disruptors firing through, we split, and we are going to be seeing some of those ByuNs starting to go down. Another Disruptor shot will land on a couple of units over on the left. ByuN gets back up the right-hand side. Disruptors coming across. I mean, Disruptors are kind of the lifeline of Zan, and unfortunately, they're just not hitting the hits that they need to. They're dying too quickly. When they do land, they're just not good enough. ByuN's going to get there. A couple of Zealots are going to get picked. Again, ByuN sits about 50 supply ahead at the moment as well. 3-3 on the way up on the side of ByuN. We are going to be seeing the Disruptors trying to come through. We're just going to be able to grab one. Another Disruptor shot going towards those Marines. A storm comes down. Disruptor lands. Marines and Marauder going to get grabbed there. We're going to dive on forwards. ByuN's across the board. Super Battery gets denied. Our ByuN stepping up. Stalkers will be dropping as well. Ghost will continue through. The Zealots will fall. I think it's fair to say that that is going to be good enough as Zan has to say GG's and good night for him on this Monday. It will be ByuN to take the 2-0 and move on through into the round of 8. He will be playing the winner of Shin and Lemon. Lemon getting the 2-1 over Geralt is very fun. Some of the results coming through here, guys, as Estrella 2-0 Skillis. He will play Max Backs or Trigger. That's actually a very fun section of the bracket in general. CLEM playing Battle B, who went 2-1 over Rex. Man, the round of 32 actually had some cool games today. ByuN 2-1 Fiant as well. Round of 32 popping off. Apparently Harsam and Nicorect are still playing their matchup as well as Harsam streaming. I wonder what that's looking like right now. Looks like they have 15 minutes in a game, so yeah, that's still going on. Yeah, kind of wild games in the round of 32. Like I say, ByuN advances here. He'll play Shin or Lemon. Shin's been in the game for 6 minutes. Trap would play Harsam and Nicorect. Kyo playing Ryung. Nightmare playing Gumiho. CLEM playing Battle B. In fact, Kyo just 2-0'd Ryung. So Kyo is going to go into the round of 8, but he's going to have a little while to wait because he's got to wait for Harsam and Nicorect to finish and then the winner to play Trap. So that is all going on. I don't know what our best bet is. Maybe just wait for Shin Lemon to finish up and we can kind of follow the match into ByuN. Gumiho just 2-1 Nightmare, so there's another result coming in right now. So yeah, we're just gonna figure that out, guys. I mean, we can't really do much else other than to wait around here. Thank you so much, Ape Doc. You also came in with the Prime sub, by the way, after the initial surge of Primes. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the resub for 3 months. Welcome back. Thank you very much indeed. As we will take a couple of moments and figure out. So yeah, we're just waiting for Shin to finish his current match. If he wins, I mean, it might be Lemon that comes out. Lemon's been pretty good when we saw him last time. But yeah, round of 8 is starting to take shape. I guess I'll show this on stream. Some people have been asking me to show this on the stream a little bit more. So let's do that. And look at our beautiful bracket so far. So like, as you can see, the round of 32 has been playing out. Pretty much all done there, apart from Horse from Nikaract. Round of 16 is mostly set and playing. So CLEM against Battle B. Winner of that plays Gumiho. Kuro has defeated Ryung. He will play Trap Hearthstone on Nikaract. Estrella will play Max Pax Trigger. So this section's TVT. This section probably TVP most likely. This section's PvP, and then this section is Terran versus Pros. So actually, I think this section on the bottom, the ByuN section, is the best right now because it stays clear of the mirror matchups, and while also being almost ready to play in comparison to this other section. So I think we're going to stay on the bottom section of the map for the moment, guys. Probably look for that ByuN quarterfinal matchup is our current goal. Try and go from there and figure out what we can do. So that's where our bracket stands at the moment. ByuN's so good. You think he's the second best Terran after CLEM right now? There's a big mix. Personally, I mean, I love ByuN, don't get me wrong, but there's a big mix between, like, I guess Q has not been so hot lately, but, like, ByuN and Gumiho, we haven't really seen much of Maru lately, obviously, as well. ByuN Shin should be good. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Shin is yeah. Yeah, ByuN Shin would be, I think, probably the best match for a round of 8. But if Lemon beats Shin, then that's a story on its own. That'd be fun to see how Lemon looks against ByuN. Typically, we probably... You know what typically happens, though, is, like, Lemon beats Shin. Was probably a great series, and he plays ByuN and gets smashed, and so we're like, how? Oh, Lemon beats Shin, and ByuN just destroys him, so the storyline is dead in the water immediately. Captain Hair, thank you so much for the 56-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. I do want to talk about the future of WardiTV Mondays, guys, but I'm going to do that in a little bit. Again, we were guaranteed throughout September and October. I'll give you guys an update on WardiTV Mondays after a little bit later, maybe like during the semifinals or so. Just try and get a few more viewers in before we commit to that discussion. Alright, Shin's still in game, guys, so I was just trying to see where the other matchups are at. Let's have a look around the other streams and give you guys some updates on what's going on where. On the Cranky Ducklings, Max Pax and Trigger are 1-1. Trigger attacking into Max Pax as natural currently, so that's going on. Max Pax is looking to make a defense as the Stalker step forward. Void Rays are popping prismatic alignment. It looks as though Max Pax has held on to likely take down Trigger in that game. Number 3. Um, da, 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 da. Alright. So yeah, just waiting for Shin to come out again, guys. I think that's the best section for us to jump into. Sorry, I know that's probably a little unfun for us waiting around. Max did beat Trigger. So that just went down. Let's have a look on the ByuN stream. What's going on there? He's not in game right now. Although it looks as though he's going for Harstem versus Trap, as Harstem has finally defeated Nicorect. So Harstem Trap winner will play Cure. Going to be happening over on the ByuN channel if you guys want to catch that one as well. And I believe Coker is probably following Clem in the French stream. It does look like that is the case. Like I said, I think we're just going to wait out for the ByuN Shin or ByuN Lemon series. Shin's been in game with Lemon for about 14 minutes right now, so they should be trending towards being done now. Every time I say this, I usually curse it into being like a 40-minute game. But we're going to believe that they're going to finish their series soon, and we can either jump into the next game of that series or the winner versus ByuN is what we're going to be looking for. Yeah, I didn't want to run this event on PTR, guys. I don't think we should run one of our big weekly cups on PTR. I'm going to run a specifically PTR tournament, but I think it's good to continue to have... I don't think all competitions should suddenly just be PTR and nothing else, you know? How does Zan look against ByuN? He was fine. I definitely lacking a little bit of something, a little bit of... I mean, it looked pretty comfortable for ByuN, I think. There was definitely some moments where Zan had some better moments. But hard to say he really ever controlled the game, you know? Very difficult to say that. Take on the new patch. I don't think there's a point in having a take on the new patch, because the new patch is not going to look anything like what was already announced, so... It doesn't really matter what you think about the patch. Miss playing the game so much, might jump in back in when you get a better setup. Hell yeah. I was saying I've been playing some over the weekend. I was at a UK event, and it was very fun to get in and play some games. Very rewarding. CLEM beat Battlebee, by the way. Is the CLEM Gumiho in the top round of 8 going to be starting as well? If you guys want to check that out again, that'll be on Coca's channel. We are doubling down on waiting for Shin. Do, 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 do. classic Wardy situation. Decide we're gonna go for a certain matchup, end up waiting for that matchup forever. Big brain plays, guys. Big brain plays. Ooh. Oh yes, we don't need today. Yeah. They're really gonna play like a 30-minute game, aren't they? I can just tell. I can just tell. Such a classic. Hey, they actually just came out of game. Nice. So we will either get into the next map of Shin versus Lemon, or we will have the next series, the winner of that series versus ByuN. I'm just watching intently to see whether or not we need to join them, or whether we can wait for some vetoes. Either way, we should have StarCraft. Oh, no, we need to join. Go. Nice. Perfect. All right, so we're going to get into this Shin versus Lemon series. It's 1-1 here. So Shin and Lemon 1-1 in the ZVP. This off momentarily, and we'll get this ready to rumble. 1-1 tied up. Okay, perfect. Let's get this underway. In the bottom left-hand side, we are going to start off with the blue Zerg player, who I think would be everyone's favorite kind of coming into this. But like I say, it's currently tied on up. In the bottom left, our blue Zerg player is Shin. In the top right, our red Protoss is going to be Lemon. Lemon, if you are not aware, Taiwanese player. And in the most recent ESL regionals, was actually really freaking good. Like, Lemon really surprised a lot of us in those regionals. He became kind of the player to root for in a lot of ways. And yeah, really kind of punched above his weight. He used to be a Terran player, kind of played a bit of every race, and seems to be finding major success with Protoss lately. And has been playing Protoss for a while now, so fun to see that. Shin is going to take a drone toward the gold base early. Get that going. Moves about, gateway and assimilator continuing through. We do have our hatch and our gas coming up as well. Yo, France, thank you so much for the 69 months resub. Hello and good morning. Hello, thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate it. Have drones. Just transferring to that gold base. That's not anything crazy. That gold base coming up and online and getting that in over and set up here over the next few moments. Cybercore battle complete again. A couple queens and a few lings continue to come through as well, so we keep that on the go. Again, our queens and our lings continue about it also. Lings is going to nibble at the rock, so we do have our ling speed coming about. Queen and the drones continue to come through as well. Okay, Stargate coming about. Probe chrono boosting. Let's have one again. Our link seed coming up very shortly. Step moves stepping forward. Link speed still coming up a little bit as well. Seeing the Adept trying to move around. The Ling's trying to get a little wrap on that Adept. We do see one drone going down. Queen is going to be there. The Ling's going to be there as well. And Link speed coming up. The Overlords are building. Drones still coming by as well. Oracle still building through. Again, the Warp Gate about to finish here. Adept and the probes coming about. The drones coming up as well on the side of Shin. Things just continue to move around with the Oracle out. We'll see Lemon trying to put a little bit of pressure on as well. Oracle heads in towards the main. The Queen going to be there to play a little bit of pushback also. Crawler and I get put in position. Things going to try and get the Nexus. Oracle activating. Twilight Council and the gate still coming up as well. Just have our blink coming online, so that's going to be the follow-up from Lemon. Pretty smooth so far, obviously, as this Oracle tries to get in for some damage. Things pop, just going to be gathering, a couple Queens gathering. Oracle activates for a couple of drones. Nexus finishing on the third base again. The blink, the couple Stalkers come by. The Nexus coming through as well. Battery heals up the Oracle just for a couple of moments. We're going to actually get a wrap around here, and that's going to be the battery going down. These Stalkers do not have blink yet, and the Oracle's going to be out of energy, so the Lings flooding across are going to begin to trade, and those Stalkers obviously just cannot get away. How many of these Stalkers can we kill? It looks like we're going to get the majority of them. Oracle just completely drained of energy. Another Oracle showing up now. But man, is it just a little bit too late. The Queen's now arriving, but so much damage already done. And just like that, Shin is going to take it. It is going to be game number 3 of this series. 2-1 in favor of Shin as he takes the victory and advances through to the quarterfinals, where he will play against ByuN as we were originally waiting for. We are going to get that in the end. Alright, so we're going to jump into Shin versus ByuN when the vetoes come through in the next couple of moments, guys. Get that TVZ underway. Get that set up and ready to party in to that next matchup, guys. As, yeah, Shin taking down Lemon there. Would be interesting to see the game Lemon won. Would have been pretty neat to catch that. You can play StarCraft 2 with a microwave. That sounds like my kind of skill level. That's what you think until you realize the microwave literally has the word micro in its name. Microwave's gonna micro its unit so well. I don't know where this conversation's going. Ghost River, Golden Aura, Crimson Court, vetoed already. What else is ByuN going to veto? Is he going to let Post Youth be in here? ByuN has a thing about playing long late game TVZs, so might delve into that realm of possibility. It's definitely not out of the question for him. Am I sleep deprived? No, I'm just trying to make a conversation of out of nothing, basically. Crimson Cord, Amphion vetoed. Waiting for one more veto from Shin, one more veto from ByuN. We can kick this off. Oceanborn, the final veto from Shin, final veto from ByuN coming in a moment then. Kick this off and see what we get. Shin has been a monster in these events lately. Been very fun to watch him. Because obviously this is going to set us up into this bottom side semi-final. Afterwards, the winner of this plays Max Pax or Astraea as well. Looking very fun. Looking very fun. Do 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 bow down now. Alright, Alcyone coming up. We're gonna get this on the way. Alright, so first map's going to be Alcyone, second map Dynasty, third map Host Youth. Some big maps involved. Like I say, ByuN's very happy to play some big maps sometimes. As we are going to start off on Alcyone. These maps really do just kind of take you towards the longer games, so we'll see if that's what ByuN really wants to play. Apparently it is. We are going to kick this off in a moment, my friends. Thank you for joining us. 3, 2, 1. I'm going to get in game in just a moment or two, so we will take this off and away. Really, I'm a little bit yawny. Alright, let's head into this. We get into Alcyone. In the bottom left, our red Terran player. This is our red Terran player, ByuN. Top right, our blue Zerg is going to be Shin. So great to see Shin wanting to participate in everything and really being the Zerg representative. And not just a Zerg representative that just plays, but like he's been doing really well in these events as well. So really nice to see a consistent Zerg representation. So get into this game number 1. Drones coming up, hatch coming through, racks on the gas coming in, the SCV building up as well. Again, hatch gas and pool coming out, a couple of drones still coming about, the racks on the way on the side of ByuN, SCV about to pop. Reaper will be on the way, Orbital as well. I'm just going to be seeing our Overlord continuing to head down to the bottom left side of the map. So just journeying across for a few moments, trying to see what's going on. Obviously, in game. Just trying to see where we can get to. And Reaper coming up, CC coming about. Rolf, thank you so much for the 11-month resub on the Prime. Thanks. No, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Capture coming in. It's going to be using a CC coming up. SCV and the Marine coming about. Drone pulls over to the side. Just going to nibble through some of these minerals. Open up that space. Link speed coming about. A couple queens on the way. The Link's still trying to chase the Reaper down a little bit as well. This is not the new patch, no guys. New patch tournament will be tomorrow for us. Tomorrow, Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. We'll have a new PTR event. Link speed continues up, about halfway done. Queen coming about. Rack's gonna drop down. Just gonna be seeing the factory still starting up a couple of Hellions there. Just gonna get that going. And yeah, Rack's coming through. CC is on the way. A lot of building up being done for the moment in these early stages. Feeling's going to start getting across the map. We do have ourselves Stimpack coming up, Marine on the way, a couple of SCVs in the command center coming through as well. Continue to get a lot of different bits and pieces just brought through for the moment. Things trying to run up. Hellions get pulled back over that right hand side. SCVs are going to get grabbed. There's a few of them already dropping down. So a few SCVs begin to drop. The Hellions getting chased. Go jump on a few of those. The Marines continue to fight back as well. Lings continue to take damage. And again, Stimpack halfway done. Marines react to Star Portal coming about as well. People continue to chase the Lings away for the moment. Lings actually going to get that surround, but 8 SCVs already going down. It's brutal for ByuN. That's huge economic damage taken early. Yeah, Shin has to pay for it with some Lings, but he's very okay with this. He also consider he got rid of a couple of the Hellions as well, so you get rid of some of the map control. That ByuN would bounce back. On the other side, we're just going to be seeing our Roach Horn coming up. Strike is coming through. The Overlords are building. Stimpack about to finish. Medevac is on the way through. Again, coming up, drones on the way. The Evolution Chamber continues through as well. A couple of Evos going to be coming back around. It's going to be seeing the Queen. Dropping that inject into the base. Again, the couple of Medevacs coming back over. Extractors still continue about. We do have ourselves a couple of engineering bays building on the side of ByuN. Obviously, get those upgrades started. They're going to be behind ever so slightly the 1-1 missiles of Shin. Coming up, Lings on the way through. Roach speed is starting as well. A few extra Lings and the Roaches continue to come about. Marines are going to step forward as well, continue to chase those Lings out of there. It's just going to run up. We are going to have 1-1 combat shield coming through. Again, missiles, carapace, roach speed. Continuing to produce. Our roaches will build on in. A few more overlords coming out as well. The medevacs continue to get up towards the top. Again, 1-1 and combat shields coming around. Lings in the center. He's just going to get that. A couple of things get chased back once again. The 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield coming through too. So we've got that combat shield finish up shortly. Again, Medivacs Marines just get back out over on the edges. Marines clearing up some rocks. Obviously, the drop's starting to come around, trying to put some pressure on, pull Shin around a little bit. One thing Shin doesn't have is a lot of creep spread, but does that really matter when he's just going to Roach Ravager push? So the first tank is in a nice place, but we need more than one tank, and right now that first tank getting biled already. It's going to go down. The next tank is very far back. We did not kill the siege tank, though, so it gets a few more shots off. A few more shots than it maybe should have done, but I think this is also just... We did damage earlier, remember? Ravagers keep on fighting, just going to see the SCVs keep on going down, Marines getting picked away at. Tank will fall, and Shin is going to take confidence in game number 1 as he just gets in and is able to do damage nice and early, and really is able to capitalize on that damage. 1-1 Roach Ravager push does not wait around for a Terran who has fallen behind in the early stages of the game. It's going to be GG's, and Shin is going to take a 1-0 lead, looking to set himself in towards the semi-finals today. Gonna head off into Dynasty. So second map Dynasty, third map I'll post you. I feel like this map pool gets kind of better for Shin as it goes along. Dynasty for a while a lot of Terrans really liked, but I feel like given time, Zergs have kind of adapted to it. Alright, let's jump into Dynasty. Let's get this on the go as we have in the top right corner of the map a red Terran player representing the Shopify Rebellion. This is ByuN. And in the bottom left, up a game in the best of 3 series will be our blue Zerg player Shin. If you're enjoying the stream today, do not forget to hit the follow button on the Twitch, the like button, and the subscribe button on the YouTube. Come back and watch more of our streams and our content in the future. Always appreciated. Thanks so much for enjoying WardiTV Mondays number 8 to continue on through. Refinery comes up, hatchery is on the way, the drone coming about. War drones continuing forwards. Again, hatch got some pool coming up. Couple drones coming in. The Rax is about to finish. SCV finishing soon. Reaper will be on the way as the Overlord continues to get up to the top and towards the upper right-hand side. The SCV and down to the gold base and is going to get ready to expand there. No surprises about that expansion. For Zerg to punish the gold, you have to go Roaches, which kind of shoehorns the Zerg into a single kind of decision anyways, which is typically good for the Terran. If you know they're going to play Roaches and Ravages, you can play some Banshees for safety and so on, so there's a lot you can kind of take from that in general. Reaper coming up, again, Rax coming through. Just gonna see that CC coming down. A couple of Queens in the lanes continuing about. The Overlord heads into the main base to see what's going on. Obviously, early scout will just reveal we got an early CC. Rax building the reactor, and all of that goodness to begin with. Obviously, the Reaper across the map already and is going to be poking into the base of the Zerg here very shortly. Into the natural we go. Firstlings are popping out. Queen gonna be there. Maybe gets pushed away again. Link speed still coming up. Hatchery, drone, Queen, all building. Again, a couple of Marines and the CC and the factory coming online. The orbital command is gonna start up as well. Impact will begin. Factory halfway done. Let's just have ourselves the stim on the way up. A few more Marines coming into play. Factories continue to go about. See ourselves the LAN now building, so we get that up and running as well. There's this new patch. Nope. We'll have new patch content tomorrow. Kind of praying we have a Monday PTR update. Two SCVs mining away on the gold base, the lag coming up, the road drone coming through, and that hatchery continuing to play as well. Let's just continue to get all of this rolling so far. It goes around. A couple of queens gonna get bopped about as well. If it gets back in the center against Impact finishing soon. A couple of medevacs on the way out as well. Continue to get this going. We have ourselves the Reaper, just gonna get turned away also. Medevac's gonna boost across, heading down to the bottom left hand side of the map, so gonna go aggressively over there. Gonna get the burrow on the go here from Shin, so he's gonna get burrow. He's getting roach speed, committing to those roaches a second game in the row in this series now. But yeah, getting that burrow pretty fun. Something a little bit different for sure right now. Step up, roach Ravager just gonna get turned away. It's gonna be there as well. That Reaper also is getting chased out for the moment, just getting pushed back over there for now. Just forced the Marines to lift back up into the medevacs. One step forward, Roach is taking a lot of damage. Just going to be having the 1-1 upgrades and combat shield from ByuN on the way through as well. I mean, it's going to be interesting. I mean, Burrow finishes. I mean, Tunneling Claws surely comes next. Unless this Burrow was just kind of a mistake from the start. The Ravager comes through, hitting some SCVs as we go. I think there's a little drop, man. Just kind of chilling around here, gets the Roach in the end. Just trying to be a constant annoyance, right? As we do have scan being used to kind of clear the way against the Burrow. So, yeah, very, I mean, honestly, it doesn't feel like Burrow's going to do too much in this. Interesting stuff. But we do have SCVs can transfer from that gold base to the third as well. Hatchery on the top side now from Shin as we get a fourth base up and started, so we get that going immediately. Shin's gonna find whatever ByuN says a little bit funny. Again, one more missile upgrades coming by. The link speed's halfway done. Mainly now starting up from Shin. The hive coming through. Hatchery halfway done as well. Got a couple of roaches running down for the moment. So Roach Ravager coming about. Drones on the way. The Reaper and the Marines around the upper side of the map. Also, just going to be seeing our tank and our Marines continue to gather together. Medevac, Armory, all coming up. Nice one move. Medivacs coming about here. Roach Ravager coming forward. Couple first of Vile's going to go onto the first siege tank. I mean, this is going to be the interesting position of you kind of want to defend your gold, so the tank's going to be over there, but then you've got to be very careful about that position as well. Another hatch going to come through again. +1 melee, +2 carapace, baneling speed. Continuing up, Lings and Ultra Cavern coming by. Zamarines here, going to get rid of a couple creep tumors. Arch Ravager gets to the top again. Back in position, Roach Ravager stepping up, going to get blasted. And you see the Marines continue to fight a little bit. Repair on this siege tank is actually keeping it alive, and a little bit more time on this tank lifespan was pretty neat. Gets a couple more Ravagers out of it. Now Marines from the other side coming through as we play the chase down. Pushing that back away. Kindness plane coming up, Bane speed coming by. Going to come around, a couple of Lings going to get through, a couple of tank shots going to go back over the other side. I mean, this is really nice, and actually we do burrow. So that burrow has been a much bigger factor than I thought it would be. Nice drop in the main, going to catch Shin completely unawares. He's going to lose an Evo Chin, but +2 carapace denied. As ByuN gets back into this main base, and now chasing down for the melee upgrade. It's going to go down, it will not finish. So +1 melee, +2 carapace, both go down. Major drop from ByuN, who is going to depower those ultras in a big way. That is huge. Marines going to get the hatchery. Roach is still taking damage. He's going to load back up into the medevacs again. Ultra's popping. Kindness plating coming through. Ultra Bane, Roach, Vipers stepping forward here. How well can this trade go for ByuN as he starts to stutter step? Needs to get rid of these ultras. Does not seem like an impossible task when they're missing some of the carapace upgrades that would usually help them out so much. This Planetary Fortress in trouble. We're going to turn fight now. Most of the Baneling's already going down. Means the bio will be pretty strong here. And ByuN will be able to turn this fight onto the Zerg units and now chasing them down. Get pushed back to the top. Marine's going to unload. Jumping onto the hatchery. 3-3 on the way up from ByuN as well. A bit more Marine Marauder continuing through as we speak. Steps up. Crypt Humans will be taking damage. He's going to be stepping forward. Baneling's morphing in for the moment. Ultra going to go down. The rest of these Banes rolling through. The bio going to continue to kite back. Ultras continue to drop. Widowmine's going to go after those Ultras. They will fall. Get down to the low ground. It's going to be seeing the Marines loading back up. Pulling back the other way again. Banes continue to come across. Ultra is still going down. ByuN has taken the supply lead and looks as though Shin is struggling to get enough units up to be competitive again. And the upgrade to now is kind of a big deal. Made just a good difference in a lot of these fights. Rain's going to drop down. Hatchery going to be taking some damage. We've seen the rest of the bio coming up through the top. ByuN's pushing this top left-hand side. I mean, these Ultras do not have any support, and there's a good amount of Marauders. Again, without the carapace upgrade. Even if you have Chitinous playing, just missing an armor upgrade on these Ultras really is noticeable. As, yeah, Ultras are kind of melting more so than Ultras should. They should have a little bit more beef to them, and that is just not the case here as the bio continues to push forward. Roach Ravager. Well, I say Ravager. There's not a Ravager in sight, so a few more Roaches going down as well. GG's, and ByuN is going to take it to a 1-1 scoreline. Game 3 coming up here shortly. As elsewhere on the bracket, Trap and Hearthstone apparently still playing. Winner of that takes on Cure. Winner of that plays CLEM. Meanwhile, MaxPax waits for the winner of this ByuN versus Shin series, so that is coming about as we speak as well. Obviously, we'll probably end up on that one for our first semi-final. With the way that things are going right now, it seems like a pretty reasonable direction to take. Pick this off in a few moments as we go 3, 2, 1. We count down into game number 3. Deciding map and Post Youth. Well, actually, maybe we won't end up on that bottom semi-final first, because Post Youth has the potential to be quite a long game. So let's figure out how that goes. Post Youth coming in here in just a moment. And what a drop from ByuN. Getting those upgrades, really cannot stress enough the importance that really kind of led to the game. I really do think that looks at least a bit more manageable for Shin if he has those upgrades. The Ultras were kind of just complete wasted investments when those upgrades got denied. In the bottom left, our red Terran player is going to be ByuN from the Shopify Rebellion. As in the top right, our blue Zerg is Shin. Happy Halloween, right back at you, Fatal. Got a great Halloween costume this year. This year I'm going as the StarCraft 2 patch notes. Terrifying. As our game 3 gets underway, we are going to start off with a forward gold from Shin. So taking that on the map, maybe this is not going to be as long of a game as I just alluded to. That forward gold will typically speed up the game and typically bring it more easily kind of under fire from ByuN, but typically also more aggressively used from the Zerg as well. We'll just have ourselves the hatch in the pool coming about. We'll have our drone coming in. So guys, we'll have PTR, new patch games in the open qualifier for it tomorrow, and then we'll have the actual tournament that we're running starting on Wednesday and Friday for the groups, and then Sunday for the playoffs. But yeah, we will have an open qualifier for the new patch tomorrow, so... Tank speed is on the way. Feelings and a couple queens continue to come about. Just gonna see a grenade going down. Drone taking some damage. Feelings coming about as well. We're just gonna fight. Queen takes damage. Feelings coming over. Speed still building, hatchery coming through, Hellion's coming about. Speed's about to be done. Getting a couple Hellions on the way, game settled. The first few moments, this is going to be obviously post-youth, so again, could be a big map, but tell you what ByuN is doing, just nice fast stim, a few Hellions to kind of take control, but stim on the way quickly. Still a few more Hellions coming up, so we're not going to be just cutting those completely as we try and put some pressure on the gold. There's the expected Roach Roar, and after this forward gold was taken, And the Reaper continue to move down. Drones continue to mine up on the gold base. Stimpak on the way in. Queen's gathering again. Orbital command. The Marines and the Stimpak coming through. The Rotron's about to come about as well. Going to be firing a few of those Lings taking damage, some shots continuing through. Yeah, now 6 Roaches continue to come up as that Queen is about to complete there. The 6 additional drones coming in also. Order command will make its way over. Things gathering up, just going to have ourselves a couple of shots on some Roaches there, so a little bit of damage being done immediately on that one. More upgrades coming out of the engineering base, continue to get that on the way right now, so bringing that through. Having the left coming by, man. I really expected him to be a bit more aggressive off that earlier goal, but not really the case. As lag kicks in, he'll be able to start getting some of the tech up for those Roaches to make them a little bit better. I have that Evo Chamber. Kind of a fun place to kind of create a full wall off there. That's kind of cute, but that also blocks you from kind of getting to that side yourself. Interesting little kind of conundrum of like, would you rather have access or deny the opponent access? As those Roaches come by, I mean, at different parts of the game, that's actually probably better on both sides, to be honest, so very fun. Marines gonna load, head toward the main base, see what we can do. Loading in the natural. Obviously, this is a base, which is in base. I mean, it's a natural in the main, and we just haven't taken it yet. Shin, you can take that kind of at any point later, I imagine, is the idea. Or the expectation, at least. Artifacts. Healing up a few Marines. 1-1 on combat shield coming by. The additional barracks on the way as ByuN sells into the later stages. Like I say, ByuN likely to just say, you know what, I like playing long games, and just let this really kind of develop into one of those longer games in general. So that's a big possibility. Bane Nest and Infestation Pit both building through on the side of the Zerg player currently. Means we'll get rid of a couple group tumors, a little bit of damage being done. So we're shooting here, trying to get a couple extra kills. Tell you what, the group spread is advancing very far forward. It kind of comes very narrowly through the center, and then it spreads heavily in the middle of the map. Very fun to see. Very cool, as obviously that does make it very difficult for ByuN, but also kind of shows you ByuN's current kind of expectation in this game, which is he's not cared that much about controlling creep. There's a drop in the main base again. He's going to maybe find the Baneling Nest and Baneling Speed morphing. Shin had a few units nearby, but he's not in the right position, and so ByuN takes advantage. He will commit for the Baneling Nest, gets it, lifts up, and gets out of there, so he's able to take that out. And that is a delay on Bane Speed, which obviously you're not kind of playing Baneling Speed immediately here, but it does now put you in this position where your kind of transition into Bane is going to be a little bit more slow to come by. It's going to be a little bit sad, unfortunately. Roach Ravager coming back through again. And dive forward. Marine's going to be able to load back up. Siege tanks setting up and getting some good shots off as well currently. Shooting through, a couple of crew teamers coming about. As we have ourselves a medevac going around the back again. To be fair, we've had so much success in the background. I'm not surprised that we Yeah, I'm not surprised that we try and go for this. Kind of again keeping those drops in that direction. See tanks set up in good defensive positions. One of the benefits of this map is its defendability. Large as well, so lots of base options for Shin, who is not really taking advantage of it. I mean, 83 drones. Obviously wants to make sure he keeps on having enough economy to kind of keep on trading here. Bane's getting blasted as they walked into tank range there. Of course, no Bane speed. The denial of that Baneling nest is really still shining here. Definitely very notable. Definitely been a big factor so far, as that Bane speed just about finishing up again soon. Kind of shame that that had to get cancelled. That really slows you down heavily. Just gonna step through the Roach Ravager. Going forward, the Marines have to step back a little bit. Then we have a couple of Banes trying to get there as well. ByuN figuring out what we can do. The Overseer's overhead. 2 melee upgrades, moments away from wrapping up as the Ultra's Cavern is coming up as well. It's going to finish very shortly. Again, Marine, Tank, Ghost, Medevac. All the good stuff on the way from ByuN as our Marines are going to step back again. A couple of tanks continue to shoot. Roach Ravager, Bane taking hits. Corrosive Vile's going to get a double kill there. Stacked up siege tanks. I love to see it as the Zerg, not so much as the Terran. You get Vipers consuming up some energy to get going once again. The additional Banes coming now. The +2 melee, the +3 carapace, all coming through for the moment. QSCVs continue to mine away on the gold base. There's a couple of snipes going to line up. A couple of Ravages will be coming through. Roach Bane moving back around the left-hand side as well. Maybe seeing a jump on the left-hand side. A couple of SCVs going down immediately. Again, Liberators, Siege Tanks, Ghosts, and +2 vehicle weapons coming up as well. +3 armor on the Engineering Bay. All of that continuing around. ByuN is needing to kind of step into a 5th base. That's one thing he's not done yet, and that's one thing you can maybe continue to try and play denial of. From Shin's point of view, if you can deny the 5th base repeatedly here, it would be very, very good for him, as we are going to see the ByuN pulling back, the Ghost getting active, and Banes, Roaches continue to roll up. The Bane's kind of getting blasted as well. Not pretty for Shin. He loses out on a lot of units. Those Roaches get turned away in a big way. That's a massive denial right there. ByuN stepping up, Roach Bane taking damage. You're just going to get towards this gold base, which is kind of running thin and on HP and running thin on minerals, but we're actually going to have that Evo Chamber there is actually being utilized. The +3 carapace could end up denied. I don't know if ByuN's realized that that's upgrade, and that seems like an obvious pick-off. Get rid of an upgrade is almost always good. I mean, in this case, he's continuing to fight these Roaches, which are just not doing anything. A few snipes on those Roaches as well. They're just not killing anything. There's no missile upgrades. They do no damage. Ultra's about to spawn. We have just used the snipes on the Roaches. We get away. +3 carapace would have been such a huge denial. ByuN will kick himself if he ever figures out that that was +3 carapace, because, again, denying that, we saw how effective the lack of upgrades were on Ultra's last game. Denying the +3 over halfway done, that would have been a major slowdown, and again, would have just depowered the Ultras for at least a fight or two, most likely. ByuN steps up, Hatchery going down again. Obviously, with Ultras on the map, you've got to be a bit more careful as ByuN. You really do need to have the snipes available for those, otherwise they can be way too tanky and way too difficult to deal with. Hatch into the top left corner now. Stepping up, the Evo Chamber goes down, but a little bit too late to actually deny an upgrade in any sort of meaningful manner. Still dropping some snipes. And there's the snipes you really want to get, though, onto those Ultra. Let's soften those up. Transfuse saves that Ultra in the front. Energy for energy, snipes versus Transfusion. Well, Snipe's going to turn around again. A few Banes are going to come rolling towards this Viper. He's going to hit a Parasitic Bomb onto the Viking. We pull back a little bit further here into the tank range, into the Liberator. Going to try and get some snipes once again as ByuN turns onto those Ultras. So far, this army's been good enough to kind of push ByuN back off of this position. it's not really been good enough to chase him any further than that or to do anything else, so... Ravages and Lings gonna be out there, a couple Ultras coming through too. Only the drones. Gonna come about. Hatchery is gonna go down again. It does feel like ByuN continues to control the games here. A couple of creep teamers continue to go down again. That is Shin, who's still just getting again bullied around, but holding on. I mean, he's definitely making a game of it. Will not let up easily. I mean, to be fair, he's only a good fight away from maybe being able to swing momentum and get across the map. If you could win a fight and get across the map and hit a base or so down of ByuN, there's definitely potential for quite a bit of success there, right? So, opportunity abound in that regard. As our 3. I was going to say 3-3, but plus 3 armor's already done, so plus 3 attack and then some new steel plating and stuff coming online on the side of ByuN currently, so his engineering is being kept busy. Ducked on the siege tank there. A couple of those Lings going down. The Ultras, Lings, Bane's running away. Bio Ghost coming back over as well. The plus 3 attack upgrade is about to finish. The ByuN will have full upgrades available now, sniping some of these Ultras to start off this fight. Another Ultra goes down there also. Bane pulling back now. Army on the left-hand side trying to get into position. Is the kind of ByuN late game that you like. I know it's not quite the camp it out and just sit there and do nothing ByuN. It's consistently kind of forcing fights and taking fights. It's not even the Zerg having to run into the Terran repeatedly. It's the Terran is kind of creating a lot of these fights as well. You know? Very different kind of approach to, as you mentioned, kind of some of the usual ByuN TVZ games where it's just like, no, I'm going to do nothing. Nothing at all. Ghost coming abound. This hatcher on the far right hand side looks like it will just drop. Doesn't look like Shin has anything here to help. A few snipes trying to come down. Drones taking damage. A few shots on those. The hatchery will indeed go down. The Bio goes playing cleanup. I think Bane Ravage on that far left joining up as well. We'll see the Brood still coming through. A couple Spires coming up. Ultra's going down as well. The Fueling still stepping forward. Bane's turning back around also. 5 Brood Lord, 7 Corruptors all coming in. Plus 1 Flyer attack coming up as well. So ship weapons being brought up. Our Ghost going to go after the hatchery. Medevac will load a few of those medevacs, a few of those units away. As again, more Ultras continue to join up together as well. I think my issue for Shin is that it's very difficult to win games like this without just more economy. I mean, he's got a bank, don't get me wrong, but he's got a limited amount of bases, and I do think there's... Yeah, I do feel as though it's just like, you kind of hit this point where you need the bases to kind of keep going in these games. Like I say, if you can win one fight very convincingly, how do you do that against the Ghosts? You know, that's the challenge. These Ghosts are extremely difficult to play against, and to find an effective fight against them is going to be really tough. Well, Broodlords are going to shoot through here, coming up to the 20-minute marker on post-ETH so far. Bane coming back around, just having our Bioforce. Not going to be able to stop that left side base, that planetary going down. We have replacement bases, but it's about being able to break back into that position, of course. Big deal right now. Bane's rolling up, and the Ghost taking a step away, and the advanced ballistics coming through, plus 2 ship weapons and vehicle plating. continuing out right now. We'll have ourselves the Broods, Infestors, and Lings still producing as that +1 flyer carapace comes up as well. More snipes, Thors are stepping up, and the Infestors and the Banes and the Lings continue through. The Ultra trying to come in as well. 10 SCVs going down. Oh, nice fungal across those units there. It's going to be a big deal as the Banes going to get a little bit of a blasting in. Is going to fire up once again. Obviously, the tank's still going to be there. Brood's coming back over. Neo Parasite on the way up. +2 flare attack and +2 flare carapace coming by. Also, the Hydralisk Den is about to finish up. The few Vikings step forward on towards the Broods. Well, fungal growth goes down. Viking's going to get hit as well. There's an abduct on a Viking. Resources lost is about 10k, 9k in favor of ByuN. He's lost 23 ghosts this game, which is not nothing. The tech unit's lost on the Zerg side, and he's not really killed that many, but and it's going to be a challenge of continuing to take bases and how those bases getting taken kind of impact this game from here on out. Talking about 3-4s on the way up still. I mean, John's not made of money, but he's got enough money to keep on replacing and rebuilding right now, so definitely steps in the right direction. Going back out our left side. Liberator even sieged up, going to start getting a couple of those drone kills. Now going to find ourselves some spore crawlers. Stick back around the top side. The Brutals gather together. The Infestors move with them. Changelings with the Thors moving about as well. The game will settle here. A couple of creep timbers being picked off into the center. Just gonna get that extractor taken out. The Hellbat's trying to lead the charge upwards. Hydroden taking some shots. ByuN making progress into the bases of the Zerg. Just taking down some infrastructure is never fun for the Zerg to kind of come to terms with. There's going to be doing the same on the left side, denying some of this incoming stack defense. Thors getting active immediately. You want to be careful, don't want to let the Thors get kind of abducted by the Vipers or hit by Infestors and so on, right? Trying to keep them free of the spell casting. The Vikings just up in the sky would love to figure out what they can do next as the Thor Hellbat Ghost Force comes up the right hand side. Sporecrawler already in some trouble. Hatchery will go down. Where the nukes at? You know what? I actually don't think Shin has enough map control for ByuN to need to kind of run nukes around the map. I almost feel like nukes would be too predictable. There's only so few places you could get them to because Shin's pretty confined on the map. Nukes work a lot better when the Zerg is almost out of control. You know, maybe a much better chance of catching them off guard. Kind of game where you could really expect nukes. There you go. There's one right now. So he's just gonna, but he just drops like right dead center, you know. This is not like trying to sneak it onto a base or a mineral line or anything. That ghost goes down, but you kind of got an Ultralisk out of it, so you know, forcing the reaction to the nuke in the center there forces the units to kind of step forward, and you take advantage of that. The Greater Spire in that corner may be going down, but we have a new Greater Spire building. It's the +3 flyer carapace that will not be completing, though. That's maybe the biggest shame of all that. Greater Spire. New one about to be done. Shin has maintained this Broodlord count throughout this game since first making them, which is important to note as well, because Broodlords are the kind of units which oftentimes get kind of caught up and they go down in a fight, and that's kind of just about it. As the Ghost coming by, Planted Force there helping out as well. A couple of snipes coming through towards those Broodlords. Infestor going to get caught. EMP on the Queen, and Infestor getting a fungal as well in return. Shin has a lot of minerals to spend, keep that in mind in terms of options he could go for following this. Punching Fortress does go down. Shin is really doing a great job of winning the left side of the map, which means that he's mining from those top left bases very nicely. However, the Terran is doing the same thing on the bottom. It's kind of weird. It's a little strange to see this kind of split of top versus bottom on Post Youth. A lot of the time it's more left versus right or the diagonals. But, yeah, this is like straight up top versus bottom matchup. Just the way that this has worked in terms of expansions and where we've been putting pressure and expanding to and focusing on has led us to this point now, north and south, here on Post Youth. Again, Broodlord in production, plus the 5 Carapace. Coming in another attempt of a nuke, which really is just going to bait in some Ling Bane. The Ghost goes down, we get some units out of it, and that's basically the go-ahead from there. You're not actually pushing into the main base, by the way, of the Zerg. And there's a lot of infrastructure here. New Spire is on the way up. That's the replacement Greatest Spire. The second Greatest Spire of the game might be about to die, by the way. Ultra Gavin going to go down. The Hive as well. What a wild time that Shin has given up so heavily on this right side. He's just going to let his main fall down. He's just going to replace all of that stuff. There's that new layer again. We're re-establishing top left. ByuN's going to make 3 new starports. Triple tech lab on them. 2 more starports again. Is there a world? Okay. Tech lab starports. Is he going to go? Surely he's not going to mass BCs, right? I'm trying to think what else you tech lab starports for at this stage of the game, and I'm like, not really anything. Ravens don't really make sense here. You know, some Ravens, sure, but like a massive Ravens, I think he's going to genuinely make battle cruisers. That's absolutely fascinating. It's probably for Liberators, but then why are you building tech labs though? As Shin will find a way to kind of fight against this group of units and just try and find something of an effective trade. Albats and Ghosts on the rebuild currently. ByuN not showing us anything else just yet, as those Lings that roll in to deal with this will actually not be enough. Lings just don't do great against Thors at the end of the day, as we do scan, but it's not going to be enough either. Those Thors will fight each other. Yeah, Lings are meant to do well against Thors, but when they're well upgraded, the Lings just don't do enough damage, really. Both players drop a lot of supply, and we're kind of waiting to see what the rebuild's on. Either player is rushing into what they build. Okay, it's Liberators from ByuN. Wow. So he is going to mass libs. I wonder if he has the tech labs there just as an option, but yeah, libs it will be. 1-1, of course, tied up in this series, guys. Wonder if this game goes on to today's semifinals and into the prize money of this cup. WardiTV Mondays, number 8. More libs, a couple of orbitals all coming through for the moment. Couple of shots, some hits coming through. We do have ourselves the 5 on the way up, plus 2 missiles coming through as well. Thors building from ByuN. Resources lost at this point, 35k to 48k. I wouldn't say that one side of the map has been mined significantly more than the other man. Let's continue to get sieged. We just have ourselves another nuke lining up. Thors goes trying to press up. We're going to have ourselves the Ghosts stepping up a little bit too. Thors still in production. 2 more of those popping out as well. We're about to hit the 30-minute mark. You guys remember when I said this bottom semi-final would probably be ready first? Maybe not the case. In the end, by the way, Trap 2 won to Awesome. He plays Kira in the round of 8. That's happening. The winner of that plays CLEM, who did come through 2-0 against Gumiho, all during the course of this game, apparently. Some updates there. Obviously, we will go into the semi-finals when this matchup concludes. That is on the way. Couple snipes hitting hard. The shot's obviously just a bit of a standoff fight. It's one of those scenarios where it's really about a lot of spellcasting over time. The Viper abducts in the Thor, but honestly the Thor does okay there. Now we get a fungal in return. Shin's the one that drops a lot of supply. Those snipes coming through are absolutely substantial so far, to say the least. Now battle cruisers are coming up, so eventually we are going to make this into BCs as we've been working our way through some of the air army. So the BC switch, I mean, it's going to say, like, I feel like the idea of the starports had to be that eventually you have the option to go BCs. It just doesn't make any other sense to tech lab them, right? Going with a bit more gas banked up as well, seems good. Rebuilding. BC's popping short lane, Liberators continue to siege. Couple shots coming out. We will see the Brood lane stepping forward. Hellbat's going to get cleaned up. Snipe's going to come forward. Another round of Brood lanes landing as well. Not a bad little step forward here from Shin. I wonder if this is just the fact we've built into BCs and they're not immediately kind of available to truly help out. You really need a fleet of battle cruisers for them to be good, right? And we're obviously on our way to that fleet, but we're just not there yet. ByuN is continuing to build into more battle cruisers as the follow-up to these trades, so he continues to set off into those. A couple of snipes are going to line up. Broodlords will take some damage. Kane Hydra going to come through the bottom side, rolling straight in toward those Thors. DCs are going to fire up. We are going to see a couple of those infestors going down. That's the power of the Yamatos. Nero Parasite did not manage to do much there. And 4 battle cruisers, 4 Thors. 2 Ghost Soul continuing by. ByuN is going to drop in. SCV is taking some damage. We're having the... I mean, you can see the gas is just gone from Shin, so the rebuild is going to be pretty much just stuck now. Not being able to replace, you know, the gas at this stage is going to be difficult. I mean, you can spend your minerals on this stack defense and so on and hope, but it seems tough as the BC is just going to go on a venture over in this direction, and of course, if they end up in trouble, they can just teleport away. As they kill some drones, they'll free up some supply. There is a gas here, and you know, any little bit of gas mine is going to count for a little bit of something, as this hatchery will go down. So any gas you deny is going to be good right here. With the Ghost going to go sniping some overseers as well, something else we can start to get rid of. Just feels like ByuN has kind of got Shin in a checkmate situation at the moment. It's been that way for a little while. It's not seemingly changed for a little bit. Couple of attack shots still firing. Extractors, Hide, Redan, Bane Nest, Hatch, all continuing to go down currently. This does look as though ByuN is looking good to advance through into the semi-finals today. As we near all the BCs, but then we actually managed to Yamato a bunch of the BCs out of the Neurals. A couple of these BCs get left behind as we try to get the hatchery, does not get it. Still not a bad fight because you can't replace those infestors as Shin, whereas ByuN can replace some of the BCs. He can get remaxed on more tech-heavy units. It's mostly going to be Lings in production on the other side. Nuke just to clean out some spores as well. Finally a nuke that kind of lands and connects. for something reasonably valuable. There you go. Unit's going to just charge forwards here. Shin basically makes one final stand. An attempt to get through. The BCs are going to Yamato down a bunch of Corruptors here initially. The Thors turn onto the Corruptors. Yo, ByuN is actually losing this fight pretty drastically as the Broodlords are not being dealt with. ByuN needs a new round of BCs. Shin can't rebuild anything. Everything is on the production tab from ByuN, but it's going to take a while for those units to pop out. So we're going to need that. That's going to become a very important part of this now. Couple of shots going out, all taking damage. Starport's going to take some damage. The Broodling's dropping down. He's going to see one Starport going down. Yamato's come up. The new BC's going to be a big part of this. If you can just get rid of the Corruptors, the Hydras won't put up much of a fight, and then the Broodlords will just die to these BCs eventually. We have got a few more units on the way in. It does not look like we have the damage output against the battle cruisers as the Corruptors showing up to the party, but there is no party for them. They are going to get annihilated. The Broodlords will die after ByuN takes game 3. 2-1 after 35 minutes on post-youth. I told you guys we might be in this one for a little while, and indeed we were, as we are going to get on over to the NA server, and we are going to get ourselves ready for the semi-finals, starting off with MaxPax versus ByuN. So MaxPax and ByuN coming up against each other, and then CLEM will be taking on Cure or Trap. That's the order of the semi-finals. We'll take a couple minutes here. We'll be right back. More StarCraft on the other side of this break. Okay, special guest time. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
How are you doing?
Great. You've not bullied me in a long time. I'm very excited.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You do start to miss it, don't you?
Yeah. You know, you used to ask me to cast and bully me every day, but it's been like months.
It has been months. I've been missing it too. Chat's been bullying me for months now instead.
Yeah.
Earlier, you know what a guy asked?
What?
He had like a... He was nice about it too. He was like, hey, Harstem, I've been wondering something. Whenever you play Zerg, I noticed that you that you don't spread creep. Is there any reason for it? Because in my mind, it's always good to have creep. I'm like, yeah.
What way to get called out, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These guys are pricks.
How were your games today? You won some games?
I stole a game from Trap, and then he stole it back in the last game in this series.
Oh,
so
really?
theoretically, I got one more map versus Trap than I should have, because he had a 2-0, you know? He won game 1, but he threw. He won game 2, but he didn't throw. And then I won game 3, but I threw. So it's it theoretically should have been a 2-0 for him, but I still managed to steal that first game, so I'm okay with it.
Beautiful. All right, well, we're going to cast some Max versus ByuN. Here in our semi-finals, I'm going to start off on the top right side of Alcyone with the Blue Protoss player. This is MaxPax.
Oh, I have the old school overlay accidentally. Oh no.
Oh.
Who are we following, Wardy?
I always follow Inu.
Okay, I'm following you. Following Inu.
Yeah.
All right, do I need to do the bottom left part or no?
Well, ByuN's in the bottom left. We can just skip
ByuN is in the bottom left. It's MaxPax versus ByuN. Fun fact about these players is they have played each other frequently in the past already.
Yeah, they have. They play each other a lot.
Yeah. Do you happen to know what the overall score is between the two, Wardy?
Between ByuN and MaxPax?
Yeah. If you were to guess. You not the overall score, you're allowed to give me percentages as well, you know?
Percentages?
Yeah.
I would tend to think it's very, very close, like nigh on like 50-50.
You think it's nigh on 50-50?
No, nigh on 50-50, like right on 50-50. Like it could be
nigh on?
Yeah, like nigh on, like right there. Like right there
Okay,
at 50-50,
gotcha.
but it could be either side. Like it wouldn't pick a favorite.
Oh my god. Wardy. It is 50.33%.
Yeah, that sounds about right. These guys play a lot. And they play very back and forth, and sometimes one of them just looks better. And sometimes they play some close games, but it's always a great series because you never really know what you're going to get out of the two of them, right?
Yeah. They're real gamers.
Real gamers, unlike you and me, we're just fake gamers.
No, also real gamers, but not as, as powerful as they are.
I did some real gaming this weekend, you know?
You went to a Pokemon tournament?
No, I went to EpicLand. Did some StarCraft 2 gaming.
Lame. Okay.
Lame.
Did it go well?
Yeah, I won some maps. Better than expected.
Nice.
Yeah. Still got it, you know.
Love to hear it. Did you have a good time?
Yeah, of course. EpicLand is the best out there. You should come next time. We need some competition. Okay, Geralt just swept us all.
Yeah, I did hear that. Gerald came over and took the money of the Brits.
Took the British guy's money, yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Did he get paid in pounds as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Jeez, that sucks. Okay, should we talk about the game a little bit more?
Yeah, you go on. I'm waiting for you to talk about the game. You're the smart one.
Okay. 2 Reapers, 1 Hellion. There is no Reaper wall. You know, this is something that I've been seeing quite a lot frequently. It's where they get a battery in the main base against this.
Yep.
And a battery on the low ground against this. I feel like if you do that, you've already lost. You know what I mean?
Too much investment. May as well just let them kill a probe almost.
Yeah. I think I'd rather lose 3 probes than build a battery. Even though the value is not the same, it feels like it's a mental loss. This is a nice start though for MaxPax, I'm not gonna lie. Getting that Reaper kill, it's pretty sweet, baby. Let's go. Yep. Phoenix gets scouted as well as ByuN. I'm assuming he's gonna get a Cyclone now. Still building the Medevac too. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to commit to aggression, man. He loses a Reaper, he loses the Hellion, he doesn't care. He's going to try and get anything done with whatever units he has. He wants to be across the map. Obviously, against Phoenix, that seems super scary, but yeah, ByuN's never really wanted to back away from aggression, and that's a nice Widow Mine shot to weaken one of those Phoenix as well, so a little bit more targetable if you get into a fight where it comes to targeting down the Phoenix.
True.
Kind of depends how aggressive he gets with that medevac. Like, there's definitely like a boundary you can overstep very easily when Phoenix are on the field, so gotta kind of just go the right amount. I like that he's kind of just fully unloaded walking across the map as well, so it just doesn't get caught midway.
You know what I think in these types of cases is that ByuN, he does this quite frequently, is where he'll just kind of sit back in the middle with his medevac and stuff, and then he keeps rallying again and again and again. And this is really frustrating as the toss, because you're not sure if you're allowed to expand. If you go behind him with your Phoenixes, which kind of feels like the correct play, then he might all of a sudden just push. So you're not sure what to do. He can get unlucky. Like if you fly him with 4 Phoenixes and he has nothing at home, you kill like 6 SCVs, you don't really care so much about getting your own third all of a sudden anymore, right? Like it's like, okay, you know, I killed 6 workers, I can delay my third even further. But this type of situation is so uncomfortable because you still see a lot of units. You didn't get a scout. You don't know if there's... You assume there's going to be extra barracks at this point. You might believe that there is a third CC, but you can't be 100% sure. Like if ByuN were to push across the map right now, I'm not sure where I would even position my units. Like, would I want to defend my third? I think you have to.
Probably have to, but you don't really have much fighting force, right? Like, you're really relying on those Phoenix to really kind of do a lot of the heavy lifting. Quite literally lift up some of the Cyclones, take those out, hope the Marines can't fire through, try and protect your Immortal. It'd be kind of difficult as ByuN is going to just rally back towards the Watchtower here. There's an observer that's kind of sitting watching this as well. The Phoenix a little bit bruised up from some Widow Mine shots earlier. Actually going to walk into the reinforcements, and that is 1 dead Phoenix. So already 1 off the board, and the Phoenix now coming back down the bottom here from MaxPax will at least try and just maybe get something in the main base, maybe an SCV or 2. But yeah, they've not really been the best Phoenix of all time so far.
SCV or 5 maybe, Wardy. Look at that. So much energy on these bad boys. He's gonna get the Viking as well. Shoot land, is too slow with it. 4 workers do go down. And that was necessary because this third was so freaking quick. Now more workers are gonna get taken out. 2 half-life mules as well. Or 1 at least gets destroyed too. So I think this kind of makes up for the late third base that MaxPax had going for himself. He has very late tech as well though. Look at this. 6 minutes in, Forge is now finishing. Where's the Twilight Council? It ain't here yet, Wardy.
No, he is just going to be on this Colossus, Phoenix, and really reliant on those combination of units. Obviously, ByuN is on the way to all of his upgrades right now as well. And when he hits that, there's a big power up for the bio. You're hoping then that as MaxPax, your tech of Phoenix Colossus is just enough to hold on against any kind of bio surge forward. There is the Twilight Council, the +1 start, so we're making steps to kind of step up. Just not quite there yet, as the Phoenix trying to find a little bit more, taking some more damage, but for the most part able to stay safe and alive and just trying to keep ByuN on the back foot as much as possible.
Yeah, ByuN's getting a supply block right now. He's going to need to use a supply drop. I don't think he realizes that his depot stopped working. This is actually a full, like, it would have been like a full 20-second supply block if he hadn't used the supply drop in the natural. So that's expensive and it's frustrating. And he will supply block for a little bit. He's down about 20 supply. I'm expecting a fourth base soon here for MaxPax, who's adding in a lot of gateways as well. Turret has finished. MaxPax's supply is a little bit inflated right now. A lot of it is Phoenixes, which are going to lose their value pretty soon into the future. We're going to need a second Forge in order to match the opponent's upgrade. A big issue could be 2-2 finishing. There being Ghost, there being Viking, and MaxPax being on something like 1-1. Like, that could just be game losing, right? So you always need to keep all of those things in mind. What's the chance you think MaxPax moves across the map and goes for some attack?
It's quite a MaxPax move, right? You hit like the Colossus count, and you're like, okay, let's see what my power units can do and just see if it can catch you before your tech kicks in, which would not be terrible, right? If you have 3 Colossus whacking away and there's only 1 siege tank that realistically can deal much against those Colossus at all, then there's definitely potential, and he's right out here in the center. So at the very least, he's going to move into the middle of the map and kind of contest the Watchtower, and then that, if nothing else, keeps ByuN maybe a bit more on the back foot, kind of sitting back at home a bit more defensively, and gives MaxPax some more time to establish that 4th base very freely, get the extra infrastructure up, and finish up some important upgrades. +1, charge, get those on the field.
Ooh, armory finishes up and we see +2 armor start as the first upgrade. Not a huge fan of that. Second forge is coming down. I am a huge fan of that. I'm honestly expecting a 5th base at some point in the near future here as well for Max Packs. And he's now in control, right? He has the Prism on the right. He has the Zealots on the left. The only thing we're really lacking is the Prism speed. The moment he gets that, he's going to be buzzing and flying around like a beast. For now, just that 5th base, complete control, 4 gases. This is as Max Packs as it gets.
Yeah, this is definitely getting to the point where he just feels so comfortable as well. He's going to escort the Prism into the main base with the Phoenix, so he's going to have potentially get a lot of damage done here as well. Missile turrets are not yet ready. There's a couple of Vikings about to pop, but that doesn't matter if the Phoenix is there to protect, but they're actually going to see the Phoenix back away. Extra Warpin will go off though, so additional Zealots go through, and that main will be in some trouble. Also poking at the front. That's where the Phoenix have gone to try and accompany that army to see if we can create some opportunity. Dealing with the drop in the main base pretty well is ByuN, but yeah, the Colossus up in the front are going to be an issue for sure.
Yeah, we had attacks at multiple locations. ByuN formed like a semi-wall with the CC and 2 depots. Yeah, honestly, it looks good for Max Packs because he's completely in control. The moment 2-2 finishes up, however, we get a Viking count that is bigger than 6. There might be some issues here for the toss.
He's really getting a lot done on the fact that there's just not really the full tech kind of in play currently for ByuN, right? If there was, like you say, more Vikings, his army just looks so much worse. Obviously, EMPs are good, but having some actual firepower onto the Phoenix a bit more consistently, or even the Colossus, would be great. As you hit good EMPs there now, the Phoenix out of energy. ByuN's going to come down 2 ramps and have a little bit of a surround. The Zealots charge up top, but they're not going to do too great, and ByuN is going to be able to continue chasing. He's low HP though. Probably can't afford to stim again, and he's lost some SCVs during this. He's going to stop chasing, pull back, and go the other way.
I wonder how good of a fight that was. Like, face value, it might have been fine, but in the context of this game where Max Packs is just mining from 2 more bases already, I'm not so sure how great that is. Like, the quality of the army that Max Packs has here is so poor. And he just wants to make any trade before his opponent maxes, right? He does not have a great disruptor count yet at that moment. He just wants to get rid of some zealots and replace that with disruptors. That is the entire plan. He's gonna get his blink up. He has his dark shrine. He's adding in more and more gateways as well as going up to 12 already. And he instantly starts his next set of upgrades too. So, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of how that fight went. There is 2-2 right now on this Bioforce. The Viking count is at about, what, 5, 6? Is at 4. Phoenix is still going to be kind of okay. Disruptor will help out against the tank. This is the first fight that I think went relatively well here for ByuN, where Max Packs really needs to start being careful here, because he's one bad fight away from not having map control anymore. And the moment he loses map control, if you have disruptors, it's so hard to defend. Disruptors do not split well.
Yep. Not units that do well kind of moving around the map. They're great at zoning and everything, but yeah, you have to have some here and some there. The power of disruptors is being able to kind of fire consistently too, right? And if you have to start splitting those, that's less likely to happen. So you're going to try and dive into this planter using the disruptors to do just that zoning that I'm talking about. Of course, the Vikings going to try and do some zoning on the Colossus as well as we go back and forth here. Planetary will be holding its own. Disruptors clipping, not finding too much in all honesty. Upgrades continue through on both sides. Max Packs not going to go any further than these little attacks. Of course, doing all the right things at home with a 6th base even coming online, right? So again, all the bases online. Making sure we're set for the later stages and just making the most of this map control while he's got an army that ByuN can't currently attack into easily.
Yeah, but Max Packs needs to be careful because one bad fight, he loses the map control. These are good disruptor shots though. 5-6 ghosts falling there on the top side. ByuN is still going to push this army back despite these disruptor shots. That is actually somewhat surprising to me. He's taking an okay engagement given how bad the start was. He lost like 6 ghosts to 1 Purification Nova.
Yeah, that was brutal, as the Planetary will not hold up against those DTs, though. SCV repair not good enough there. Bio going to try and chase this down, but most of the DTs do get out of there alive, so Max Packs showing up. The only thing I will say there, though, is obviously you just spent a bunch of money on DTs while losing the majority of the rest of your army, so you look at the unit composition now, it's 4 Disruptors, Zealots, and DTs. You know, there's no real beef to this army at all, so you're just kind of trying to play an overwhelming force now. I mean, even more important than ever not to let kind of ByuN collect together and kind of go for one big attack, because Max Packs can end up in a lot of trouble very easily.
Yeah, Max Packs is going up to 7 bases already, though. And I'm expecting more and more gateways to be added onto as well. I think going up to a number like 16 or even 18 at this point is valuable. Adding in a third robotics facility is something that we could see as well. There are DTs, which makes it hard for ByuN to start moving out. We have 185 supply for ByuN, and this is of 76 workers against the 88 workers of MaxPax, who also has just a worse quality army, to be honest. Once again, if we get a good fight here for ByuN, maybe he can make a push. First initial splits are good. There is no flank coming in, though. The DTs running forward are going to get scared away. Only 2 SCVs end up dying there. A little bit of supply dying on the side of ByuN is already quite nice here for MaxPax. ByuN might actually just lose this base.
Yeah, that's in a lot of trouble as the Stalker's going to get underneath the Disrupt as well zone, and that should give you enough time to finish if you want to. You're going to back off. SCV repair is good, so the base will live. The orbital itself, at least, but the position is still lost. DT Zell going to try and make a play on the right side, but starting to run away from that. As ByuN continues to try and scrap this out. Very scrappy game this has turned into as we continue to go back and forth. MaxPax just warps in 12 more Zealots, so again, his supply looking good, but it is still just full of very, very cheap units.
Yeah, at this point, though, it feels like if he's not mining from a fort base, he's really in trouble. It's been taking so long for him to get a good fight. Maybe now he's going to get on top of the Disruptors, but no. Of course, the Zealot reinforcements arrive just in time as, yeah, ByuN slowly but surely is kind of bleeding out. He's going to lose a couple of SCVs here to a Purification Nova. You have one more big Purification Nova. GG. Oh, PG out of ByuN. Oi, ByuN.
BG into GG. He changes his mind real quick on that one.
Yeah, but the first thought is the one that counts there, Wardy. We know what he wanted to say.
Yeah. We'll get some discipline going, I'm sure.
Yep.
Yep.
What do you think about this? If that Purification Nova doesn't hit 6 goes, don't you think ByuN just eats that fight?
Yeah. I mean, Disruptors really kind of decide a lot of these fights, right? Like if the Disruptors are good enough.
Yeah, but that is crazy. 6 ghosts. That is not. I mean, like getting 2 ghosts and like a Marauder. It's like I'm okay with it. But 6 ghosts with 1 shot, 5 ghosts, whatever it was.
Pretty good, man.
Pretty freaking high.
Pretty good.
Yeah, not a fan.
Alright, we're going to get into this next game here in a couple of moments. Our second semi-final is set as well. It's going to be Trap and CLEM. So Trap came out of beating you and then beat Cure as well, man.
Did he win 2-0 or 2-1?
2-1.
So Cure about as good as me.
Yeah, Cure about as good as you. Sounds about right. This day and age. Alright, Ghost River. What are we thinking about Ghost River? This map gets played a lot nowadays, right?
Yeah. I mean, you're vetoing post-youth, you're vetoing Crimson Court, and then, well, actually, it's the other veto. I'd veto Ghost River, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. What does he? We should ask him after. I'm curious. What does he veto over Ghost River? What do you think he vetoes over Ghost? Like Amphion? No, that's a Terran veto, right? A lot of Terrans veto that, Wardy.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking. I mean, honestly, it's crazy because like I feel as though Ghost River
every map is good for them.
Okay. Well, yeah. Just Ghost River just was never to me the map that was meant to be played in these best of threes, and it's like it's in almost all the TVP best of threes. I feel like.
Yeah. It's also in a lot of PvPs. It's a nice map for PvP. Unless you have like a 1-gate expand loser in the matchup, then you're still gonna see it sometimes.
Yeah. ByuN builds a pretty forward barracks to start us off with, so. Going to set that up just a little out of position, maybe make MaxPax sweat a little bit about what's happening early. This probe will come across, should head upwards, so we'll not see that barracks straight away, and then you've obviously got to panic a little bit and figure out how proxied this barracks actually is.
Yeah. What are your thoughts? Does he build a Zealot or not? MaxPax is a Zealot builder, isn't he?
I mean, to me, he's a Zealot builder, yeah.
Yeah. He sometimes even does it unprompted. Those people I'm a little bit suspicious of.
I mean... I feel like he's the kind of guy who's just walked his Zealot across the map and had lots of success a lot of times in his career, so it's a lot more tempting to build the Zealot in those scenarios, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, it usually happens when I build the Zealot, Marty.
It does.
It meets the Reaper midway in the map, and it dies. I don't understand it. Like, I don't understand how it doesn't always happen to everyone. But he's actually going without a Zealot. Yeah. What a beast.
He will go without.
That's a pylon that's far forward, my friend.
On the natural?
Yeah. I love it. Hey, there's nothing bad about it. Just I like it.
Just like it.
Yeah.
What do you like
Because
about
you
it?
know, sorry.
What do you like about it? Why?
Okay, because you know when you're a Protoss player, it feels wrong to build a pylon that isn't connected to the
Uh-huh.
Nexus, but it's fine because you're gonna add a second gateway there, right?
Yep.
But it still feels wrong. This is actually quite bad against Proxy Marauder, though. Like, against me, this would have been a mistake. Because right now, there would be 2 Marauders and an SCV walking into his natural.
Yeah, and then you got a very dead pylon.
You're very dead pylon. That's an issue. Ooh, look at that. Reaper spots the Stalker. Fast Cyclone behind this. You know what's a really relaxing thought when you're a TOS? And it doesn't really matter what type of proxy Rex it is, but the fact that it's proxied makes it really difficult for there to be a marine-centric follow-up, right?
Yeah.
Because it spends like 30 seconds flying home. There's like 2 waves of marines. So anything that's going to hit is going to be like with 4 marines less, minimum. You know, sometimes even more. So most of the time, it is going to be a more type of... Could you call it like a specialized type of setup? Like, you know, like a mine drop or... We've seen Cyclone drops before. CLEM really loves the side, like double Cyclone drops as a follow-up. So I think what Tosses should do is almost always go Stargate. I think it is just correct. Like against Proxy. I don't think Blink is the correct play.
Mm-hmm. Well, Stargate right here for you, so Max Spec seems to agree. It makes sense, like you said, you just can't have enough Marines up to really get super aggressive, which is one of your weaknesses, so get the Stargate up, control the map. You know, if it's going to be tech heavy, which it should be because the factory has been built at home, then the Phoenix can do a lot of denial on that with the lifts and the cyclones, etc. First Phoenix popping, third Cyclone on the way, Medevac pops out now as well, so ByuN is already kind of just cruising about on the map a little bit, seeing if he can catch anything, see if he can, catch a first unit coming across here, and he might just get the lock onto the Phoenix and move downwards. So the Phoenix moves up and is able to stay away.
This is on West as well. That was a quick response, man.
Yeah. Speedy.
Yeah, freaking fast. I'm always so impressed when they do it so quickly. Like the difference between the very top tosses, Terrans and Zergs, and like the slightly lower, with this type of move is already quite big, you know? That I would have... I'm not saying I would have lost my Phoenix, but I don't think I would have had 2 Phoenixes alive at this moment. I would have lost my Phoenix.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying not to rub it in, because I agree.
Yeah. It's painful enough as is. I appreciate that.
At least you're self-aware. Unit's just going to back up, obviously. There's no third here. It's not really much to jump on as the Terran. You're not going to push into that natural, so fall back. The fact he's not put a third down is already a win for you. Maxwell's going to be the safe player that he is and just drop that Immortal into production, so getting that up and running. A Liberator here from ByuN to support very shortly as well. We'll see what sort of approach he takes with that Lib, what sort of direction he might try and fly it in, as now the Cyclones do grab the Phoenix. One goes down, the Viking going to get the other one very low. That's already a very good start here from ByuN. He will start to lose some SCVs here, but that's not exactly great.
2 Phoenixes. Oh, and look at ByuN. He's just gonna go across the map because there's really no risk to this move now. Like, what's MaxSpec's gonna do? Like, pee on his CC? That's not even possible. These are not Corruptors, they're Phoenixes. Yep. ByuN moves in forward. He is very aggressive. He's gonna fight into a super battery. I don't think he wants to go again, would he? I would not want to go into the battery, but trying to deny the third base for one more try, I wouldn't mind. His own third CC is almost done. I would lower the Viking onto the ground here, though.
Yeah. Well, he is going to be pressing forward again. The Viking still up in the skies, now going to land as we do have the Immortal just about staying alive. Should die now. The Cyclone lock-on lift comes in a little bit too late. The Marines get a step onto those Stalkers as well, so they're going to keep on dropping. Now the tank is here as well. We're going to turn back onto this third base. Tank will zone from the natural, and that third base should end up cancelled here if nothing else.
Yeah. Now, this would have sucked if he still had all of his Phoenixes alive, but he already lost 2 Phoenixes, which means his counterattack is much weaker. So it sucks double. It's double suck here, my friend. Since that's gonna pick off some Marines because he's afraid of dying, which is triple suck, this is starting to get to painful levels of sucking.
Painful levels of sucking as ByuN gets his upgrades on the way up. Obviously, third CC of his own is morphing into an orbital already, so he gets that on the go. And Max Pax stepping up with these Stalkers. Need to be careful again. Cyclone locking on already. And Stalkers continue to take damage. Fortunately, Colossus shows up, and that's something that we need to teach the tanks to really deal with, which at least slows ByuN's advancement down. Otherwise, Max Vex would probably be kind of just dead right now.
You know what I think is underrated in this scenario? Is just purely building Vikings at this point. Just skip Medivacs. Like, realistically, you don't want to go there. I think with Viking tank, there's no way you can lose. Like, I think it's legitimately impossible. I've seen CLEM do it quite a bit against MaxSpec on, I think, Amphion. He did it a couple of times.
Yeah.
But it feels like the other Terrans haven't quite caught on. Like, if you have such a good early game, I don't see a reason not to just build pure Vikings. Oh, look at it. He's doing it.
Yeah.
So he's a bit delayed because, you know, there's some delay when you listen to my casting, but it's there in the end.
You have to get the translator up as well.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
No, I know what you mean. Like, we've seen it a few times where Clem just has like a lot of Vikings super early, and it's like it looks so good because they're just so good against the Phoenix, and it really negates any power that they're kind of going to have left at that point in the game. And then obviously your Colossus are kind of dead in the water after that as well. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. Is like, Phoenix are doing the best job they can in terms of picking up some reinforcements, and going to get a Viking included. So those Vikings are maybe not against both of them.
That's really bad. That's actually really sloppy out of ByuN. Like, just needlessly sloppy.
Yeah. Unnecessary damage taken. Colossus joined back up together in the center. Zealot stalk the sentry. Pulling back onto the right side and drop the Nexus onto that third base as well. We do have ourselves Prism, +1 attack, and the charge coming up on the side of Max Spec, so all those upgrades continuing through.
I see a good question in the chat. Max still making Phoenix? ? Yeah. The reason why in this case you want to build Phoenix is because you just want all of your production structures to be producing as much as possible. Usually you'd be going to probably a faster, higher gateway count, but you can't really do that because you would most likely die. So you just want to get as many units as possible. You're just pumping stuff, and then you hope to stay alive, and you hope your opponent forgets to kill you. That's pretty much the entire game plan here.
Phoenix gonna get through onto that Cyclone. The Viking, the Medivac gonna go down the main base as well. That means Phoenix get a lot done, although now the Marines putting some damage in as well. Extra Vikings putting damage out, so we'll start off pretty nicely for Max Specs there. ByuN is gonna turn on its head, as Max Specs is still only just now establishing that third base. +1 in charge along with it, but very late third. ByuN on a great economy with 70 SCVs. Fourth base of his is about to start up on the third location, so you can fly that out in about a minute and a half. And yeah, I mean, would you like to see ByuN kind of push across the map anytime soon, or are you kind of happy with him just sitting back and chilling for a couple minutes?
I really don't care what he does, to be honest. I think it's fine for him to wait for Ghost. I think it's fine for him to wait for a maxed out push. I think it's fine for him, like, he probably could move across the map, but his medevac count is only at 2. His Viking count also isn't that high. He's getting a second starport, so I'm assuming we're gonna see like a small Ghost move out maybe, and then a follow-up with a lot of Vikings. So like a fake push, basically. You want to maybe deny Max a fourth base, although Max isn't trying to get it. Max is actually playing, look at this, he's playing 6 gas into Storm.
Yeah, he's just gonna basically camp out on his 3 bases for a little bit here. As the Prism attempts to get some work done, looking to deny one of the missile turrets coming up. And that'll be probably one of the few times the Zealots get in on this direction, because the next time there'll be missile turrets around, and Prism gonna have to look for other angles, so it's gonna be tough, as ByuN obviously is ahead enough that he can obviously just establish himself in a position where you can kind of just, you know, protect your bases overly. So he's gonna start pushing out now, looking again to a spot. We'll see if these Ghosts and these these High Templars and these Storms can find anything, because Max Specs needs a little bit of something to be able to win these fights.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna need a little bit of something. I'd be shocked if ByuN lets him get this fourth. Like, this really should not be allowed. I'm also shocked to not see pure starport production. His second starport was AFK for a little bit. Once again, his main starport is a bit AFK. I think that's going to be the deciding factor here in these fights. It's just the Viking count, the medevac count. The only way you're losing is if you lose some sustain on your push, or if all of your Vikings get destroyed while there's still Colossus around. I think with 6 Vikings, well, he only has 4 actually. Your tanks will need to deal some damage, that's for sure.
Well, he's the first Storm, and the Zealots are going to get fought there. The tanks do not last very long at all. The Colossus is going to be full HP coming out of this, and the Viking count is just not it to really contest those Colossus, so Max Specs might be able to live a little longer here for the moment, as we do have the next High Templar warping in right side as well. Planetary Fortress about to pop on that left side, so we are going to see ByuN's own 4th established. And yeah, for the moment, the Max Specs Storms were good enough to buy a little bit of time And this Bio Army is not healing up to full quickly. The medevac count not as beautiful as it might want to be.
Yeah, honestly, pretty tragic start to that battle. ByuN is going to try once more. He still has a much superior army, but the storms are hitting. I think this pullback, like, this only makes sense in the context of not having enough healing, right? Because otherwise you'd probably want to keep going. There was no real active Templar nearby anymore. I think MaxPax is... He's kind of sneaking away here into a mid game, and I don't think ByuN should have allowed this.
Yeah, no, I think this is one of those moments where ByuN does this sometimes in PvT, where he just feels like he's in a great spot and he just struggles to really close the game a little bit. Like there's drop on the right side just to hit somewhere different at the same time, making it a bit tough for MaxPax, who still doesn't have a ton of units, so getting reinforcements in different places can be difficult. Even as you warp in a couple of Zealots here, some of those will fall before this gets cleaned up. All this time he's pushing to the front. Vikings actually should get a Colossus this time. They will get one, so some of that splash damage now being negated as ByuN once again probes along with this and still reinforcing across the map.
163 supplied to 186. Really one more decent fight here for MaxPax, removed from actually holding on and going into a proper late game. This storm is okay. Viking count is kind of pathetic. It's only, oh, actually it's at 8. I didn't see the 4 that were reinforcing. And with 2 Colossus, that should be enough. If there's no storms connecting now, then I don't really see MaxPax hold. We'll have to wait and see how it's gonna go, as the Vikings will clear all of these air units. Storm is kind of gonna hit. There's still 4 Immortals on the ground. I believe ByuN could just continue pushing at this point. He could land those Vikings. He could hit literally everything with EMP if he wants to. We have a lot of empty medevac though, so he still needs to be somewhat careful.
Yeah, the problem is just attacking into this choke point almost. Everything of the terrain keeps getting clumped up, difficult to move through and get all your units in reach. And there's a lot of tech units still here. Mortals and Archons are fairly tanky, so it's taking a little while, especially as the Ghosts don't have a lot of EMP energy remaining. Super Battery's gone now, though, and it should be an opportunity for ByuN to keep pressing if he really wants this.
Yeah. We have enough medevacs right now that at some point energy will come back. Archons are most likely gonna fall as the first units. Ooh, couple of fat feedbacks here on the medevacs, actually. That was really cute out of MaxPax. Realizing, hey, you don't actually have a very healthy army. If I clear out all your medevacs, then it's going to be difficult to heal those. Problem just being that there's now a 5th base on the way for ByuN, right? ByuN is working off 8 racks double port. I am expecting ByuN to maybe start ship weapons as well. I'm kind of expecting ByuN to at some point add a fusion core here too. But this type of eco situation is just not feasible here for Max.
Nope, it really is not, as the Archon finishes up, and I mean it's just the continuation of this. Eventually ByuN should be able to press through and win out, as we do see just another continued fight. I mean, now MaxPax is facing the same issue of not all of his units can really get in range at the same time. The Vikings go land in and cancel a 5th base, so ByuN does make use of those at the same time. Nice to grab that. I guess the Immortal as well.
Yeah, supplies remain similar, as there's about a 40 supply gap between the two. At some point it was only 20, and it really felt like that if MaxPax can hold on for like 15, 20 more seconds, we have a game on our hands. But yeah, ByuN is just rallying across the map. His medevacs are looking a little bit healthier again. We see some purple in there.
There's
not that many storms.
Yeah, Ghost Energy too, right? Like a significant number of EMPs instead of just 1 or 2. So you can actually get rid of the Archons quickly. The Storms aren't a factor. You could probably drop 1 or 2 more onto these Immortals and Stalkers if you wanted to. As we kite backwards, but the supply just keeps on favoring ByuN here. 170 to the 110. And while he will get pushed away one more time, it is probably just a matter of a few more reinforcements showing up. The game will not end just yet, but we are absolutely continuing to step in that direction. That's an EMP that hits everything. And with it, MaxPax gets out of this game too.
Yeah. Impressive almost comeback though. Like, this game was really over after the early game. Like, the moment you see the workers active being up like 20 or so for the Terran at certain points, it's like, yeah, it's gonna be rough.
Yep.
Like 9 minutes in, MaxPax was mining 2.2k resources a minute, and ByuN was at about 3.6, between 3.6 and 4. So it's a big difference.
All right, well, we are going to go into Site Delta to decide the series. So
what the hell did he veto then? If we're playing Site as well.
I don't know, man. People veto crazy things. I feel like they're bored of this map pool. They just want to mix it up.
Do you want to veto with me? See where we get?
Well, me and you.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm the Protoss. I veto post youth. That's the first veto, guaranteed, right?
Okay.
Then you say, oh, Dynasty, because I'm a dumb Terran. Yeah.
Dumb Terran.
I veto Crimson Court. Good map for Terran. Then you say, oh, Golden Aura, right?
Yeah, Golden Aura. I forgot about that one. That's really far
Then
down the
I
list.
have Alcyone, Amphion, Ghost River, Side Delta,
Oceanborn.
Oceanborn. Do I veto Oceanborn?
No. Well,
Have we seen Oceanborn?
someone has vetoed Oceanborn.
Then it has to be Max.
Why do you veto Oceanborn?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, it's either Oceanborn or else. I mean, why would ByuN veto Oceanborn though? Riddle me that.
Well, ByuN plays some weird maps in TVZ, so maybe he plays weird maps TVP as well. Also a factor, maybe. Like ByuN constantly plays on freaking Ghost Youth and TVZ, so I don't know.
And the other map was Alcyone, so I just don't understand what he vetoes. Instead of, so he doesn't veto Side Delta, Ghost River, or Alcyone. It has to be Oceanborn. It's the only thing.
You know, we'll never find
No?
out because they always veto in PM, so that's the secret.
I'm gonna ask him if he wins. I'll
Okay.
ask ByuN if Max loses. Okay.
Okay.
I'll ask
Sweet.
who vetoed Oceanborn. It has to be Max Packs that vetoed it. This doesn't make any sense.
On a side Delta. Let's see how this series wraps up. Who do you think, after seeing 2 games, who do you think takes game 3? Was it 2
Max.
50-50 to call? Max backs? Yeah.
Yeah.
That almost comeback says a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. But then again, in the first game, I feel like Max is really vulnerable in a lot of moments there.
Alright, let's find out. Bottom right's Max Packs, top left's ByuN. Game 3, side Delta. It's been a series. Got CLEM versus Trap coming up after this as well.
But that's gonna be epic.
Yeah. These Monday Cups, man. People like playing in them. It's fun.
Yeah, Monday's a good day for cups.
Yeah. Well, so every cup.
What do you know what the worst day is for cups?
Saturday.
As a tournament organizer, you know. I'm gonna tell you what I think. I think Thursday is the worst.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Why? Why?
I don't know. That's just my feeling. I would
Just
not
a
want to
feeling.
play cups.
On a Thursday?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, probably Friday, right?
Why is that?
I don't know. I feel like Friday's like. I feel like you almost expect there to be stuff to play on weekends. But then on Friday, you're like, it's still the day that you can go out and do something because it's the end of the week. So I feel like you get less players. I don't think there's actually any correlation to any of this.
What about the weekends?
Yeah, but I mean, the StarCraft nerds know they got to play tournaments on the weekends, so it's part of life. You know, they accepted that coming in, so.
True. No such thing as a holiday.
No, there is no, there's not.
No weekend.
No days off.
No days off. But on the days off, you still play some games, obviously. You have to. It's the law.
Yeah.
That's what it says. I'm still shocked about this Oceanborn revelation.
It is nice not to see Oceanborn though. See that map a lot.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Okay, let's think about some build orders here. What the hell is this? Okay, what are we seeing here? Explain to me what this means for ByuN, Wardy. Let's see if you've been doing your homework.
What is it for ByuN?
Yeah, what is this?
Reactor, factory, no repair.
Yeah, but I mean, at 3 minutes, what does he have and what doesn't he have?
Cyclone, 4 Marines, and a medevac?
At 3 minutes!
Oh no, not 3 minutes.
3 minutes is unbelievable.
But he's not 3 minutes. No, I
Tell me, if I was in charge of talent, you'd be fired right now. There ain't someone else in the stream here, Wardy. You've just lost it.
You're telling me you're the smart one. My brain turned off the moment you joined the call.
Yeah.
He's gonna have 2 Marines and a Cyclone, no? But no repair.
Yeah, but okay, the point is okay, so this is, we have 3 openers, Wardy, okay?
Yeah. No wood
We
in my
have,
drop.
no. This is as like a general concept, okay? We have double gas openers. We have
Yeah.
marine into factory openers, and we have marine into reactor openers. And they also have Reaper, but this is a different story for another time. This was marine into factory. We have 2 less marines. It's very easy to scout, often with a CC on the high ground, because it's hard to keep the CC alive down there. We have faster Cyclone. We have a potentially faster mine drop. We have a faster starport as well. Usually worse eco because CC on the high ground, right? But we can hit hard. A lot of the high-level Terrans nowadays, when they like to go for Cyclone pushes, they like doing it with Marine Reactor. Gives them these 2 extra Marines, and they still hit like a freaking truck.
Okay. So, what does he have at 3 minutes?
At 3 minutes, he has 3 Marines.
Oh.
That is it. 3 Marines. He could have a Hellion if he starts the Hellion instantly, but not many people, they play... Like, going factory before reactor and then building a Hellion still makes you a massive loser, you know? It's like, what is the point of that? You rushed out a factory to get a unit that does nothing. It's like, congratulations, you have brain damage. So usually we see a Cyclone, but it pops just a little bit later. Did he just lose a Cyclone across the map?
Yeah, he lost the Cyclone across the map.
Did he? And the Banshee got scouted too, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's toast, honestly.
Not great.
No?
He didn't see the cloak, but he saw a tech lab stop, right? So pretty good assumption.
Yeah.
I just really thought it was a more complex question than 3 Marines.
Yeah, 3 Marines.
It's just such a simple answer.
It's everything is simple if you know the answer, Wardy.
I was just thinking too far ahead. I just thought he was going to have Marines in a Cyclone and a medevac. I was thinking of 4 minutes.
Yeah,
no one
it's a classic mistake people make. You ask them about 3 and they're like, 4 minutes, still have this. Wrong again. No, blunder. It's okay, Wardy. You know, we'll get it next time. We might have another TVP later on.
I'm just, my game knowledge isn't up to scratch because you've not quizzed me in the last 6 months.
Yeah, it is a fun sideshow, isn't it?
Yeah.
I do like it. Okay, tank. I tried to just speed up the replay. It's not a replay.
You just try to speed it up when Max is attacking? Like, you think ByuN's that dead?
Yeah, but no, I mean, ByuN could hold this.
Yeah, I mean, he actually blinked into the bunker, which let the tanks get some shots off, which I felt was pretty good for ByuN altogether. Obviously, the Banshee can add some DPS as well as we try and push back the Prism in the main. That's a frustration as MaxPax tries to pull ByuN around a little bit. But he's not gotten rid of any tanks, right? And the longer that the tank count kind of stays stable, the more simple this should become as a defense, as we are going to be able to blink to the high ground here. Going to cost you a couple of Stalkers, but he gets a tank, and I do think that's the most important thing you can be picking up right now.
Yeah, it only loses 1 Stalker as well, which is nice. Let's not forget that these Banshees haven't been capable of doing anything on the other side. We have no Stalkers behind the main mineral line that are dealing more damage. MaxPax is in charge, my dear friend. He is in control of this game. And he's going to lose, I think that was 1 or 2 more Stalkers, but 6 worker kills. The only thing that he lacks right now is infrastructure. But look back at his main base. What are we seeing there, Wardy? Lots of infrastructure. So that's banging. Do you think he can get it up in time?
I think so. I don't think it's easy for ByuN to move across the map. ByuN's going to want his upgrades right. So yeah, I think easily. At least charge and a lot of gates gives you the Zealot count to really just withstand this until you get more tech units on the field, I think. So I think he's looking good. I think he's done a lot with these Stalkers, and obviously he has plenty of them left. Just keep on being a little bit annoying with, just blinking back here as he tries and gets a couple more Marine kills, so a little bit more value depot as well. And he just finds so much
plays like
of the
such
Stalkers.
a prick.
Yeah, it's so annoying.
It's so frustrating. And you know what the worst part is? You know that the Prism is still alive. So you're also like kind of freaking yourself out about that Prism. It's like, yeah, it's gonna come back at some point. You just know that. There's nothing you can do about it. It's there. Imagine having to build a Viking as one of your first 2 starboard units. You just want to end yourself.
Yeah, not ideal. Not really where you want things to be going. Do you have Stim Combat +1 all finishing up here shortly on the side of ByuN? So there are the upgrades, but I mean, he can't even move out the map onto the map through the front, so he's just going to be sending a single medevac across, taking the very long route as well, right down the left-hand side through the bottom. And he's going to stim down this ramp now, and he gets a few shots off on some Stalkers, and he should catch a couple here at least. Tempting, gets 2, now finds 3. Okay, not bad. 4.
Ooh,
okay, gets
4.
a lot of these Stalkers. Opens the door.
Look at the main base though. That main base is going to have 6 Stalkers in there, and this single medevac ByuN is the type of guy that just boosted in, right? Yeah, there we go. He's gonna most likely lose it.
Yep, Stalker's blinked onto it. Medevac goes down instantly, and there's already units in position on the third base as well. So ByuN cannot continue the frontal push. Took a little bit of damage to the Prism and Zealots at home as well, and it does feel as though that ByuN is running a little bit out of steam right now in this game 3.
Yeah. ByuN still has some tanks, which should allow him to stabilize at least somewhat. You know, this type of game, whenever I see CLEM play it, he'll still have like 150 supply or so. I don't understand how that works, because their third is so late. Like, MaxPax is mining from his fourth before the third, and then whenever I watch CLEM, he's still high supply.
Yeah.
Have you noticed this too?
Yeah, it's just like the CLEM factor. He just doesn't matter what really happens. It feels like he has more units than anybody else.
But I don't understand, because it's not like ByuN has been macroing poorly, you know? I paid specific attention to this. He had good macro, but they have less stuff. Make that make sense, Wardy.
I can't make that make sense. I'm not a magician. Gets the Prism at least, so you can stop worrying about that for a couple of moments. Small sigh of relief for ByuN in this game as he tries to get the Ghost Academy online and looks to tech further. I mean, MaxPax just isn't stopping. Fifth base starts to build as ByuN battles to get onto his third base properly still. I mean, it is a challenge from here, so ByuN's going to have to try and make something happen, but that's definitely not going to come easily.
Fifth base already, what's it, 25% down. Dark Shrine second Robo. You know what I really like about... Oh, never mind. I was going to say that he always does the Stalker arrest, and as I didn't even finish my sentence, and he lost 4 Stalkers for free. That was not quite brilliant.
Well, we are going to see the force fields coming down here. That's a bunch of units of ByuN getting caught, so MaxPax able to clean those out, and ByuN's just going to say that that is enough. GG's, and MaxPax is going to take the 2-1 victory. Move into our WardiTV Monday finals, which is what he does week after week after week. Pretty sick. This is his 4th in a row.
Really?
Yeah.
He won last week, no?
Yeah, he won last week because when he played Shin. Finally. He lost to Shin the first time he went into a final in these events.
Really?
Yeah. It's a pretty wild series. Then he lost to Shin the day
Shin
after
is
as
a
well.
different beast just in general, no? Like, he plays different than the other boys, but he's his own, you know, shenanigans.
Yeah, no, he's it feels like he's much improved the last 3 to 6 months. I don't know when it happened exactly, but like he's like truly top tier, constantly competing with everybody, you know, like, and he's not just like doing the little cheesy things that Shin does. He's like genuinely just been very good lately.
Interesting.
He's staying for the series.
What? Yeah, I'm staying till the very end, Wardy.
The very end, because it's for us in the finals. I see.
Yeah, yeah. If there was no toss, I would leave you to it with your
I know.
TVTs.
I know exactly what would happen. Come for the good stuff, you leave me with the crap.
ByuN vetoed Oceanborn,
ByuN
but
veto?
only against MaxPax, according to MaxPax. So MaxPax vetoed Amphion, which I think is a semi-fair veto.
Uh-huh. Wild.
Interesting. Amphion as a veto.
Mm-hmm.
You don't mind Ghost River? Do you have any questions for MaxPax as well?
No. Maybe ask MaxPax what he thinks ByuN has at 3 minutes.
What?
Well, ByuN has at 3 minutes.
I don't think he'd know. Yeah, you can't figure it out.
A lot more complicated than you realize.
MaxPax said, I think Ghost River is good
I mean,
if I win the early game.
Well, if you win the early game, then you're playing a map which is really only good for the Terran push and then very good for you defending, right? So, yes, if you win the early game...
Is it good though? Because I also hate being split base versus like 6 versus 6 if you get there. It's also not that hard for Terran to take a fort.
I don't know. That's a good point. It feels pretty good though. I don't know, I feel like pros players when they get to 4 base on Ghost River usually have a good time. I haven't really seen a lot of 6 versus 6 on TVP.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
Alright, well...
But I was just, you know, speculating. Oh, you want to do the introductions?
Yeah, just in case I upload it to YouTube, you know.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, let's do
Strong,
it again. Then.
strong opening, and then people.
Okay, strong opener.
Yeah, in the top
Ladies
left.
and gentlemen,
Oh,
welcome to the best of 3 between the world champion in the top left, playing for Team Liquid. It is CLEM.
Yeah, I just can't top that. In the bottom right, a red Protoss player from Genji. It is Trap, not the world champion.
Not the world champion, but he
No.
could be in the future.
Yeah, fast improving since his return.
Yeah,
from the
he's
military.
fast improving.
It's,
And he was brilliant as well.
Yeah, very good when
Don't
he
forget
left.
that.
Yeah, very good when he left. Pretty good Dawn Strong coming back straight away, and honestly just keeps on getting better and better.
You know? Wait, actually, I think I need to open the door. Give me a
Okay.
second. You keep talking to the folks now.
You can go open the door, and I will. I don't know what I'm going to tell the folks about. Apart from just hello. Thanks for joining us for a beautiful Monday. Wait for Harsman to come back and see what interesting things he would like to talk about, because... Oh, hey, there's an engineering bay block going down, so there you go. CLEM going to try and take control early by engineering bay blocking, trying to force that Nexus out of position, something CLEM actually really does love, because he can really take advantage of that a lot of the time. It's his Hellion drop builds, or even just Hellion run-bys, that's something he does a lot of the time, so if you force that Nexus out of location, that is something that you're generally happy with, and Trap seems to know this, that's why he's just going to pull the probes in response. He sees it before the engineering bay gets to full HP, which means you can pull the probes as a response to this as well. And yeah, just wants to clear this out and actually just expand on the natural instead of the third base, so that's going to be the plan on that one. There's a couple probes in the SCV, come back around, and now the Zealot is there to finish off the Cyber Core. The engineering bay, sorry, gets himself the Stalker building on the follow-up. And the Nexus will go down momentarily. Kaboom. Just like that, so... Gets that going. CC on the way up on the other side from CLEM. Gonna go high ground CC, so not gonna have to deal with the initial harass of his opponent. Obviously, when you see that Zealot quickly, you force the Zealot quickly, and gateway units a little bit more prioritized than the Nexus. You know, high ground CC just means you don't have to deal with any pressure that they then might apply. You're pretty weak at this point in the game as the Terran. You've got a single Marine. He's not building more Marines either. Prioritizing the Widow Mine, prioritizing the Starport. Widow Mine makes a lot of sense. It will guarantee a kill on any unit that walks up that ramp. And then just wants to get a Starport up, and finally is going to go back to Marine production. So all of this is viable because he goes high ground CC. If this was low ground CC and the Zealot shows up right now, yeah, okay, maybe the Widow Mine would get a kill, but then the Stalker can genuinely just push in and control the natural. Now all the Stalker can do is chip away at a reactor, which is... it's fine, but it's not delaying a CC. It's not delaying the natural from coming up or anything along those lines. As that reactor takes a few more shots, Marines will want to get a little bit more competitive now. Obviously, that reactor does not want to go down. But Mine's going to re-burrow here, believes he has enough Marine firepower to keep the units back. And we'll be able to do just that. There's 2 more Marines popping, Hellion on the way. That should be good enough to deal with this, as the Adept does not want to shade there. Widow Mine has recharged and is waiting to blow up on anything possible.
What happened, Wardy?
CLEM engineering bay block, Trap made a Zealot, Stalker and Adept, and attacked across the map, lost the Zealot.
Hate to see it.
Hate to see it.
You wanna hear what happened with me? My neighbor came to pick
Yeah.
up the package,
Yeah.
but he was home all day already.
Oh.
And they've been doing this lately, where specifically, you know, DHL,
Uh-huh.
they, rather than, like, they just pick one random house out of like 7 that are next to each other, and they just deliver all packages there. So they can go faster.
That's insane. Then you have to go
It's
get your
insane.
package
And you
from
know what's funny? So my neighbors are often not home. Last time they were on a holiday,
Uh-huh.
and DHL is allowed to throw their packages in like one of their garbage bins, you know, that's outside. So last time they were on a holiday, and my package was in that garbage bin for 5 days. They didn't know because they were on a holiday.
Uh-huh.
And then I check my app, and it just says it's been delivered at my house. I'm like, what the hell is this, you know? It's absolutely, DHL is the worst. You know, they also stole, they stole my, did I tell you this, during COVID, when we couldn't go to the hairdresser? I ordered a hair trimmer.
Yeah. I remember this.
I ordered a hair trimmer, like a good one, and almost all of them were sold out. It was like one of the last ones. I ordered it, and I'm like, okay, this is gonna be banging. And before this guy delivered it, Irene said, okay, I'll cut your hair just for fun, you know? So we're going at it with like a kitchen scissor, and it looks god-awful. God-awful, right? The worst haircut you've ever seen in your life. It was terrible. And then I check my app, and it says it's delivered. But my hair trimmer never gets delivered, and I can't order a single different one. So I have this terrible kitchen scissor haircut for the next 2 months before these things go back into store.
I do remember this conversation.
Dude, I wore a hat for like 3 months. I never wear hats.
I love that
This
you
is
still
good
have
for
the,
Clem, no?
I feel like you never really dealt with this. I feel like this...
No, you know, there was nothing there. They didn't do anything about it, and it wasn't just my stuff. I live with housemates. They also stole their guitars. It was 2 guitars and my hair trimmer. It's called a trimmer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like for the buzz cut.
Yeah.
They stole all of it. And they pretended like they were doing us a favor, refunding us the product. It's like, we know it's been delivered because our delivery guy wouldn't see it. I'm like, he stole it. He faked my signature.
He must have had a really bad haircut himself, mate.
Yeah, he had it rough as well. He played with the kitchen scissors the night before.
Clem's gonna get cleaned up, but only after doing mega damage. His tanks are being popping off. He had to do a great job trading with the Phoenix earlier in this as well, getting one of those killed off initially. Phoenix did shut off reinforcements, which kind of has stopped Clem from maybe doing even more here, but feels pretty rough for Trap, right? I mean, resources lost is even, but you lost a couple of Phoenix, you lost your 3rd base setup as well, so any progress you were kind of meant to be at in this game is kind of being just completely undone, right?
Yeah, and here, this is what I was talking about earlier, remember? Like the Viking stuff. It's so good. And I think Clem is the trendsetter when it comes to this. He just loves doing this nowadays. If he has a decent early game, rather than pretending like he has to play it out, he's just going to build like 4 to 6 Vikings. Usually he actually does it with tanks, I think. I haven't seen this a whole lot with mines. I guess because there's charge? Is that why?
I guess
Does
so.
he know there's charge? I guess he saw no robo units.
Just makes an assumption. I mean, what else are you going into? If you don't see an immortal, then...
Yeah, fair play. Yeah, mines. I like it then. But then, do I like the Vikings as much because there's no Colossus as a target?
But if you can just shut down the Phoenix, then you basically just got Zealots.
Yeah, that's also true. But even if you don't cut down the Phoenix, it's really just Zealots and Phoenix, which is also... I mean...
That's true. Well,
you just get like 3 ghosts.
Especially in this case where the numbers just aren't going to be there for Trap. Like,
yeah,
this would work if you have if the Protoss had won the early game and he just overwhelms with Zealot. It's so powerful, but right now, like 7 charges look pathetic against this army. Like absolutely terrible. No upgrades.
Yeah.
+1.
You know what I always feel like in these situations? I think pulling the boys is actually correct.
Yeah. Well, because he has no way to deal with it. Like the Zealots will die before the SCVs are dead.
Exactly. It's stupid because it feels like you're taking a big risk, but you're actually taking a risk by not pulling the boys. You know, that's the real risk. He actually loses 11 SCVs. Now just pull off and go across the map. Yeah, there's no storm yet, but theoretically there could be storm. Now I wouldn't, I wouldn't trust it anymore if I'm Clem. Yeah. Although you see an Archon morph, it's like ooh.
Good play from Trap, obviously, to buy a bit of time with that attack and to pull Clem back, because Clem was ready to go across the map and deal some damage. So Trap buys himself some time, gives himself a few more moments, just doing what he can to try and dig back into this game. It's been a pretty rough game, number 1. And hard to say what's worse, your haircut after the scissor incident or the opening of this game for Trap.
It's close. This was god awful. Honestly, so was my haircut, but this is really pushing it. Honestly, the fact that Trap has no Colossus is really helping him out. Like,
yeah, if
it's
you had
not
Colossus,
great,
it'd be terrible because they would just die.
Yeah, you just provide more targets. This is not a bad start of a fight either. Now he probably needs to pull back at some point. Yeah, I lost too many Zealots, eh?
Yeah, I don't like the fight at all. I don't think you gain anything by trying to go up here apart from just... Like, does he really believe that Clem lost too much pulling back on that previous fight that he was able to take a fight? I just don't see it.
It's also getting a Robo Bay with maybe it's for Disruptors. I really think Storm should have been the play here. Like, you just Storm and...
Right.
I don't even know what you transition into from there on out. If there's already 6 Vikings, Storm Disruptor feels so bad, you know? It really feels bad if there's this many Vikings out already to transition into Colossus. But if you'd never get Colossus, then it also feels bad. He's just adding more and more Archons, though. Like a 150, 160 supply push, 3 ghost. That should be toast, no?
Yeah, as the Prism gets caught as well, so that goes further supply opportunities across the map, which could have maybe been a way back into this for Trap. As the Bio will open some rocks and actually have the Phoenix around the back getting kind of picked on. They're trying to pick on things, but they're getting picked on themselves.
Yeah. Dude, if he clears all 3 ghosts while they're walking across, it's still gonna be rough, but maybe possible. But if you're not clearing the ghost, like, good luck, my friend.
I mean, he only has 1 EMP now, though. So, like, for this moment right here, maybe there's some chances. Zelds are going to come from both sides. Good setup of the fight for Trap. The Wooden Mines obviously help a lot against the Zelds that are coming from the backside. We're still yet to drop the EMP that this Ghost has available. And as the Archons are going to be pretty much the only thing left in a moment. Clem just backs away. Good defense from Trap, honestly. I mean, finds a great fight with those few Zelds coming in from the other side. Is the only thing that made that kind of seem possible.
Trap is playing a phenomenal game. Very low worker count, though. We shouldn't forget that a lot of the supply is in Vikings. Like, there's what, 12 supply in Vikings. So actually the supply is pretty close. Like, if you're not hitting your EMPs, you're not going to win a fight against Zealot Archon. That's even army supply, right? Now we have a Colossus. So these Vikings will actually start becoming useful. But now the Vikings went back home.
Yeah.
Clem's not having his day when it comes to the unit movement.
You know, I feel like a lot of Trap's games look like this, where like he struggles early game. His later game actually looks like pretty darn good. It's just like he's so dead off the start that it's like doesn't really matter. But I feel like I said this originally. I was like, man, it's going to be easy for Trap to become a top level player again when he returns from the military, because actually it feels like his late game is already amazing. It's just his early game needs some fixing. But still having some of those issues just getting set up apparently.
I was watching him play a PvZ against, I want to say it was Shin. And I think he won the series 3-0 in the end. But I think it was one of your tournaments as well. It's like, it was so sick because it looked like all of those early games were extremely bad. And then you just kind of turned it around and won the games. It was really, really impressive.
Yeah, I think I recall something along those lines. This is a Terrence around this time that maybe is a bit too much. Colossus is going to get jumped on by the Vikings. The Prism will try and micro. I mean, Trap is doing everything he can to make something of this. The Prism will get targeted next. And both Colossus go down in sync. So Trap is going to die, but like you said, pretty darn good effort to keep him in this and to keep it going for at least a little while longer. Definitely gives you some hope heading into game number 2. If he can just get that better start, we could be in for a heck of a game.
Yeah, Vikings go back into the skies. We'll try to clear that Colossus. Now back down to the ground. And the problem here is just obvious, right? There's too much infrastructure for Clem, who's on 7 barracks, double starport. He has infinite cash as well. I mean, this is just not a fair fight. GG gets called. Clem is going to win game number 1 here on Oceanborn in 13 minutes and 34 seconds.
Beautiful stuff. All right, Clem, looking to make it a Clem Max Packs finals again. Wasn't last week. The 3 weeks previously it was, so I'm looking at
Max Packs Clem?
Yeah, we had Max Packs Clem week 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Interesting.
No, 4, 5, and 6. Last week Clem lost to Shin.
Clem lost to Shin?
In the semis, yeah. He's been doing that.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I'm telling you, Shin is
Shin's really good.
Yeah. I was gonna say he's like secretly very good, but I don't think it's much of a secret anymore. He's just good now.
Yeah, no, I mean he's one of the better Zegs out there for sure.
Top 10 on the League Luck as well. You saw it?
Really? Oh well,
that's
actually really
two
sick.
green arrows everywhere except versus Terran.
That doesn't surprise me when you say it, because like he has been playing well, he's been playing good games, but like it is kind of surprising still, though, right? You know, so it makes sense, but I wouldn't have guessed it.
Man, where do you think Showtime is on the League Luck?
Showtime's been playing well lately. Maybe like 13,
He's 12.
12.
He's really freaking good, eh?
Yeah, he's been the last few times I've had Showtime in my tournaments, he's been sick, like really good.
Jesus.
Yeah, exciting.
Huh. Interesting.
You got any other
weird facts?
Yeah, things to guess?
Yeah, sure. Who is the last Protoss you think Showtime lost to?
The last Protoss Showtime lost to? Nightmare.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
No, that's actually wrong. It's Harstem. This happened.
Wow. Should have seen that one coming. When did this happen?
On the 8th of October, actually.
The 8th? You didn't play
Yeah.
Nightmare since then?
It doesn't
My
say.
tournament
No,
must
he
have
lost
been
the
on the
Nightmare
7th.
before, way before, on the 28th of the month before, September. Yeah, September.
Really? Oh, these days
Yeah.
are passing too quickly, man.
Yeah. It also was in your tournament.
Yeah, that's
where
why
I
I'm
did
thinking of
manage
it.
to beat Showtime with a 2-1 score.
It was in my tournament that you
The
beat him?
rank 12 in the world. That's
Oh,
pretty impressive.
You beat him in the in the groups, and it made the group really weird.
Why? Because I wasn't supposed to win any games, or?
No, because obviously it made the entire group very interesting, right? Because like Showtime lost, I think he still won the group, but because he lost to you, it obviously was like tiebreaker situation. It made it made the group very interesting because you also took a map off Rogue, so it was like
I should have beaten Rogue 2-0.
Yeah,
I recall that
yeah.
series.
You're right. That was wow. That was.
I should have beat him 2-0. Then if I could have lost it, I lost the ByuN 2-0 for free.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that was the last time that Showtime lost. Now I think that. About that group. I literally just cut up the videos for YouTube of that yesterday as well.
Really?
Yeah.
You do all of that yourself?
Yeah. It takes like a minute.
You're such a hard worker. You sit all day casting, and then at night you do the videos.
and
for
I
YouTube.
spent 30 seconds cutting up a YouTube video. Whoa.
Don't
tough life.
undersell this.
It's a tough life, buddy. Yeah, then you have to make the thumbnail. I put a lot of effort into that. See, I've trained my YouTube audience to only click very basic, boring thumbnails that have an image of StarCraft and the player names. It's really good. If I put any more effort in, the clicks go down. It's amazing. It's a great move.
Yeah, that is very good. You have you have a well-trained audience.
Yeah. They don't oblige you to click play. To click
Yeah.
Ghost River again.
Yeah, I am starting to believe that maybe I am the weird one.
Yeah, your videos on. I was gonna say like Ghost River is in all of the best of threes. Like really all of them.
It's such a tiny map, though. You know, it's unfair to judge me based on that because I play different from these guys.
Isn't
I tend to take more money earlier.
more money earlier?
Yeah.
Greedier?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't play greedy on a small map. Shock horror.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think. Oh, he's playing the Imba build. He calls it the Imba build himself as well.
Oh yeah. What's this?
Yeah.
Marine.
It's the 2 Cyclone, like
the push into
11
natural.
Marine push out.
Yeah. And he just clicks the battery down and wins half the time.
Yeah, he does. But sometimes if he thinks he can't click the battery down, he drops 7 Marines in the main base and kills 15 workers. That's also a viable way to win.
Also a great move.
You know what's funny though? Is that the other Terrans, they're not good with this build. Like,
yeah, I know.
I don't understand how that type of stuff works, you know? That just one dude can execute it. It doesn't make any sense to me, because just the build order.
Isn't it how you use the units? Like, his micro is just phenomenal sometimes.
It is, but I mean, Maru's micro is also phenomenal. You know, we shouldn't pretend like it ain't.
Is that not the same as like max specs with like 4K blink? Like,
yeah, but I think, no, that's true. Yeah, but it feels different though. Like that build requires more skill. Because it's a Protoss build, first of all. And second of all, because there's like more things going on. Like this build, there is nothing influencing it yet. You know, there's no mine drop on your side of the map. It's just you and the build. This is actually really bad, losing that Cyclone.
yeah.
Trap could even potentially hold it as a result of that.
Great build was so broken. Loses a Cyclone, GG. Well, we are going to just set up to deny the third, which that seems like it's going to be easily done. 4 Marines and a Cyclone here. The other Marines are just going to be able to waltz up, and you have 2 Stalks and an Adept. I mean, this does not feel like there was ever any hope of this third base finishing, right? Unless CLEM just ignored it and went towards the natural anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe that was Trap's hope. Blink finishes, so he will not lose any more Stalkers here. CLEM has to obviously figure out when he wants to start pulling back and getting away from this.
Oh,
that's a
was
great
an
blink.
interesting blink forward.
Yeah.
One for the books.
Cyclone saved again. Clem able to fight back a little bit, doing a decent job of it.
I mean, this should legit be illegal, no?
Oh, Clem's micro.
No, I mean, what he was doing here.
Yeah.
Like, being this far out on
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
4 Marines and a Cyclone. It's like,
Yeah,
come on.
I mean, that's the thing, though. Clem's like always in these super risky positions. And he's like, well, I'm actually okay. I can make it work. Well, Stalkers have to back off in the end. He essentially just trades the Cyclones for Stalkers. Liberator doesn't do much, though, right? So that's a win from Trap as well. As Clem has traded worse overall. He's still... the fact he stood here now with Marines and a single siege tank is super wild to me as well.
I think this is actually allowed, though. Like, I don't mind that as much as the earlier Marine Cyclone move. Like, I think this is kind of... Yeah, I don't mind. Ooh, good pickup. Once again, not surprised. One Stalker went down already here. It's fun here that tanks are better on siege when Clem has them than sieged. Auto turret goes down, should kill at least 2 of these Stalkers. It's 3. This is really bad. Observer goes down as well. If all of these key units for Clem stay alive, I think Trap is in so much trouble. He lost another Stalker up top, by the way.
Yep, this is getting very, very bad. It's just going to be some Raven taking another couple of shots. Stalker going down. Marines and tanks continue to push. A couple of Stalkers still taking shots. I was just going to be seeing the units going back over that left-hand side. Clem going to get in position, and this is looking rough for Trap as the tank is going to get saved as well because Clem is able to get so much out of each and every unit. I mean, yeah. Trap at least shuts off some Marines.
Yeah, that is nice. And it's a start. Charge is about 20% done. One tank is very low. Actually, all 3 tanks are very low. This is really scary here if you're Clem, honestly.
Well, it doesn't last very long, but the Stalkers should be good. We get a battery. We're going to just turn it around and try and get as many Stalkers as we can. I mean, Clem loses everything, but he killed a lot of stuff as well, right?
Yeah, but, I mean, that last fight was just bad, right? Losing 3 tanks like this. What did he kill in the last fight? 3 Stalkers and an Immortal for 3 tanks? No way, that's a trade you want. Imagine if he pushes now with Stim, Combat, and 5 tanks. Like, how are you going to hold that?
Yeah.
He's like 2 Zealots.
That's a very good point. As CC, he'll lift and go to the 3rd base. Yeah. Trap is, He has a really good point. What would he do if there was just 5 times? You're right.
Yeah, he would die.
Very
He'd be
dead. Yeah.
Yeah. He'd roll over.
Charge going to finish up. Extended thermal lance coming through. Combat shells, cluster shells, +1 attack continuing to come up as well. So obviously Clem starts to get the rest of his game on the go, and Trap will be able to have that 4th base coming in. So can he get back on track? He is kind of low on probe count though, right? 60. Clem's up on 67. Something to work on, especially as the 4th base comes online. Destination just comes to check out. Obviously, Trap loves to see exactly what's going on. Just going to check through the base, sees the Widowmine production as well. Reactor on the factory gives that away, so you know what the general tech of your opponent is turning into. Trap's also going to get the Dark Shrine going down for this mid-game as well now, so Dark Shrine DT options, great for harassing, great for kind of controlling the map as well. And the longer this goes, the more happy he's going to be that he's built into that Dark Shrine, I'm sure.
I think so too. It does feel a bit early for a shrine though, no? Like pre-second robo. Do we even have a 2nd forge? No. Like this is desperation, no?
Yeah. I mean,
but I don't think he's in such a desperate spot. Yeah.
No, I mean, it just seems kind of like fine.
Yeah, but he's gonna put himself in a worse spot by not having a fast 2nd row forge. I don't like that. This is a good start.
Yeah, and a couple of catches. We're going to see the Widowmines trying to get set up. Forces the Unburrow, and that means we're going to be able to pick off one of those kills as well. As do you have the Prism. Just going to fly in. There's going to be a few Zealots that are going to be dropping off. And SCVs will begin to go down in this natural, so this is Trap. I was trying to open up opportunities. We are going to see Clem big pull across to deal with that. The tank goes down here now quickly. He has a lot of bio nearby, just didn't jump forwards quickly enough. The Zealots in the main base will go down as well, but 12-30 and SCV's already going down. That natural is still under attack, so big damage being done, and Trap able to find some value and Shadow Stride now on the way. 2 disruptors building at a time. Finally getting that second forge as well.
That was banging, no?
That was a great attack. I didn't think he'd ever get 16 SCVs here.
Yeah, I thought he was going to lose 12 Zealots and maybe kill a depot. That was well done. 2-1 has started for him as well. The auto turret man is still alive and is driving around looking for more kills. Not going to get it so far. 5th base is on the way. CLEM is still in, I would call this a minor lead, right? Just purely based on his army. He's like 6-7 ghosts. There's not that many disruptors out. Then again, the Viking count isn't brilliant. But then again, the Colossus count also is only at 2. So I don't know how I feel about this game at all, Wardy. You tell me how to feel.
It feels like it should be good for Trap in some ways, but then Clem's maxed. Clem's got a 4th base comfortably, locking down observers. I think it's just it really just kind of depends on how these disruptors do, but I'm kind of afraid that if none of these disruptors do anything significant, then Clem's just going to roll this army, make it look very one-sided, right? Which, maybe that's just how it goes, you know, typically if disruptors don't hit and they're a big part of your army, but I feel like we need either disruptors or DTs to do their job. If neither of them do their job, I think Clem's going to have a very good time, because a lot of this army, I mean, it's very Stalker heavy as well, right? Which, even in this game, is not great. It's a nice start of the disruptors, though. Gets a good Clem to the top side.
Yeah, on CLEM like they're in the control. Loses a bunch of units pretty much for free. This is on West, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah. It's a little bit more understandable. DTs are trying to pass by. One of them gets into the main base. There is no turret there, but I think we have enough scans, and I think CLEM has a brain big enough to figure out what's kicking off. Like, oh, SCV's disappearing. Weird shimmer on the map. Maybe a DT. Indeed scans it. A couple of Zealots now hitting the 3rd base are going to die as well. I think Trap is getting a little bit too excited here with the harassment. What I wouldn't mind seeing is, you know, an adding in of a couple of gateways here, going up to 12, maybe even 14. I think that would be sick. He needs more and bigger disruptor hits. He only is on 4 disruptors though, so it's going to be very tricky.
Yeah, he barely has enough to just keep constant firing. He is going to get into this position where Clem has a potential to almost wrap around him. Trap does step back from that. Clem steps a bit too far into that disruptor. Vikings are putting some work in. He's coming from the upper right as well. Another disruptor shot that is going to connect, and Clem keeps on taking damage. Now DT is going to get into that mineral line. There's a tank there, but then the missile turret's going to go down. Tank can't fire anymore. We blink 1 DT onto the tank. Clem has a group of units bottom left-hand side, though, and so Trap's 5th base is going to get annihilated. That will not last very long at all. And for all of these attempts of harassing, Trap is not really coming out with much damage. Like, you know, a turret here and a tank there, a couple of SCVs. None of it feels super worthwhile, as it feels like he would generally want more from how much he's committing to.
Yeah, but his disruptor shots so far have been clean. Like, absolutely clean. So, I don't actually know. I think it's a pretty even game. Clem does still have a very scary army. It is kind of Viking heavy though. 9 Vikings for 1 Colossus. That's a lot of supply you're not using efficiently, as Trap also manages to find a good angle here. Zealots could go into the natural, maybe even clear an eBay or a bunch of workers. This is a move that, you know, a little bit of risk, but also could pay off.
The disruptor shot coming up that ramp. We are going to see the disruptor on the ramp going down. We're going to have ourselves a bit of a better split here as Clem is playing the chasing game. Always scary. Love the Marauder getting in the front and concussive shelling some of those disruptors. Lets you get all of them as well. Vikings now chasing down that Colossus that remains, and Clem just needs to try and get up this ramp. 1 disruptor remains here, and there's just not the splash damage from Trap to fight this army if an engagement happens right now.
Yeah, Prism was there to save 2 of these disruptors as well, but he just didn't use it. That is actually a pretty painful error. He's only on 2 robos as well, not the triple robo to quickly rebuild these bad boys. I think this army that Clem has on the other side of the map is very strong at this moment. It's going to be hard for Trap to get a winning fight. 2-1 are the upgrades against 2-2, so I guess a small lead there for Trap. Giving up this 6th base isn't a huge issue though.
Yeah, he doesn't really need it right now, as Clem is in the bottom left as well, though, and so he is finding himself a bit of damage there, but he'll lose both medvacs. Wow, just keeps that one alive. Oh.
Okay, fat Zealot warp in right in sensor tower range. It's not weird because the sensor tower has a lot of range. These bad boys are going to start right-clicking turrets. Depots raise in time. Prism is going to try to go over here, and it works. Trap. Beautiful little maneuver here. That's going to break the main base, actually. CLEM now needs to make a decision. Does he send a lot of stuff back, or does he all in? He's going to send stuff back. He does get caught with the rest of his army in the middle. Purification Novas are going to connect as well. Trap with a great start of a fight here.
Yeah, gets a lot done in the middle. Vikings now kind of dead supply. They can land and help out, but it's obviously not really what they're made for. CLEM does get back to the choke point. That helps a lot. Scan comes down, finally cleans up in the main base in the next moment or two. But Trap has taken the supply lead. CLEM has some money to spend. We'll start trying to spend it. Those DTs have been so annoying. Continue to spread around between all the different mineral lines. I mean, just causing the harassment to last for so long each and every time. We're going to blink on top of this planetary fortress. We're going to try and get it. SCV's looking to repair. CLEM dives in, gets the disruptor. The Marauders will do what they can, but there's just not enough. The planetary goes down as well. Extra units showing up. The Vikings on the left side are going to get rid of a lot of Stalkers too. They'll drop in the corner, forces a warping. CLEM brings reinforcements down the right. His worker count has plummeted. He's got the better army supply, and I dare say his army's a bit better overall, maybe. There's one Colossus, one DT, and otherwise it's Zealot Stalker on the side of Trap.
Yeah, I think not repairing the planetary there in time was kind of a big blunder. He waited way too long, and I don't think there was enough damage output to actually go through 14, 15 SCVs of pure repair, at least not that quickly. Still, CLEM is in a playable position. His army supply is pretty freaking decent. He has the Vikings ready already, and he has a lot of ghosts. There are no disruptors currently on the map. Problem being, though, that his army is pretty bruised up. He needs time to heal it up, and Trap is not going to give him this time quite yet.
CLEM pulls back a little bit. We are going to be seeing that hold on that fifth base, a big factor. And he'll just keep that alive just about throughout. This is huge as CLEM gets a few more Vikings on the way. A couple extra ghosts in production as well. A few of these reinforcements already getting caught though, and CLEM gonna have to be careful as once again Trap's made this move multiple times where CLEM's been busy down on the more bottom side of the map, and Trap just dives up this ramp and into the natural / main. It's been such a good move for him repeatedly as CLEM's got to figure out a way to get into his main base to play defense. That's going to involve dropping in. He is going to get away with the drop. He is actually going to be able to play defense there. Good move.
Yeah, Liberator at the same time getting 13 worker kills. Trap not really responding to that whatsoever. Worker counts are still in favor of Trap. Income, however, in favor of CLEM. CLEM's army also looking pretty powerful. Now the second half of the army is going to be capable of surrounding this. Vikings go back into the sky. There's not a lot of EMPs here. That means that Zealots are going to perform quite well. But the Colossus fighting a refinery are going to get taken out. Prism might get sniped here as well. And I think CLEM is just barely going to be capable of taking this game.
What a fantastic game number 2. Trap absolutely looked as though he was able to cause CLEM just enough trouble, but he was probably just a fight away from winning this, and just didn't quite have it in the end. This game had a lot of fun moments, and now Trap currently in the issue of he's got workers, but he can't transition them into army units fast enough. He's still warping in DTs, but CLEM is already on the hunt with a major army through the middle, and there's not much to fight back.
Yeah. And this is very typical of CLEM, is that despite not ever really getting a big Liberator count, with pure Ghost, Viking, Marauder, Medevac, he can take extremely efficient fights. Because if you take a look at the resources lost, CLEM is just up 5k, which is not uncommon for Terran players if there is big Liberator counts, especially with +2 ship weapons. But I think it is fairly rare to see that versus relatively high Disruptor counts if you're just playing with like Marauder Ghost.
Yeah. No, it's you're right, kind of wild efficiency to see. You mentioned Liberator counts. We're seeing some more libs added on now as CLEM has freedom to kind of establish a better army on the map, so immediately goes to those Liberators as a way to do exactly that. Probably doesn't necessarily need them here, and I think I would have been a fan of him just kind of going a little bit. Like, tough game to kind of call the exact position of, but we could obviously see Trap really didn't have much at all, so a bit of a shove across the map probably could have tipped this game over the edge already.
Yeah. Yeah, it really could. I do like that CLEM is trying to play it out properly. I love that Trap is staying in as well. He's gonna snipe, well, none of these Liberators. Does manage to damage both of them, so it's a moral victory if anything. He's now gonna get some hits with those Disruptors. We saw some really nice Disruptor hits at the start as well, but it just wasn't enough. And this is just kind of what it feels like playing against CLEM. Like, even if everything goes your way, then, you know, it's still rough.
Yep.
It really is still rough.
And CLEM now should be heading down to the bottom left-hand side. Other game in this series, of course, about to be up 2 and hence going to the finals, where it will be another CLEM Max Packs Best of 5 final today. And a WardiTV Monday. The Libs are sieging, these probes are doomed. And Trap is going to try and counterattack again. Not sure the counterattack will do much. There's honestly a pretty decent chunk of bio here to stim up, and we should be somewhat okay. There's a few units that are a bit further back that can help, and Trap is realizing that this is maybe not doing what he would have hoped for it to do. I mean, he is testing every opportunity he has to maybe bring this back, but yeah, CLEM has way too much at this point. It's been close, it's been back and forth, it's been pretty epic, honestly. CLEM is going to secure that 2-0.
Yeah, very well done. It's also nice to think about the fact that, you know, Trap is a very good player, and he's thinking that I could have had the exact same score against CLEM as he just did. It does bring a smile to your face, doesn't it, Marty?
Yeah, I smile for you. I'm very happy that you might have had the same score.
Might have had as well. I like the might in there, so there's potential for maybe even a map win.
I've seen you take a game of CLEM once upon a time. How long ago was that?
I think 2023, somewhere in December, I want to say.
December 23?
Yeah.
I'll look it up. Yeah, you're not wrong. December 2023, Home Story Cup playoffs.
Yeah, took a fat map there. I should have won that series.
Yeah. Yeah, you played well in that series, actually, I think. I remember.
I like the surprise.
No. No, I'm surprised I remember it, you know? Like, I'm surprised I, like, you mentioned it, and then I'm like, oh yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's a good series. I should have won Oceanborn.
That's a very good series.
Alcione was also close. Maybe even won that map. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, we've had this map pool for a long time then already.
Yeah, this map pool's been around forever.
That's crazy. We're going to Europe, right? It's CLEM Max Packs
CLEM
finals?
Max Packs, we play on Europe.
Okay, sick.
You indeed. I'm gonna mute Discord and sell out for a second, okay? Be back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I'll do the same thing.
Sweet. Alright guys, hello. I actually have ads playing right now, so it's not the ideal time to sell out, but I do want to say thank you to a few people who've been subbing and stuff. Obviously, I've not been super good at keeping on top. So Rodin18 on the 20-month resub, thank you so much. Campo Chess on the 100 bits, thank you. Only Perspective with the 1-year resub on the Prime, thank you so much. Slowly gifting us sub out to Gary Arganis. Booyah for you all in the 21-month resub. If you yet to see proof your donations are going to Ellie and you suspect you might be getting scammed, no, I promise your donations are going to Ellie. Where do you think her treats come from? Ascalon UK on the 57-month resub. Dave Tester as well on the 26-month resub as well, just to catch up. And Walgren78 on the 61 months. Laughing Games on the 2 years. But Hosson's been casting with us for ages. Soulman on the 100 bits. Zion is boss on the sub. I missed a bunch, but yeah, obviously lots going on when we have the co-casting going on, so appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching, guys. If you're watching on the YouTube, do consider liking the video and subscribe to the YouTube channel. So many people watching on YouTube are not subscribed to the channel. It helps us out so much if you subscribe over there. It just takes a second. Hit the button below. Like I say, like the YouTube stream as well goes a long way. Let's see how many likes we have right now. What are we at? 86. We need 14 people to hit that like button below the stream, guys. Hit 100, so do check that out. Also, I need to buy about 30 more seconds for ads to finish on Twitch, and I'm going to do a slightly more monetized centric sellout. 30 seconds. Take a moment to actually breathe as well. 87, beautiful. Yep, it says 87 right there. You're not wrong. Beautiful stuff. On the way to 100. Next Sun Finals obviously should be a lot of fun as well. Alright, ads are finishing up on Twitch, so I'm just going to take a couple moments to say, obviously, guys, WardiTV Mondays was originally guaranteed for September, and we were able to guarantee that actually through October in the end as well, with some extra support. I'm happy to say that we have been able to guarantee it now through November. So, WardiTV Mondays will continue through November. However, it is coming at a little bit more kind of cost to me because we've actually had a little bit of a little bit less support for it. So, sorry, just making sure the game doesn't start. So the TLDR is basically if you are enjoying this Monday event and you would like to support, your support really does help because it's going to cost me a little bit more than it has been costing me to keep this going at $400 a week. So if you would like to support that, do consider doing all the usual stuff such as subscribing on the on the Twitch with Prime. Use your regular subs, give some subs, etc. You can donate, you can cheer. On YouTube, you can become a member. You can check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. As well, anything you pledge on Patreon, 100% of that goes into WardiTV tournament prize pools. So, yeah, just a little mention again. Just TLDR is that basically the WardiTV Mondays will continue. It's just going to be a little bit more cost on my side to be able to keep them going. We have support from OSC and Winter and Loco. These guys are continuing to support us, just not as much, which is fine. I like what we have going. I think this is a great event. I think it's a lot of fun. They've been going very well from my point of view as well. So I'd like to keep them going. I'm just going to ask you guys to, if you can afford to support it and keep it going a little bit further. If it's enough to convince you to sub, for example, I'm just going to bring that up and mention it because it does go a long way. Thank you so much, Mies, for the 6-month resub on the Prime. So do check all that out. Consider supporting the channel, subscribing, and all that sort of stuff, guys. You know it. Just wanted to sell out a little bit. Let's bring Harston back in and cast this finals. Hi.
Hey, what's up?
How much?
What did you do?
I was just so I know. I was just letting the gang know that we're gonna have this event for another month.
Oh, so they need to pay up?
Well, no, like not exactly, but kinda, yeah.
Nice.
Well, like, so
is there anywhere where people from my stream can support it?
I have a Patreon page, and pretty much anything on Patreon goes into not necessarily this event, but an event, if nothing else. So part of it does go towards this. So Patreon.
So that's what, patreon.com/Wardy?
WardiTV.
Uh-huh.
100%. Any transaction fees we cover as well. We add it to the prize pool.
Really?
Yes. So
That's a bad deal for you.
It's a bad deal. Well, not really, because I get StarCraft out of it.
True.
True.
They pay for your passion.
They pay I pay for the passion. No, they help pay for the passion. Something like that. I don't know.
Subtle plug, guys. Well, it's not supposed to be subtle.
Yeah.
If it was subtle, it was on accident. This was supposed to be very.
Is it meant to be as obvious as it can get? Yeah. Look, you guys need to support this tournament, otherwise Harston runs out of YouTube content.
True. Yes. I've been known to produce loads of YouTube content specifically on the Wardy Monday.
Yeah, that's why.
That's a staple of my YouTube channel.
That's a staple of your YouTube channel. I thought so. Typical. All right, grand finals here of this 8th WardiTV Monday, the last one of October. Like I say, we're gonna have at least 4 more going out throughout November. As we have in the top left, the Red Protoss player MaxPax, and in the bottom left, the Blue Terran player CLEM. This is their 4th time meeting in a finals of this event, and CLEM has won every single time. So let's see if MaxPax can go back to back on wins. He beat Shin last week, but yeah, he's not been beaten CLEM too much recently. Actually, it has been pretty CLEM favored. Or have you seen otherwise, Harston?
Sorry, I was focusing on eating my Mandarin. What did you say?
I said, have you, in my eyes, CLEM just keeps winning this series. Have you seen anything from MaxPax that suggests otherwise? Like, have you seen MaxPax winning, versus CLEM much lately?
No. You know what I think the issue is with MaxPax? I think he's actually too predictable.
Yeah.
Like, I love the guy, and I love everything he plays, but he needs to be capable of doing some of the stuff that Hero can do, you know? He needs to just be an idiot sometimes. I think Clem is too comfortable against him. Just doing whatever because there's like 2.5 builds that MaxPax executes.
Yeah. No, I think there's definitely some validity to that, right? Like, predictability, and like, if that's what Clem has become comfortable against, because these guys keep on playing against each other so much, right? Like, if you just keep on doing the same things, then you're playing against the thing you've made the guy good against, right? Like, MaxPax has trained Clem up at this point, essentially.
Yeah, no, I'm with you completely. I just... Like, MaxPax needs to play extremely well in order to win. Because Clem always plays extremely well. And I think, if both players are playing their top level and they're playing their regular builds, I think Clem just has an edge, to be honest. Because I think Clem has a bigger build order diversity. I think Clem has a very good understanding of what needs to be done to get ahead into a mid game. And I also actually believe that unless MaxPax is in very firm control, Clem tends to win late games, no?
Yeah, I think max specs can make the late games weird, but Clem always, like what we just saw with Trap, right? Clem wrestles it back into his favor a lot of the time. Like, it feels like max specs, it gets into some very stable, good positions originally, and then frequently ends up on that, like, Stalker, Disruptor, Zealot phase, and he's just like, it's just so tough to win games on Stalker, Disruptor, Zealot, and I feel like that's why he gets stuck a lot against Clem, because the game becomes very scrappy and messy, and then it's very difficult to, you know, afford to rebuild out of that, so, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel you. Absolutely. Ooh!
Oh,
You saw that animation start?
No, I tapped away, but I guess the Adept tried to hit the Reaper and nearly got it. I didn't.
Yeah. You know, Hero sometimes gets it.
Hero sometimes gets it. What, his Adept just animates faster?
Well, I don't know how he does it. Otherwise, other people also would. I think he manually micros his shade better.
I see.
He's the only player that gets it sometimes. No one else does. Like, in this particular situation, where you've already hit it once and you send the shade, the Reaper should theoretically always escape. Hero sometimes gets it. He's the only one, actually.
I'll keep an eye out for that in the future. It's an interesting
He doesn't do it
tidbit.
frequently, but sometimes. Like maybe
Yeah.
10% of these situations, he actually gets his shade micro is very good. I think on lower ping, he's more likely to get it.
Okay.
Because I think he's really fast with the clicking. He's phenomenal.
Phenomenal. Alright. Well, we have a medevac up the left side here from Clem, as we do see Widowmine and 6 Marine Cyclone going to hit the front node battery on this natural, so that's just going to be a dead Adept. And then Probe's going to be in some trouble. The Widowmine, I was going to say, does not really want to fire onto the mineral line here. Would rather kind of continue to zone the Stalkers away. And Clem already getting 4 probes early. And doesn't really lose much at all. That Widowmine's still active, although we'll probably just get set off by a Blink Stalker soon. We actually have the Cyclone winning the fight in the natural on the Stalker. It does go down to the second, but just being annoying, very frustrating. And Clem, as always, just kind of all over the place and somehow controlling 2 different fights right at the same time.
What is interesting, though, is that MaxPax managed to survive. Yes, he lost 4 workers, but he's still in it. He's managed to do the greediest execution of his 3-gate Blink build order. So he's at least, like, this is not awful. He skipped both batteries, right? Usually against a double gas opener, skipping batteries is considered extremely risky. MaxPax didn't completely get away with it, but he kind of got away with it. Like, 4 workers, not the end of the world. Now there's going to be some counter pressure. Something I am kind of afraid of, though, is the Banshee. Where's the first one?
Up the right side.
It's... this first observer is so important, and I don't think it's going to be in the right spot.
This Banshee cloaks and is going to start dealing some damage to these Stalkers, forcing them to micro back already, and just pushes this back a little bit more quickly, and the Banshee across the map is arriving into the natural right now. Observer is not out there, and Clem is going to respect the position of the Stalkers, though. Go up to the dead airspace and just wait for an opportunity a bit further down the line.
Oh. 2 Banshee into Raven. My dear friend Wardy, this is the latest stim we're ever gonna see. It's actually going to be a 2-tank Marine follow-up here. MaxPax spots it with the Observer, but because there's a Banshee on his side of the map, it's just going to be so tricky for him to move out with a lot of Stalkers. Banshee in the main is actually hitting before the battery has finished, and is thus gonna get a couple of kills. Marines come back into play as well. 1 Stalker gets taken out, and at the same time the Marine tank gets closer and closer to perhaps, well, just killing this 3rd base.
Yep, gonna get Siege up in position. The Immortal is on the ramp. The battery goes down already, so that's gonna be rough. We have had the super battery in the main base as well. What a huge thing that is to force, although, of course, no battery on the 3rd base in the end anyways. We do blink on top of these tank Stalkers from the Prism as well. Well, that's one hell of a shutdown from MaxPax, so he completely destroys the push, even though it got into position. He lost a lot of infrastructure in terms of like a battery here and a battery there, but nothing overly kind of super scary, right? We're going to scan for an Observer now. Clem's still in this main base. This is the most successful part of this attack.
Yeah, and another thing that we shouldn't forget is that a lot of workers already went down before as well. So 10 workers have fallen now in total. I think MaxPax has been cutting workers for quite a while as well to have a cleaner defense, but it means he's down in worker supply. That is not normal. There's no stim, no combat quite yet. There's no tank, there's no bunker. Is MaxPax just going to win the game here instantly?
I mean, he is putting some serious pressure out, and we are going to see these units are just very tough to get rid of. Clem will have a couple of mines to power up with, but at just don't see it, man. I mean, the Stalker's playing forward. We are going to aggressively try and clean this up. SCV's being brought to the front. We lose the Immortal. Could have maybe saved that in the Prism. So that's a bit of a shame as MaxPax continues to shove his way forward. We'll now try and go after those Marauders. We'll blink forward again. Medevac shows up, hits the Prism with the Widow Mine. As we have Stalkers, though, that are just not really being contested. There's not enough units. The Widow Mine was good on the Prism, but it didn't kill it off. As SCVs will pull, we do have Stim, but the Marauders get jumped on by the Blink. And I do think that MaxPax has maybe just about done this. SCV's fighting. As CLEM tries to play the cleanup, he just has no units actually shooting. He has got Marines on the other side of that Banshee, still finding another location, and will chase after some probes. The army supply is still even. It's just, you've got to dislodge this group of Stalkers on your natural.
Medevac gets sniped down. There's 2 observers as well as 5 Stalkers now in the natural of MaxPax, so he's gonna be fine there. He might get cleaned up, but he could also just straight up win here. The Marine count is extremely low. There's no tank. There was no bunker. We have another Marauder now coming in. Good luck microing a single Marauder against 12 Stalkers here. Medevac gets targeted down, and I mean, even if CLEM pushes this back right now, the worker count is still so favorable for Max.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? At this point, it's just gone on for too long. CLEM did a great job of finding 17 probes across the map in the end, but MaxPax has found 28 SCVs, and obviously a few SCVs have just not been mining this whole time. They've been running around everywhere. As CLEM will take that one Marauder and really take you up on the challenge of microing to try and fight 12 Stalkers. It's going better than most people would manage to. However, now it gets blinked on, it goes down, and that will be the GG moment as MaxPax opens up with the Game 1 victory.
Yeah, phenomenal game, because this was starting to look pretty bad here for MaxPax. A single bunker could have solved all of CLEM's problems. He would have been safe. He would have been in a much, much superior worker position. And once Stim and Combat finish up, he has the 3rd already down. He has upgrades coming in. He is just doing fine. But that is not at all what happened here. No, there was no bunker. There was no Stim. There was no tank. There was nothing there that had any defensive power. And as a result, MaxPax manages to break him. You could say, oh, how dumb by CLEM to not build a bunker, but he might not build that bunker 9 out of 10 games, you know, and then all the other times he just manages to survive no problem. So it's, you know, you can blame him for it, I guess, in this case, but maybe he thought he could stay on the other side of the map a little bit longer. He thought his tank push was going to deal more damage, because that also got cleaned up so neatly by MaxPax. That tank Marine push, it looked scary, but MaxPax came from every single angle, just boom, cleaned it up to the next task, and the next task was just killing CLEM.
Beautiful stuff. I just have to give a shout out. There's been 2 people in my YouTube chat fighting for like the last hour about balance. They're now going into a 1v1 in StarCraft to decide it.
Can we cast it after?
Yeah,
I kind of want to cast this. This is balance, you know. MaxPax CLEM is fun, but that sounds like there's really something on the line.
I've been watching them fight for so long, and eventually they're just like, yeah, let's play, let's go.
I like it.
Incredible. All right, game number 2. Bottom left, Red Protoss player is a MaxPax.
Oh. CLEM, you know how to make me a happy man. Yeah. Proxy Marauder here.
Proxy Marauder. You like Proxy Marauder right now? It's pretty OP, I heard.
It is so cool. It's my favorite build. We actually, Max and I, we talked about this build a lot in the past. There's many ways you can hold it, but there's also very many ways in which you can die. Like, there's a lot of, you know, you need to execute well still. So one way in which you can hold it is if you open up with a double battery, low ground, adept stalker, and then straight into a Stargate. You skip the warp gate altogether because extra stalkers don't help you. You need a void ray to kind of end it. Another thing you can do is take a fast second gas in your main, battery on the high ground, and then tech into a really quick robotics facility the moment your core finishes up. So you just kind of defend with immortals. That is also an absolutely valid way of dealing with it. MaxPax is going to open up with a zealot. That is not necessarily bad, but it often leads to you not having a lot of gas to have kind of a game ender unit in there. So when you build a zealot at this time, it means you're delaying your second gas. If you're delaying your second gas, you're delaying your first real tech structure, whether that's a robo or a Stargate. one of the things that is really counterintuitive against Proxy Marauder is that you're being outproduced as the Protoss, because they have 2 production structures. It feels like as long as you survive, you should be fine, and you get more batteries, you should be fine, but that is not the case at all. You are getting outproduced, so you need something to kind of end it. You need a boss unit, you need that Immortal, you need the Void Ray. Just having a lot of gateway units with batteries is not good enough. It is just bad, actually. It's not a viable way to hold it most of the time. As long as CLEM realizes what's going on, he sees the Zealot and knows that he now has a bit more time. He could eventually go for an SCV pool. He can do whatever he wants, really. But he can wait. He does not need to trade into this yet. He can wait until he has 5 Marauders. That really is a key number.
What's so good about 5 Marauders? Just the damage output in one shot?
Yeah, against the battery. Yeah. You can clear Stalkers. So you force a super battery really quickly.
All right, well, he's going to start moving forwards here. As we have battery number 1 ready, battery number 2 on the way up. 4 Marauders start to hit, drain some of that energy. And the Zealot taking a shot or 2 as well. We do have the extra Marauder about to arrive as well to make it the magical 5. Stargate's on the way, halfway done here, so that eventually is an answer, right? If you can get over Void Ray also, it pushes this back, but obviously a huge investment still to do that, and CLEM is still building their Marauders.
Yeah, timer has started now for CLEM. So CLEM has about 35 seconds to, well, you could say win the game, or to just do enough damage that he can macro out of it. But this is going to be, what, 7 Marauders here? This should be good enough. I find it hard to believe that MaxPax is going to hold this, because these Marauders, they just burst through everything. Super Battery is pointless in this case. And yeah, he's just gonna straight up walk through. Zealot is... This is why the Zealot is so hard to make work. I think this is actually just... kind of an incorrect response. Void Ray is getting closer and closer, though. There's a backup pylon as well. Maybe if we can get us around on all of these Marauders and not a whole lot of probes go down, MaxPax can still do something. There is no factory up quite behind us yet. The money is available. He needs to start building some Marines and instant factory. 12 workers are gonna go down, maybe 13. There is still a second Nexus as well. I think what you need to do here is Marine, factory. And the factory ideally is proxied. You can't just have it at home. I think it's a mistake.
Yeah, if you made it Marines, obviously you can afford the factory a bit sooner as well, the gas count too, right? So like there's a lot of just good responses you can get from this. We're now going to start building those Marines. One Marauder comes back into the natural, maybe up towards the main. I mean, honestly, even getting another probe or 2 is kind of a big deal right now, while the Void Ray busies itself in the barracks. So every little thing is going to count for so much at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. We have this Marauder going into the main. The sad thing about this is it might force the Oracle to activate its thing. What do you call that? Pulsar beam. Yeah, he's gonna ignore it and come home with the Void Ray instead. This Marauder's gonna get what? 2 kills? Oh, just 1 kill. More Marauders. Oh, Marines now moving forward. That's a mistake. It should just be the Marauders. There's no defense at home against this Oracle, though. So Oracle could get 4 or 5 kills. That's a pretty big deal. Maybe even more. No, MaxPax, send it across, please.
he's turning it, so we're going to give time for the Cyclone to get out. It's over halfway done. It's on its way. Obviously, it would be huge for MaxPax to do some damage here to start getting back in that work count, but he is terrified that the Oracle's already, or the Cyclone's already out, or that he just wants to go with the Void Ray at the same time.
That's so risky, though. He's nothing at home.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it could work, I guess. He's gonna, the CLEM's gonna get a mine. I mean, this Cyclone's absolutely dead. Look at that. Boom, Void Ray shows up. Okay, maybe this is the correct play. This is so cool. I haven't seen this before.
Yeah, but how does MaxPax defend? He's got nothing.
Yeah, well, this is a worry for later, worry. Let's just focus on the good for now, and that's SCV's dying.
I mean, that's great and all, but like, I'm just gonna get rid of that Void Ray. I mean, there's just no units. There's no units on the other side. 1 Void Ray and 2 Oracles are never gonna kill those Marines that now have Stin.
He could have kept repairing that mine, by the way, had he cancelled the starport. But maybe he thinks the starport is more important. Here comes the stim. There's 3 Oracles. Every single Marine is going to die. Oracles are pretty much out of energy, though. There's really not that much remaining. Combat shield on the way. I actually think Max holds.
Wow. That's an incredible defense. That's utterly ridiculous.
This is a sick game, though. I think it was not legal. I think if CLEM doesn't get caught by all the probes and the 2 zealots in the corner, he kills way more workers there.
But how does he not get caught in the corner? Like,
because you can just kite forever.
Yeah, well, you just go back down the ramp.
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason not to. And you should never have zealots attacking you because they actually deal damage.
But, I mean, we're still in a position where CLEM is building Marines. and it's gonna have combat shields. I mean, I still feel like there's a wave of this attack, which is terrifying for MaxPax, who doesn't even have Warp Gate yet. Maybe?
Is this pretending for your YouTube audience, or?
You telling me you're not slightly afraid of this Terran army?
I'm a spectator right now. I'm not afraid of anything, my friend. No, I'm not really, to be honest. It's 39 workers, no?
Yeah,
Like,
okay, yeah, but like, I mean, obviously he just lost a few Marines there, which isn't great, but like, 39 workers is great, but he's not actually building any units yet. Like, he doesn't
What if
have
he pulls
Warp
the
Gate.
boys, you mean?
What if he just
And he
like
just
goes to win the game like
goes.
right now? Like, if he just sent all his units, like, I don't even know if he had to bring the boys. Just yeah, I don't know.
Just go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you have just Marines with no heal, like you stim once, you stim twice.
So
I don't know.
Yeah, or, yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's just no, like oracles might actually like win fights. Yeah, maybe there's something here actually, but I don't know. I'm not sure.
ByuN's gonna show up, and I know what you mean, right? Like, there's basically one fight here, and that's about it. There is a battery, of course, that can help out on the natural, so that's a big factor as well. I mean, Clem's gonna at least try and get rid of the third base and try and make something work there, but now Zealots warping in, so now I'm not as worried, right? Because we've been able to buy the time for the Zealots to show up, and in that case, I don't think there's ever gonna be a situation that matters. The Viking landed and jumps back into the skies. Clem doing his best to kite back with those Marines. There's the medevac, so we will have some healing now to try and just micro with this small group of units and to see if we can maybe make something happen. Two Zealots go down, make it a third. Warping in Zealot is going to be in some trouble. We actually got a sentry there, and we do have the force fields allowing us to help catch some of the units. The Oracle's pretty much out of energy. Now there's a battery on this base as well, though. That's going to make it difficult to break through here. Super battery activates. Clem cannot fight that. Has to step back. Give it a moment. Still 39 to 22 army supply. Obviously, Zealots are way better now. They have the charge, but MaxPax kind of needs to be able to warp in. And he's still not super rich. ByuN going to jump onto the Nexus again here. Still a fair few ByuN units. As the Phoenix going to lift up a Marauder and a Marine. The Oracle's still not doing too much. Marine's kiting backwards. Zealots are still in charge, but there's only a couple of Zealots past him. You're not afraid?
Dude. This is a wild fight over here. Look at that. Marine still active. Will shoot down this Void Ray. There's 2 mines now as well. You were right after all, and I was the one pretending.
Oh my god.
Clem, he's kind of making it happen here. There's only 4 gates of production, and Marines just keep coming across the map. Oracles being out of energy is a pretty freaking big deal right now. These 2 mines still get some kills later on, right? They're just waiting for their time, but
Yep.
I can't believe this is a win for Clem.
He is going to be obviously losing some of the medevacs here, but now the Oracle's going to pull in. Widowmine is going to decide what wants to go on onto the Stalker. Love that, and that is going to do it. Clem is going to win it on the counter-attack and is able to take game number 2 and tie this 1-1 after a ridiculous game. Plain and simple.
Yeah. What the hell?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I think he went a bit too fast initially because he turned on Oracles when he had no charge yet, right?
Yeah.
Which is slow Zealots. I think you can just wait longer. I think, honestly, he can give up his third base just fine. Counterattack with Oracles.
Yeah.
There was only a single reactor, 2 barracks that are naked. I also thought that he could do what he did, though.
Yeah,
you know, it felt like it would have been fine, but I guess it was sloppy.
He did use the Oracle energy a lot as well, because, like, I was kind of sad when Clem lost the 5 Marines on the left side, but we activated all the Oracle energy again to make that happen, so that was another little factor then, in that moment, which was like, oh, okay, that was, you know, eventually that came back to bite you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy.
He now flames me. Your defense... There... Oh my god, there is no Zealot in my build. Don't even dare. Lol. This was a free win. Oh my god, how did it... He mentioned your defense build is bad against Proxy Marauder. My defense build specifically mentioned no Zealot. It's because he doesn't listen when I talk. He just he just perceives it as noise.
He listens enough to get the general idea, it's just not the proper idea.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. You know, for years he also was telling me that Storm is not viable against Zerg, Storm Immortal, and then eventually he plays it. He's like, hey, do you know, Blink at the Storm is pretty good. I'm like, oh, really? Never seen that before. It's like playing 2 guys or something, or 3 guys for like 5 years.
Sounds like you have a fun relationship.
He never gives me credit whenever I do something right.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Sometimes it can be like that. It's gonna be side delta for our third game. Obviously, attacks become a little bit more difficult with a ramp up onto the natural, so something to think about there early on. As we figure out what Clem and MaxPax want to get up to for this game number 3. All tied up in this finals. Beautiful stuff.
I'm sorry, I'm still upset. I didn't hear a word you said.
He's really annoyed you, man.
Yeah, he's in my head now. I mean, the way he did it, it just has no value. It's not possible. You think, well, if he holds like 20 more seconds, maybe it's just fine. Also, if he would have sent the Oracle straight across, it probably also would have been fine in this situation. But I think Clem's follow-up wasn't tight enough either. Because you need to feel when there's not enough production that you need a factory and marine production at some point. It's very key. It's very fun to watch Clem micro stuff though, like that, in these tight situations, you know?
Yeah, when every unit counts.
Yeah. He just doesn't lose them. It's ridiculous.
It's disgusting, some could say.
It truly is. Okay, what is this? It's like a standard Reaper expand? Oh.
Yeah, pretty normal and boring.
Very normal and boring. You know what's funny to me?
All of my jokes.
Also true. But you know what else is funny to me?
What?
Is that nowadays Terrans, they really never SCV scout anymore.
Yeah. Can you punish
They
that?
just never. They figured out they can hold everything in the first 3 minutes without needing any information. And it's not funny in a haha sense, but it's like, like an interesting type of funny, you know?
Yeah.
So for years, Terrans were telling us that you had the SCV scout to be safe. And then 6 months ago, all of them stopped. Because they realized they can scout with the first Reaper around on the map if there's a proxy gate or not. Isn't that something?
And that's all they need to know.
Yeah.
It's pretty sick.
Took them 8 years of Legacy of the Void. You'd figure that that is something that you'd want to find out quickly, no?
Like, you know, week 1, week 2.
Yeah, week 1, week 2. This is the type of time frame that I'm looking at. Like, do I need the scout? Like, if I can get away without a scout, maybe. You know, I won't do the freaking scout. It's surreal, these guys. Surreal. Okay, it's gonna be mine drop. This is actually we're being transported back in time 3.5 years or something. Oracle into Blink versus a standard mine drop build. What is this, Wardy? 2018?
2018. I'd say, it feels like the mine drop is something that Clem almost never goes to as much nowadays because he has so much success off those cyclones and stuff. It's like, why play the boring old mine drop when you can click batteries down with cyclones and marines?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, to be honest. What's the chance MaxPax flies his Oracle into a mine?
Pretty low. He's very good. I don't believe he'd do it.
Yeah. You know what's frustrating about it is that he's very good at it while also being aggressive with it, you know? I'm very good at not flying in mines because the moment I see a factory, I keep my Oracle on the top left of the map.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't lose it to the mine anymore, Wardy, but I also get no information or kills.
Yeah.
But he's like kind of floating in there, you know, getting stuff done. It's like, all right, that's cool.
Yeah. It's kind of like his Phoenix versus Phoenix as well. It's like, you're very good at keeping your Phoenix alive because you keep them at home in AFK. But like his Phoenix versus Phoenix, like he's on the other side of the map, like poking at his opponent's Stargate, and he still never loses his Phoenix.
Yeah, he's down like 3 Phoenixes at minute 5.
Yeah.
And he's still like beating you in the micro. Like, it doesn't even make any sense. They shoot automatically. Yeah, it's very frustrating. This is a really old school build, by the way. Really old school. This is something Zest loves to play. Like proper 3-gate blink after Oracle opener. Hell yeah.
I just
Typical
one Oracle
Zest
straight
build.
to Twilight Council.
Yeah,
The sort of thing
it's
that
rare.
a lot of people, when they try, just die, right? Like, it's such a flimsy build. But, yeah, some of the greats definitely able to pull it off, and is going to give MaxPax some aggressive opportunities right now. Liberate around the back into his main, though. You'll have to deal with that as he blinks into the main base of CLEM. ByuN going to start a fight back. No stim or anything just yet, so those trades will happen. A couple probes went down. Nothing to deal with the Liberator currently. More Marines showing up. The Oracle needs to not go down because that's your high ground vision. It pulls away just about in time. Pretty good hold. CLEM gets a lot of Stalkers there. A little bit of damage across the map as well from that Lib. Few probes. One of the Stalkers went down as well. Now we have ourselves Stim about to finish, so CLEM will have an easier time trading against those Stalkers in the future. That will be a big factor.
Oh, it's the Hero Marine 8 Marine drop. This is a classic game ender.
Yeah. 8 Marines, you don't see them coming. You just lose the mineral line.
Yeah, no recall in the main base because you've been chrono boosting with that Nexus accidentally.
Oh, he's going to see it. Probe sees it. He knows.
Instant recall, right?
On the natural.
We have to.
Maybe he didn't pay attention as the ByuNs will start a fight. Stalkers will not trade super well here. Now they drop into the main base. The probes pull. The Stalkers warp in. But you're going to lose a lot of probes here. And obviously those Marines are super happy trading with the probes. You're going to get 11. And even go for a couple of Stalkers after that as well. Stalker and a Zealot maybe. Let's see. CLEM pulling back. Is obviously as well still chasing through the center of the map. Actually loads up into the medevacs to boost more quickly across the map.
Yeah, he wants to reinforce his position in the main base, although that position has now disappeared. I was just going to clear all these pylons. There's 3 of them. That's actually a pretty big deal. Even worker count, this fight is okay for CLEM too. There's plenty of mines to secure his position. When you're playing this type of build as MaxPax, you need a fast forward base. I don't think he's going to get a fast forward base here, Wardy.
No. Probably not, as that ByuN is going to get that pylon as well. So again, working through all of this. Stalker's going to blink up and actually going to get rid of the medevac with most units inside of it. So that's a great catch. Nice little shot off there as the Widow Mine goes back the other direction and is eventually going to get cleaned up.
That's really nice. What else do we have? We have Barracks 4 and 5 already done in the natural. MaxPax it feels like he wants to do something, but I don't think he can move across the map really. There's just too much active on the map. We have this mine drop coming in towards the left. It's going to deny a lot of mining. I hope CLEM does individual mine drops. One in the third, one in the natural. He's gonna drop both of them here. I think he should continue moving.
Yeah, Zealot as well. Not super exciting on that. This is going to be him. Just pulling back. Things will chill out for a couple moments. He gets the Ghost Academy on the way already, so I'm going to try and just tech straight into those ghosts as the 3 bases come online, and he's going to have another set of Stalkers in the middle to deal with. He's going to lose a medevac too, so problems are rising slightly, although MaxPax still low on supply, low on probes. And oh no, that's not good.
Yeah, that was a massive failure of a blink there. Loses 3 Stalkers, 3-4 Zealots as well, trying to save those Stalkers. Supply is very nice for CLEM. This is an issue. There is no good eco for MaxPax to kind of outproduce his opponent, and he doesn't have any tech with which he can fight this army. So really, he doesn't have a lot of units, and he doesn't have any good units either. That usually means that the Terran's going to be having a good time. At the same time, Zealot run by or Zealot Prism in the main base, forward base will get cleared. MaxPax needs to give it up. There is a Robo Bay on the way, but it's still so far away from having a Colossus. I just don't see a way for MaxPax to hold on until that Colossus pops out. We have 3 Ghosts on the way here as well. If these ever make it across, I mean, Max is just dead.
Yep, that's already looking very good for CLEM as he starts to fight backwards here, and will obviously be improving his army as he starts to deal with these Zealots, and then reinforcements will get across. We are going to see a Colossus added from MaxPax Prism toward the main base, so he looks to buy even more time for himself. As the Marine Marauder numbers continue to rise, going to drop a Nexus down onto the 4th location. Get that up and ready to go.
Yeah, one of the problems here is that he's buying time while on a worse eco, on a bad army. Like, even if he gets like 2 Colossus without thermal, or even 2 Colossus with thermal, I don't think it's going to be enough if you're fighting against 3 Ghosts already, decent Marauder count, and this many medevacs and this far down. No forward base is painful. Forward base of the Terran going down at the same time as the forward base of the TOS, that is an issue. We have 1 Viking, that's going to actually help out. It's really nice to have 1 Viking. rather than 0. It forces the Colossus to move a bit. He can't just free poke at your unit. MaxPax is phenomenal at that. He's trying to make some moves here with the Stalkers, but he needs to start defending his third base right now, and I don't think he has the units to do that. He doesn't have the tools here, Wardy.
Yep. Good set of force fields to buy some time, but buying time without doing anything at the same time is not great, right? Looks like that ByuN's going to jump onto these Stalkers. Colossus is going to get jumped on immediately. The EMPs were already very good, and this army is going to do a disappearing trick.
Yes, but unlike with most disappearing tricks, this army is not coming back, Wardy. GG gets called. CLEM wins game number 3. And puts himself on match point. It is a best of 5, right?
Yeah, best of 5. And the Magician's so good that the units don't come back after he makes them do it.
That's just a bad trick then.
It's a bad trick, or it's so good it can't be undone.
Yeah, that's kind of the point of the magic trick, no?
Well, you just expect it to be brought back, but like, you know, actually being able to make it disappear for good, you know? Maybe we're onto something.
Maybe. But I don't think so. Oh, we're playing Oceanborn now.
Yes. Oceanborn time.
I've missed this map.
Yeah. Having a break from it wasn't your thing? I'm not...
Wait, sorry, what did you say?
I said having a break from Oceanborn wasn't your thing? We see so much Oceanborn.
No. I like this map.
But I mean, I like it too. It's just, you know, as a caster, I cast it every day. Every series, pretty much.
Yeah, that's true. I can imagine that.
You know,
do you have any other pet peeves as a caster?
Any other pet peeves?
Yeah.
No, I have the easy job. I just sit here and don't complain.
Nice.
Well, you know, I don't like when players start without me in the lobby. It's always their fault as well. It's not mine for not paying attention.
True.
Yeah. No, not really. No, not off the top of my head. I'll probably think of some if I really thought about it.
Players being too late. Players not showing up.
Yeah, most people are pretty good about that now. Nowadays. You know, last week...
It used to be worse in the past?
Yeah, for sure. Last week, I actually forgot to tell the players when their group was, and they all already knew when their group was, even though I forgot to tell them. So...
Really?
Yeah, well, I think because...
Yeah, I think there's a lot of the online warriors, they have a very tight schedule, you know?
Yeah.
Like, ByuN knows everything. Like, anything that's on the TL calendar, ByuN is aware of, because when I was with him in Canada, he'd wake up like 2 hours before me to play a cup for $12.
Yeah.
Or something, and then after he won that, he'd play like 4 more cups, and then the ESL Open, all 5 of them.
Yep.
And then he'd get invited to every tournament that ever existed. He could play like cups 19 hours each day. It was insane.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, he plays in anything. It's pretty nice though.
Yeah.
Very, very reliable. But
yeah, he's always on time as well, right?
Yeah. But yeah, it was kind of surprising because like it was like Hero, Shin, Cure, and someone else like Oliveira. I didn't tell any of them their group because someone added it to Liquipedia. Like I must have mentioned on the stream, and because it was on Liquipedia, I assumed I told the players. It just happened. But they were smart enough to check, so I was saved by the players.
That's sick. I wouldn't have checked.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't have. I'd have to triple check for you. Yeah. Clem used to miss a lot of tournaments, but he doesn't anymore. Just call out the guy that's playing. No one really doesn't show up anymore. MaxPax always shows up 5 minutes late. Can that be a pet peeve? He's never on time. He's
5 minutes late?
He's always 5 minutes late, yeah.
We'll have to talk a little bit about punctuality with the Crown Prince. Yeah. He's used to people waiting for him.
Yeah.
It's not weird. Comes outside, there's the guy standing with the umbrella. You know, walks him to the car. That has to be the most thankless job in the world, no?
Yeah, probably.
Do they actually exist at like the...
Well, professional umbrella holders?
Yeah, like at the palace, you know?
Well,
is there always just 2 guys standing there holding the umbrella?
That's just their job, probably.
Jesus.
Well, I mean, you say it's thankless, but you get paid, right? You probably get paid well.
But it doesn't sound very fun. Like, I don't think you're allowed to banter either with the boys, are you?
Well, I'm sure you're not, but like, you go home, you look at your bank account, pretty fun. You must get paid well. Because you have to have some sort of status to get into that position, right?
I don't know.
I don't know what the career of an umbrella holder for royalty is, but I don't think you can just pick up and do it off the off the street,
Yeah, probably. You need like a reference of some sort.
Yeah.
I like that.
Twilight Council is coming up as Adept chases the Reaper around. Warp gate halfway done. And I'm just going to be going into the Reaper, a couple Marines, Widow Mine again. As the grenade is not going to save the Reaper.
Am I the only one getting some spikes every now and again?
I'm not seeing it.
Okay, well then it's probably me. It's bad news, isn't it?
It's not good.
It's not ideal. Close some stuff. Maybe it was the 12 taps of your stream that I had running.
Wow. Way to call me out. Sounds like half my viewers. Viewership's about to drop off right now.
Yeah, it's fine. Ooh. Both players actually losing stuff. That's not good.
What it is. Reaper and 2 Marines. Constant Adept.
Yeah. It's like a sloppy game so far, but a boring game as well. Nothing has happened. So little has happened that I haven't even paid attention to the openers, but this looks like this was a double gas, right? Yeah. Cheeky double gas. Mine. Oh, he's gonna get the Adept as well. That's very frustrating.
Nice catch. Get rid of that Cyclone, and the Marines and the Mine will continue that journey across the map then, so away they go. Continue downwards as the Blink is coming up to completion, couple of gates coming through, the probes and the robo facility coming online as well. And that medevac with the Mine inside, a couple of Marines and all the rest continue to come about. Cyclone also setting up on the edge. Robo facility is going to Chrono Boost the Warp Prism as they drop the Widow Mine into the natural, but 2 Stalkers will shoot and they will kill. I don't think CLEM will get too much else done here. Too many units, took a little while to come across chasing the Adept, and Blink's about to be done as well.
I'm loving this this early game for Max, to be honest. Like, if he gets away once again without having any batteries, doesn't lose much, keeps 2 Stalkers at home. Like, this is as tight as you can execute this build order. He's going to have a fast third base with it as well. He's going to have good pressure on the other side of the map. There's really very little counter damage that CLEM can do. It's going to have 1 Cyclone, 4 Marines. I think you're going to need to warp in 2 Stalkers. So there is a possibility that CLEM goes in just as there's not enough Stalkers. Oh, this is 4 gate. It's not even 3.
Very committed. We're going to be able to hop up into this main base. Tank on the low ground. Tank on the main is still building, so it's not ready just yet. That medevac's going to have to strike, obviously, because the Stalkers across the map are going to do some serious damage. Tank trying to come up from the low ground is going to get picked off now. Like I say, the Marines and the Cyclone there will get a few probes. That's work being done, but we are in danger of just losing too many units here as CLEM, right?
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, this is a very committed push in here. Very committed push in here. As the Cyclone Marine somehow manages to fight off 5 Stalkers. Medevac has died, but there's still 3 Marines and a Cyclone. More probes now going down. Tank is still alive as well on CLEM's side. And the third base has been a little bit delayed on MaxPax side of things. It's 29 workers to 33. That means that MaxPax is pretty much all in. He needs to deal serious damage here. He's going to blink right into this tank. He's going to lose 2 Stalkers before he gets to it. He's going to lose 2 more. That was not a good trade here, and I'm afraid, Wardy, that this is not looking so hot for the Danish Crown Prince.
That is crazy how much CLEM got done across the map. I mean, 15 probes, multiple Stalkers. That's actually wild. Can't quite believe it.
It makes no sense, right? He warped in 3 Stalkers instantly, blinked forward with only those 3, though. I think the other 2 were there a little late.
Yeah, no. The first 3 blinked, and he lost 2 of them pretty much straight away while killing the medevac, so... Man. That's wild. He's still in the natural, still trying to get a little bit more done, but CLEM is going to start stabilizing. He's got a tank on that low ground, tank in the main. I mean, MaxPax is chipping away at depots on the corner. He's going to warp into the main base, so a bit of a commitment here now as CLEM tries to get in position to deal with this.
I mean, Max needs to deal some serious damage. It wouldn't surprise me if he just continues building mass Stalkers and just kind of goes for it. Like, there's no real... There's nothing out of here, you know? You can't transition out of this. Actually gets that tank as well. It's gonna get a bunch of these Marines too.
I'm still in
His
a little bit of
Stalker
trouble.
count is banging.
Yep, the Stalker count has kept on rising, but ByuN is going to get to the corner now. CLEM losing SCVs. He can afford to lose some SCVs, right? Like, SCVs are still, his SCV count's still ahead in this game, so that's still okay. He's going to get this Observer now as He just has to keep on trying to stabilize. Bunker on the low ground, completely empty, so the Stalker's going to come in this direction. He's going to blink on top of the tank. It goes down instantly. The Viking trying to hit the prison, but it will go down as well. Going to probably have to load into this bunker, but that obviously means your main base is a little bit less secure. The tech lab gone on the factory, so it's just building a cyclone. I mean, we're close to having stim, but we're just not there yet, and the Stalker count is still terrifying. As you blink into the main base, Cyclone goes down immediately. Marauder's going to try and fight back, but the SCVs pull again, and is this just going to be too much? As MaxPax targets down the Marauders initially, going to reduce it to just Marines, and then kiting back against those SCVs. We are going to see stim finishing, but MaxPax might have just about killed enough before stim was there.
Yeah. Very impressive stuff. But here we go. SCV's being pulled once more. GG gets called. CLEM dies. Very cool. MaxPax taking some big risks here in the early game, skipping the batteries. It paid off though, because he managed to strike much harder as a result of that. If you can skip the batteries, 4-gate is absolutely impossible. Even 3-gate gets quite a bit worse if you have to build batteries. But yeah, here, MaxPax, you know, he did it. I'm impressed, man. That was a sick game. It looked very bad for him.
Yep. No, it was, I mean, he lost so much, like, well, it looked like too much, you know? It was, so many workers going down, the few stalkers going down, I think it really adds to, because if you lose the workers, but then those 5 stalkers walk across the map also, and it's like, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to go into Ghost River here for game number 5, final map of the day, and see which of these two is going to come out on top of the WardiTV Monday Cup.
The WardiTV Monday Cup. Don't forget, guys, if you're enjoying this content, be sure to subscribe to patreon.com/WardiTV, making all of this possible. Correct, right? It's one eye.
On the Patreon? Yeah.
Yeah.
TV.
WardiTV.
Yeah.
You really put a quick one on yourself by sometimes having a name with multiple eyes.
Bro, I told you I don't want this name. Like, it just keeps getting immortalized. I got my freaking Twitch statue thing, and it has 3 eyes on it. Obviously, I'm like, God damn it, it's really too late to go back now.
It is too late.
I should have committed to the. I should have committed to the name change like 8 years ago.
True. Wait, you got your purple statue?
Yeah.
How many hours is that? 5 million?
Yeah. Do you not have one?
Does it look cool?
Yeah, it's actually very legit. It's very cool.
Nice. Can you send me a picture after?
Yeah, I'll send you one now.
Of you flexing next to it? Or just of the statue?
I can't do me flexing, I can just do the statue.
Cool. Send it over.
Yeah. A little far away from the next one, though.
How many? Is that 50 million or something?
It's like 50 million.
Nice.
I have.
What are you at, like 6 million?
No, I have like 13, 14 million.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah.
Big gamer, huh?
Big gamer. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Well, right, we still have a series. Ghost River as the final map.
It is. Well, MaxPax just needs to win the early game, right? And he says it's good for him.
Yeah, exactly. Easy task. Oh, look at CLEM, what a huge blunder. 3 SUVs in one geyser, and there was 1 in the other. Actually, that was a huge blunder.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he meant to do 2-2, but that makes no sense. He just forgot to saturate his gas.
Yeah. That's what I do. I pull the probes to try and fight off, pull the SUVs to fight off a probe, and then I just forget to put workers in my gas.
He only forgot for like half a second or 2 seconds. I mean,
Yeah,
I just clicked it and it must have finished.
Yeah.
So I thought he made a mistake, but it's
just
very
the
little.
timing.
Yeah. I mean, factory at 143. I can live with that.
Mm-hmm. Well, Nexus is coming up. The Warp Gate is coming through. Adaptive building on the side of MaxPax. You have our factory reactor on the way as the Reaper will venture across the map to see what it can get up to over the next few moments. So away it goes. I pop into that natural and then into the main.
Is he canceling the warp gate? Why did he patrol his worker there for so long? Dude, MaxPax plays legit like a machine.
A machine.
Yeah. Just has his probe there on patrol for like 7 seconds. I don't like that. Triple adept. Oh. No way.
You like it?
I mean, it is definitely something new. Because I think he usually only plays triple adept with Stargate.
Mm-hmm.
I think CLEM's been giving him a bit too much mental space, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that MaxPax got away with no batteries, that should be highly illegal, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's something to think on, as we do have medevac on the way, so Clem will get aggression going soon. A few more Marines coming up. He has the single Widow Mine. Tech Lab building on the factory during this, as he will see the couple of Adepts at the front. So if Clem sees multiple Adepts as their world where he misreads what the tech is and so on. Red talk.
What? Sorry, I was not paying attention. I was just thinking. Oh, what did you say?
I said is because he sees like multiple Adepts as the world way, like he misreads the tech.
Yeah. I think that's the main point. Is that he thinks it might be Stargate, and then you want to get like a Viking first or something.
Yeah.
But I think maybe I'm misreading this, because Clem is going straight into Banshee, which is kind of odd to do against what would have to be Phoenix into Robo. So, and he's also moving across the map here with 6 Marines and a mine. This is a good start for Clem. Holy crap.
Yep, just going to be getting an Adept already. Now going to saw Micron in that medevac with these Marines. He does not quite get that other Adept before he lifts up and goes to the dead air space. Potential drop main or natural here. You can take your choice. He goes back to the natural. Stalker's out of position. Just the Adepts here. A couple of probes pull into this initially. Clem will get one of those probes. And again, just making the most of any unit that he has. And of course, setting up into the Banshees, tanks, Marines. Very powerful combination of units to push with behind this.
This is disgusting. It actually is. Like, this is not even supposed to kill you. This is just... Oh, it's gonna lose the medevac though. That sucks. But like, this won so much time that I think this Banshee, if it hides properly, will just win the game straight up, right? It's got to be like a base trade, just like last game, basically.
Yeah.
It's like, if MaxPax doesn't kill 15 SCVs, it's over. Because he's going to lose a lot of freaking SCVs here. He's going to lose at least 6.
Yep, no battery, nothing nearby, no observe. Well, observer's about to pop. He's got no stalkers at home yet. Just warped in on the other side of the map. A couple of Adepts are going to go up. They're going to get into the main base, so that's nice. Banshee will pop. That can be used defensively as well. Of course, Cloaks up. They'll fight the Adepts. Marines fighting Stalkers currently. The Banshee's already picked up 6 probes. There is going to be a Stalker showing up. He gets shots onto it before the Observer gets there. 6 probes and no Terran SCVs lost. But obviously the tank went down, but there's a new tank in the main. This Banshee will go for 1 or 2 more probes before it goes down. Got a Stalker as well.
I would have liked to see a second bunker here being built quickly as well. But it's not quite what we're seeing yet. The tank in the main base is going to be secure. Max is going to need more Stalkers in order to try and contest that. He's currently at 8, 11 Stalkers, 1 shot a tank, or 1 volley a tank, I guess. We have a Viking, we have a second tank. I think the high ground is the only thing that you have to be afraid of as Clem. It's the only thing you care about. And indeed, his second tank is going to be there as well. I love this little depot that is being constructed up there. Max is going to try. He's going to drop Zealots and then blink in forward. Oh.
Takes 2 volleys to get rid of the first siege tank, which at least is a little bit of time bored. Clem trying to chase away that Viking, going to get some shots off on the Prism. Trying to bring that low and just get it deflected as best as he can. MaxPax warps in more Stalkers. We're getting to the dangerous part, right? Where, you know, this is going to be a lot of Stalkers. It's very scary. One misplay from Clem. We saw how it can end up in the last game. Like, things can fall apart real quick.
Yeah, for sure. And this is really why I would have loved to see a second bunker here, because then it's much easier to keep your Marines a bit further in the main base. Now, they were actually too far in the main base. The bunker goes down. There's no tank. New tank shows up. And there are a couple of observers here. I hope Clem scans for this, because he has 2 Banshees. If he just clears all those observers, Banshees will be phenomenal, right? There's no more detection here whatsoever. And both of these ops are in range of it. Big blink forward. Tank is going to get taken out. I think Max might have actually done it here. There's no stim. Banshees are dealing a lot of damage. Viking dealing damage to the Prism, but the Prism stays alive with 12 HP. There is still 1 more tank on the high ground. There's 2 more tanks on the high ground, actually. 44 workers to 43. Bunker is barely not gonna finish. It's gonna finish, but Marines are gone. Tank still dealing a lot of damage. This game is insane.
Yeah, Bunker's still alive, which is low. Not many units in it. Auto turret comes out from a Raven as well. Those Marines are struggling to get in the bunker, as MaxPax will take the opportunity to get around the back of the natural and pick off the refinery there. Lost a lot of SCVs, but he's still got a somewhat playable position. MaxPax is kind of backed up into this corner right now as well, so that's going to be a predictable way for Clem to set up to kind of deal with what MaxPax is likely going to do, as that tank's going to get blinked on, but the tank on the high ground, Marines, SCVs all fighting here. Raven will get targeted as well. Good choice from MaxPax, something that's obviously valuable over time as it regens energy. I think MaxPax still kind of has this. I think it's being close, but he just about has enough to steal this series.
Yeah, the problem here for CLEM as well is that there's no timer on these stalkers quite yet, right? The tank count isn't growing, there's no stim on the way, so what are we waiting here for? CLEM, he needs to somehow make something happen, but is not going to. Tank is gonna get sniped. Prism finally goes down as well as a new tank pops out, but that's not going to be good enough. And here I think this honestly should be enough damage. There's no more Marines available. He's gonna lose like 7, 8, 9 more SCVs in this moment, and max specs. Absolutely phenomenal execution of this build order. Like, just the best. 4-gate blink, he's bringing it back. He says, hey, if I can skip my batteries, I can actually potentially kill you every single time. Yeah, once again, just really freaking impressive. How many tanks went down here in total? Like, yeah, 7 tanks.
Yeah, a lot of tanks died over the course of this. CLEM way worse off in resources lost. Obviously lost a lot of SCVs, so was never really in the eco lead. And it does look as though MaxPack is about to put the finishing touches on this best of 5 as the bunker goes down. GG is called, and MaxPack will finally beat CLEM in one of the finals of this event. And he will go back-to-back, week 7 and 8 champion. Congrats to MaxPacks.
3 wins with just the 4-gate blink, right? Nothing else won.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, 1 3-gate blink, 2 4-gate blinks.
Yeah.
That's it.
Basically, when he blinks, really works best.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Very impressive, especially because this early game wasn't bad for CLEM either, right? Workers active was pretty decent after the very start. Then the Banshee came in. I really feel like second bunker there is a necessity almost, but oh well. It is what it is.
All right, well, that's it, mate. Thanks for casting some games with us. Nice for you to show up again. Been a while.
My pleasure. Time for the KSR now.
Yeah, so are you gonna play?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, nice. I look forward to it. I'll be watching. You gonna keep streaming?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, then I'll ready it.
All right, sick. Thanks, buddy.
Right,
sick. See you in a bit. Bye.
Hi guys, shout out to Halston for joining us for some games. Thank you to everyone who subbed and stuff doing this. I don't really do shout outs when we're co-casting, so if you did sub and support, then I'll just catch up on that now. First of all, I was a fat kid on the 500 bits. Thank you so much. Miss SC2 coming in with the 11-month resub on the Prime. Twastat for the 51-month resub on the Prime. Rozenkovic with the fresh new Prime sub as well. Speedrace 1914, 55-month resub. And Infcent on the 11-month resub. Thanks for saving eSports. Thank you guys for supporting today. Again, if you want to support the WardiTV Mondays, we will run this event throughout November. We've had a little bit less support this month coming up than the last couple of months. So if you guys would like to support, your support really does help us. I'm going to be putting a little bit more of my own money in to guarantee that this tournament continues at $400 instead of cutting it down at $300 a week or $250 a week. We're going to make sure it stays at $400 a week. So I'm going to put a little bit more of my investment in that because the streams have been doing very well lately, so we can afford to do that as well. So just keep on supporting, subscribing, follow the channel, watch the ads. If you're on the YouTube, like and subscribe as well. Super appreciate it. Check if you've got a Prime sub available. Your Prime subs go a long way. They're really appreciated. They really do help a lot. So do check that out also. And thank you so much for joining us, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you today's WardiTV Mondays. We'll be back for WardiTV Monday number 9 next week. Tomorrow we're going to have the Open Qualifier for our PTR tournament. And then we'll have PTR tournament Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday as well. So you guys can check out all of that as we go. Illusion85, thank you so much for the 14-month resub on the Prime. Spinster444 on the fresh new Prime sub also. Thank you very much. Last thing I'll sell out for is the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of your pledges on Patreon go directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools. So if you want to support the tournament prize pools especially, check out that Patreon page. It's the best thing you can do in that regard. But of course, any support goes a long way, and it really does help us to keep on running these events. We would not be able to do it without you all. And thanks so much for watching. YouTube will go offline in a minute or so. Twitch, you will go offline in about 3 minutes, and I will raid Horstem on Twitch, so I'll send you guys over there. You guys have a great rest of your day. What's the best way to support? That's honestly really up to you. I mean, subscribing, I think, on Twitch is very good because you get the benefits of being a sub, you get the emotes and stuff, the number goes up. It actually really does help having a good sub count on Twitch. But, for example, Patreon or like a direct donation probably takes the least percentage. Like I say, completely up to you though. Any support really does go a long way. At the end of the day, those percentages all move around enough to the point where it's like, you know what, You know what? If you're just choosing to support, that in itself is enough, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you all. I'll run a set of ads on the outro here on Twitch and YouTube, and I will see you guys tomorrow for our PTR tournament. We will be live on YouTube and Twitch tomorrow as well. And like I said, we'll also be live Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday in case you're looking for information as to when to come and watch some StarCraft 2. You guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys next time. Take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.